Last night on MasterChef Australia,
This is your chance to shine.
Julia was fast-tracked to the final week of the competition.
I was never expecting it, and I did it.
Well done, Julia. We'll see you back here in the finals week.
Tonight, two teams race against time
This could be your toughest challenge so far.
as they cook for the country's fiercest food critics.
That's just unacceptable, isn't it?
And only the very best will be saved from elimination.
There are people on the blue team who haven't had a win yet.
We're gonna crush the blue team like bugs.
Waking up this morning was very strange. There's only 14 people in the house.
Julie's gone. It's almost like she's been eliminated with Michelle going the day before.
We're picking teams and then doing our team challenge today. I enjoy the team challenges, but I really don't like the picking teams part. I'm a little nervous about team picks today. I just don't like it.
Sam, Josh and I had a bit of a chat in the Hammock of Love this morning about a certain title that has been given to us, the Kitty Mafia.
Everyone's talking about us being an alliance and voting together in this elimination.
And I don't think they've realised why the name's there.
They're just jealous because we're good friends and no one else has got a friend in the house.
I would really like to see the Kitty Mafia, as they call it, broken up for the team challenge. Yeah, I do agree that Kate's the most vulnerable this week. I mean, she's put the spotlight on herself. She's had these very insincere tears going on. They take strength in knowing that none of them will kick each other off.
From like you vote together once and suddenly we're an alliance.
Yeah, that's okay.
If they want to judge me based on my friendship with them, that's their problem, not mine. All right, guys, it's on again.
We're sitting around. Sam's just come down with red and blue apron,
Come up, there's a note for us upstairs as well. Come on.
and it's going to be a team pick.
The pressure is intensifying for each and every one of you. With this in mind, the judges have chosen to pick this week's team's captains. Oh!
It's different today because Julie's gone. She normally is going to be the captain. She chooses the other captain, so it'll be interesting what the judges do.
One captain will be Chris. The other captain is Kate. This will be good fun. This will be great fun.
Kate seems quite flaky a lot of the time, and she might turn around and surprise everybody. I mean, she's studying law after all, so she's not stupid.
Yeah, mate.
So yeah, it was an interesting combination.
My first pick is Sam. Sam is definitely someone I trust, and it's really important to be working with people you trust in a team challenge.
First person I'm going to pick is Josh.
On the red team.
Yeah, you deserve a win. I just think the teams have been so similar both times. I just thought I'd mix up the Kitty Mafia and see what happens. I think severing that trio for team challenges is important.
Chris is being smart. He wants to split them up because it puts them outside their comfort zone, and he wants to push a divide.
The next person I've chosen is Trevor. Come on down.
Andre.
It's Justine.
Poe.
Tom.
Julie.
Lucas.
Darren.
And Sandra as my next team member. I think the people that I've chosen, everybody believes in on my team, and that's an important thing to us, having confidence in one another.
My final choice is Jeannie. I'm really happy and really proud to be leading the red team into our third challenge. It could very well be a difference in leadership styles that tips the balance between Kate and I.
I'm really excited for this next challenge. It's going to be a completely new experience for me to be a team leader. This is definitely going to be another chance for me to prove myself to my fellow contestants.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the kitchen. It's here that you'll be taking part in today's team challenge. You will have 1 hour to make a 3-course meal for 3 very special guests. You'll be cooking for 3 of the best restaurant critics in the country. Starting with no less than our very own Matt Preston.
When they say you're cooking for 3 food critics, it's very daunting. Cooking for 1 at the moment with Matt's tough enough.
It's no fun eating alone, so I've invited 2 friends to join me. First will be Simon Thompson, who is the co-editor of the Sydney Morning Herald Good Food Guide. Other critic is Larissa DeBecchi from The Age in Melbourne, who's the lead critic on the Epicure section.
Today's challenge is a little different. All the ingredients will come from the supermarket.
Each team will have access to a select number of aisles only. The rest of the supermarket will be off limits.
I would hate it if we ended up with 3 aisles that had no food on them, like laundry powder and pet food and toilet paper.
You'll notice a set of knives in front of you. You'll be doing a knife pick.
The knives that we choose correspond to a particular aisle in the supermarket.
No.
I get first pick. Aisle 1.
Aisle 1 includes butter, cold meats and cream.
I think that was a big advantage in pulling that knife out of the block first.
Chris, your turn.
Aisle 4.
Condiments, canned vegetables and rice.
Knowing that the condiments were there, I could do a whole lot with all these preserved items. That was really exciting. I think that really opened up the prospects.
Aisle 2.
Biscuits, juice and tea.
Aisle 5.
Baby needs, hair care and tissues.
Unless I'm going to serve up some mushy baby food with a dummy stuck in it, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Aisle 3.
Chips, nuts and soft drink.
Aisle 6.
Barbecue needs, frozen fish and pastry.
Yeah, oh, yes.
Now guys, remember, these are the only aisles that you're allowed to buy from. Apart from the meat section, you can buy as much meat as you can afford. The fruit and veg section, the bakery and the deli are all off limits.
That was a bit of a shock to everybody. To take such a huge portion of fresh produce away from us is enormous.
For the first time in this competition, we'll be giving you an extra team member to help and guide you through this challenge.
When they say we've got an extra team member, your ears prick up and you're thinking, who could it be?
Those team members are George and Gary. Okay, boys, time to choose your knives. Gary.
The blue team.
Which means, George, you're with the red team.
Yeah.
Blue team, red team. The losing team will face the heartbreaking task of eliminating one of their own members. You will now be given 5 minutes to decide as a team what your menu will look like. You will also decide which team member will be accompanying the team captain to go shopping. Your time starts now.
So I had to make some snap decisions on who's doing what, get them preparing for what's coming.
What are our aisles? Have we got the aisles?
How about the carpaccio? I think that's
I do love that idea. We do have all the condiments.
Okay, team. First aisle, we've got dairy. Obviously, we're going to have butter. We're going to have cream.
We've got yogurt.
Sometimes I'll have fresh pasta. We might have fresh pasta sheets.
If you're going to do beef carpaccio as an entree, main course needs to have some sort of balance to it. You're not going to do beef again.
Who's got favourites they think they might be able to
I
cook
think
out
I'm
of
going to
that?
jump on desserts with Sandra. We're both comfortable with that.
I want you and you on mains, you two on dessert.
Cheese.
Yeah, most of this is processed stuff, though. You've got to be careful. Try and pick staples, things that, you know, if you walked away with flour, butter, sugar, eggs...
Listen, guys, at the end of the day, work together, work hard, and let's kick ass.
OK, everyone, your time's up. Kate, who else on your blue team will be joining you at the supermarket?
Tom is going to be accompanying me to the supermarket today.
Chris, who's your other shopper from the red team?
Oh.
All right, then, we'll see you back here shortly.
I know that the pressure's definitely on for me to step up as a leader today.
Taking responsibility means going down with the ship and being eliminated.
I know better than anyone else that we can't lose this one.
If we lose, somebody is going home.
I refuse to go through another elimination challenge.
We're gonna crush the blue team like bugs. Let's just have a quick talk about mains before we get there, because...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
We've got 20 minutes to shop in the supermarket. We have a $150 budget, and we have 1 hour to prepare and serve the dishes. Because we can't have any fruit and veg, we're gonna have to revert back to our
frozen section.
Yes. I chose Poe to go shopping with me. I know she's got a great eye for detail and she's creative. Broad bean puree would be gorgeous. And that's just a bit different. And I think I can bounce off her a hell of a lot better than any of the others. We can get Aaron onto peeling those.
Bash the beef.
Seriously, he is our prep monkey. He's good at it.
So lamb, goat's cheese, pancetta/prosciutto, balsamic glazed toasted walnuts. Really good combination, good textures. Tom's accompanying me to the supermarket. He'll be able to do a good job at coming up with dishes that we'll be able to cook with our limited ingredients. That's chicken and lamb. Are we being adventurous enough with those options?
I think it depends on how you do it.
How you do it.
And I think the minced chicken in a ravioli with the classic sauce over the top.
Yes.
Well, we need chicken wings. Let's have a look what else is in our aisle.
If we go with the smoked salmon, are we leaning towards the cream cheese still as part of the filling?
I think we'd have to.
We sort of come up with a rough plan as to the dishes that we're going to want to cook based on the ingredients that we're expecting to be in those 3 aisles.
And then dessert?
I'm still thinking tiramisu. Imagine chocolate ganache filled with the biscuit bases with like a passion fruit syllabub.
I think we're in a really strong position.
Yeah, I think so too.
We've got direction.
Yeah.
And it's balanced.
Yeah.
I'd order that in a restaurant.
I know. We're so fabulous. I can't even handle it.
By the time we pull up, Poe and I have worked out exactly what we need. So we go in there with full of enthusiasm.
Because a lot of the things that we would all usually cook with, we're not going to have access to.
The fruit and veg, the bakery and the deli are off limits.
We're going to have to be a bit creative and a bit innovative today if we're going to pull this off. The red team's got access to frozen produce and canned vegetables. Okay, let's look. We have dairy produce, cream I need, which is going to help us a lot with our desserts.
That's what we need her to produce. I think we've got the winning aisles. I think they're way more versatile. We're going to tack it a dish at a time. Entree, it's a carpaccio of beef. And we just need some really good Scotch fillet. That looks all right. The next place we head to is aisle 5, condiments. Okay, the berries.
We've actually written a very, very exact list of ingredients, so we just have to basically methodically go through it.
Oh, peppercorns in vinegar.
Do we want baby onions?
Yes.
Yeah, dry porcini. Do you want me to get sugar?
Yeah.
Castor, icing.
Castor.
We've got juice, which I need, cheese. We start scouring the shelves for anything useful. Kangaroo. We don't want kangaroo. So let's go back to first aisle. Let's start. Okay, biscuits for my dessert.
Kate's talking 100 miles an hour. She's running around,
Biscuits. I just want something sugary.
pulling things off the shelves,
Right, we'll grab it.
and I'm just following her.
I see chocolate on the end of aisle 2, so I'm thinking, yes, one of our key ingredients is already there. God, how lucky is it that we got the chocolate? Because that's really going to be an advantage with desserts.
We just need some free-range chickens, the ingredients for chicken Ballotine.
That's it. That's our meat. Let's go.
We need pastry.
Hang on, we need to get these veggies first. Where the hell are the vegetables?
It's the pastry.
It's
no broad beans, I don't think.
We were kind of backtracking a lot.
I think I'll have,
Running round and round in circles trying to find things.
we need pears.
Tinned fruit.
I don't think we've got fruit, we've only got vegetables.
We presumed that we'd have tinned fruit, and we didn't. We only had tinned vegetables. We've only got vegetables.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Go back to the frozen things.
Syllabub, should I make it with thick cream or with whipping cream?
That's up to you.
We pick up heaps in the dairy aisle. We grab lots of cream. The cream's got to be primarily for my dessert, but you need some for the sauce for the pasta, don't you? We grab butter, flavoured butter. We couldn't use that in anything. Garlic butter. See if we can get some sort of herbed cheese.
Prosciutto?
I'm doing what I need to do in terms of getting things together for the entree and the main.
Chicken.
Chicken? Sexy.
We're running around lunatics at the end looking for pears for our pear tartatan, and we presumed that they'd be in the freezer section.
We definitely don't have fruit.
No. We can go berries instead.
Okay, let's just go.
Mix berries.
Yeah.
Get
So we'll
blackberries, get fruit. There's forest fruits.
I need passion fruit pulp for my dessert.
I think Kate's too focused on dessert.
I've got chocolate biscuits, cream for my dessert. I didn't grab a butter for myself, which I need.
She's Kate, she's excited, she's running around.
I really do need unsalted for that. We're going to have to spend the extra $2. I can't put salt in my dessert.
Sure. The red wine vinegar. Quick, last thing.
Yes! Yes! Lasagna sheet! Yes! Good.
So time's up.
Okay. We were hoping for maybe eggs to work with, for flour and things like that, but we didn't have those options in those 3 aisles.
We need our vinegars.
What have we got that we could put back? To get below budget, Tom and I were quite concerned that we had to put back the extra chicken and the extra rack of lamb.
But for 3 people, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I know, but we've got 2 of them, don't we?
No, because it was 1 chicken and 1 of these.
Oh, shit. So it was a risk, but a risk that we're willing to take, I suppose.
We do.
See ya.
Thank you.
In today's challenge, we're going to be preparing a 3-course meal for 3 of Australia's toughest food critics. The catch is that we're only limited to a certain number of aisles in the supermarket, so our produce is going to be very limited today.
On the way home, we were pumped up, full of adrenaline, and wanting to get back to the other guys and brief them on what we'd, purchased and get cooking. We'll write each item out, brief the people, and then they've got to follow that.
The greatest fear of today is our 2 shoppers coming back with all the wrong ingredients and not being able to buy the things that we could cook with.
How did we go?
Yeah, good, really good.
Yeah?
Yeah. We did really good.
I was trying to get in their headspace and to see where they might have been going with the menu that they were planning.
Beef Carpaccio. We've got all these beautiful little condiments, capers, caperberries, cornichons, to make a beautiful dressing like that. So main, we're going to do a ballotine of chicken.
Yes.
So bone out the legs, stuff those, roast them off, and then we'll do a broad bean puree. I don't know if there's enough broad beans.
Can I make a suggestion? I'd make a pea puree. And keep the broad beans whole. And, so there's a little bit more texture on the plate.
Sure.
Yeah, George had great ideas. He really sharpened up some of the ideas that we were throwing at him and changed a few that would probably work in our way. And he was really happy with the flow of our menu. So the 3 courses will all tie in with each other.
Nice, beautiful. And dessert?
Dessert, we're going to do a stewed fruit tart with some reduced balsamic, fruit blueberries around the side.
Beautiful. Right, guys, your time starts now, yeah? Let's go. Boom, boom, shake the room. Make me proud. Let's make it happen, yeah?
Well, when we looked up at the other team, they weren't going too well.
We had to buy raw ingredients, not something that we can is already mixed.
Try and pick staples, things that, if you walked away with flour, butter, sugar, eggs.
If you bring the staples back, we will have enough recipe ideas on your return to hopefully put out some reasonably good food.
We got sun-dried tomato and basil ricotta, garlic butter.
Oh my gosh, is this all we have to work with?
We've got this. I don't know if you want to work this in tomato and basil.
You can't serve that up to a Matt Preston.
Like, that stuff may have tasted fantastic. Unfortunately, I don't think it will.
They got a bit of a slamming off Gary for that, which is fair enough.
You got some odd ingredients here. Cottage cheese with sun-dried tomato. What's that? Garlic butter.
Yep.
You know, because it's all creamy. You've got like tons of cream, and you've got this is just rubbish. This is rubbish.
I think they were definitely shocked to see what we had bought. But after a while, they started having some really good ideas as to how to use that produce.
If we had the lamb, the feta and the yogurt and the pine nuts, you can make a nice little salad out of that.
We're just trying to work out how many flavours we can put in the dishes.
With the chicken, why don't you do roast chicken with ricotta tortellini? And I'm just thinking either we make a little ballotine with the legs or you make a mousse with the legs.
Are you three comfortable on the main together? Yeah. And you guys on the... OK, if everyone's happy, that's fine.
So we start cooking. It's about 7 or 8 minutes into the challenge already, so we've got about 50 minutes now to put out 3 courses. The pressure's on.
We've decided that we will roast the lamb rack on the bone.
And then you can do like a smear of the yogurt.
So for our main, we're going to crown roast the chicken.
I'm concentrating on making the dressings and the ravioli.
Gary has suggested that we do possibly a chicken mousse.
But you don't have any egg white, that's the problem. You just have to use cream and you can make little sausages.
And then he comes up with the idea of a boudin blanc.
Do you want to give it a go and see what happens? Right, just strip the skin off.
Peel the skin off the chicken leg, debone it, and then to get all the flesh and to actually start putting it in the food processor with cream.
When I mean chop, I mean to show you, just take that off here. See that line there with that bone? Cut it.
For the dessert, we're doing a chocolate and nut Ganache Tart with passion fruit syllabub.
So when you say passion fruit syllabub, what are you making it with? Whipped cream?
Yeah, we're going to whip up the thick cream. I wanted it quite thickened. I'm going to boil up the syrup.
Yeah.
And then
reduce it down.
Strain it and then...
I'd leave the seeds in. It's up to you, but you could.
Yeah, I think at this stage, Kate's leading the way. I think she's extremely focused on the dessert side of things, which is a bit hard because there are 2 other courses that we need to focus on.
I'll show you how to do it if you take both those wingtips onto your bench.
You have it, Jussie?
And you need to be working on separate boards. So you're mousse man.
How crushed do you want them? I think Kate could have allocated more things. Like, she could have actually made me do the dessert, and she could have been floating from one section to another, trying to help out and see what the team members are doing.
What you want to do is decide...
I let my team members cook what they were comfortable cooking. I definitely wanted everyone to be comfortable with the tasks assigned to them today. It's a huge thing in team challenges that everyone's happy with what they're doing. Having performed poorly in this week's Invention Test, I had a lot riding on this challenge. Should we be on the losing team, I might be a popular target to be voted off this week.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Give it some flavour. Yeah, cut it in half.
Got a really good, strong team. It's a proven team, so I'm happy about that. And I was planning to split it up, 2 on entree, 2 on dessert and 3 on main.
I've swapped Poe over on dessert to Aaron.
Yep.
Because I think she's going to drive that dessert
Good.
a whole lot better.
Okay. You can tell Chris is a natural leader. He has a very good position.
You can do the stock if you want. Cut those up into small pieces.
Should I fry the garlic down?
It's a shitty garlic paste, so yeah, don't use too much of it either.
All right, good.
He can articulate his comments well, and I think that he'll do well. The blue team is a wagon with its wheels falling off. If that team loses, it is going to be probably one of the most interesting eliminations you'll ever see. Everything can come to a head in that blue team if it all goes horribly wrong.
Today's challenge is a little different. All the ingredients will come from the supermarket.
Each team will have access to a select number of aisles only. The rest of the supermarket will be off limits. You will have 1 hour to make a 3-course meal for 3 of the best restaurant critics in the country.
We're going to start off with a beef carpaccio, and so that was going to be my role, but I've never done it before.
Take it off there.
I have done beef carpaccio before.
Aaron, you're not dissecting a human being there, yeah? Just slice into it, for God's sake.
The beef carpaccio that we make is done by, first off, slicing the Scotch fillet in half. So you've got 4 pieces.
Really take your time, get a sharp knife.
then bashing out the meat so it's very tender and also very thin. And then once you've made all your condiments and assorted garnishes, bringing out the meat, slicing it in a circle on the plate, all your condiments cooked on top, and away you go.
Yeah, our team was working well together. Everyone had their stations, and Aaron and I asked a lot of questions, and we wanted to make sure we did it right, both to George's standards and also Chris.
Yeah, I was carrying Josh a little bit, but I mean, yeah, I did the stuff that I knew how to do. You know, Josh hadn't done carpaccio before. No. But you know, it's not overly complicated to bash out meat. Just making sure that we pump it out.
It's crucial these next 20 minutes. We need to move our asses, yeah? Make me proud. Good boy.
I was wrapped with the way our team worked. I thought our communication was solid.
Tom, do you know how this is going to be plated up, the chicken dish?
Kate did a great job of just making herself available through, you know, how you're going with that, Trev. Sam, is it going to be on time?
If you're doing something well and you know what you're doing, then a little just checking is all that needs to happen, and that's what she did. I'm looking over and I think that the red team might have struggled.
Just take your time and give it a good scraping. You could take a bit more off there.
How long do you reckon this will take in the oven?
That should take about 12 to 14 minutes. You've got 30 minutes to go, guys, yeah? 30 minutes to go.
It's 30 minutes to go, and I was getting a bit concerned about timing. My role is to do the Ballotine of chicken, which requires me to take 4 legs off 2 chickens, bone them out, make sure they're all neat and tidy. So your stuffing's ready to go pretty much, is it?
Yes, it is.
Get the stuffing in there, get them rolled, get them wrapped in alfoil, into the oven, then out of the oven and browned up. So I was really pressed for time.
Okay, so take them out on the wire.
Yeah.
That's all right.
I mean, people are doing things that are hard, like Jeannie and Poe are doing a puff pastry dessert that the shell is like a vol au vent.
And then we're making a jam-like fruit tarts with balsamic vinegar. And I added some cinnamon stick and vanilla, water, a bit of sugar, and that became a beautiful glaze.
They're beautiful, the berries, huh?
I don't know what he actually did wrong, but the time obviously was not calculated, and I can't blame anyone. But I looked across, and they were still having a bit of problem with the chicken.
Right, you got 5 minutes to go.
Come on, make it happen. Make me proud, yeah?
These are falling apart, George. What do I do? It's about 5 minutes to go. The chicken Ballotine still hadn't cooked through properly.
Take them out of the foil and just get them caramelised, yeah?
Can you help me undo these, Andre? They're really, really hot, so you couldn't really touch them properly.
Chicken out on here. Come on, Lucas. Get it on the bench, yeah?
Gary was loud, but he's commanding respect. He wants to know that we're there, that we're listening to him.
How long do we have, anyone?
Yeah, you got 3 minutes. Off the bench. Put your ball down, put your ball down.
Pick out the small ones, the beautiful ones.
I think that Chris, as a leader, probably gave himself too much to do.
Got a hot pan on the stove, had to get them in there and get colour on them, and the time was just disappearing.
In a kitchen, you never have doubt. They're gonna cook, yeah? We're positive all the time. Are we putting ice cream on there now? Yeah. 1 minute left. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, you're doing a good job.
Okay, guys, time's up. Tools down.
Good job, guys, yeah? Well done.
I think this one's going to be really, really close. And I hate to think that red goes down because I've screwed something up. That would hurt.
You will have 1 hour to make a 3-course meal for 3 of the best restaurant critics in the country.
It's no fun eating alone, so I've invited 2 friends to join me. First will be Simon Thompson, the co-editor of the Sydney Morning Herald Good Food Guide. The other critic is Larissa DeBecke from The Age in Melbourne, who's the lead critic on the Epicure section. Myself and my two guests will be deciding the winner of today's challenge.
So now, one member from your team will carry each of your 3 courses into the restaurant for our guests to judge. Red team, you're up first. Please carry your entree into the restaurant.
I questioned the beef carpaccio. I think it didn't look good at all.
For your entree course, we have a beef carpaccio with a red capsicum scone and assorted garnishes.
Thank you, Aaron.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
The danger about this, I think, is when you get cornichons and pickled onions and caper berries, they're all really big flavours, aren't they? And it kind of dominates. You don't really get the flavour of the beef.
Yeah, it's very easy to lose sight of, you know, the star ingredient.
My meat's quite chewy as well. I give it points for appearance. I like the contrast of textures. I can see where they're going with the pastry cigar. It's kind of like an upgraded grissini stick.
So I suppose overall it looks good. Texturally it's interesting, but just in terms of execution, it could have done with more meat and less acidity. Right, now let's look at the blue team's entree.
It doesn't look pretty. It looks a bit rough.
Roasted rack of lamb with bacon and pine nut crumble, a Greek yogurt dressing, and parmesan pine nut crisps.
It looks like home cooking, and I'm not very impressed with the presentation, but I know that the flavours are really good.
I really like it, actually. The lamb's nice. I think they should have probably cleaned it up a little bit more, so I've got a thick vein of fat through the middle of mine.
I think lamb and yogurt's always a winner. The bacon bits aren't winning me over. I feel like I'm eating bacon rinds, the processed variety. But I think that fundamentally it works, apart from a few quibbles with the extra things on top.
Which of the two dishes do you prefer?
I think the lamb, it's tastier for one, and I think that it also shows that they thought more laterally beyond the ingredients that were denied to them. And they used what was on offer to them and made the better dish for it.
Right, let's move on to main course.
I'm thinking, okay, at least it looks good. You gotta see the positive in something. There's good pea puree there, there's good broad beans. For your main course, we have a chicken ballotine with a pea puree and broad beans. The stuffing is couscous, raisin, and pistachio.
They had a time limit, didn't they, to cook?
Yep. Whoa, wee.
See, that's the problem.
Whoa.
If you're gonna,
Okay, so look, I mean that's just unacceptable. Basically uncooked chicken, which is what would be one of the great 5 no-nos of restaurant food.
Mine might just squeeze in to the bounds of acceptability, but I'd be a bit nervous about eating it.
Too much flush.
Oh, no, I take my words back.
Yeah, no, they're undercooked. Sadly, it's probably the best looking dish we've seen so far of the 3. And the red main looked like you want to eat it. Beautiful colours on the chicken, the pea puree, the beans, great flavours there. Nice stuffing, but undercooking the chicken, a big no-no. Okay, let's see if the blue team can do better with their main course.
We have chicken 2 ways with oven roasted portions of chicken. There's a boudin blanc of chicken and ricotta filled tortellini with a roast hazelnut vinaigrette.
Oh, that's impeccably cooked. Absolutely impeccably cooked. Moist, juicy.
I could happily have just that breast. It's so nicely done.
The hazelnut, that chicken sausage.
Nicely seasoned, good flavour.
It's very well cooked. I like the little tortellini.
If I'm sitting down in a restaurant and I have that dish, I'd be actually quite happy with that.
The mood in the blue team's fantastic. I think we know that we stretched ourselves because we didn't have a lot of ingredients. So we've actually stepped outside the box, and I hope that the critics can see that.
I'm quite positive about this dessert. Beautiful tart, nice balsamic glaze and blueberries, so good flavour combinations, and I'm hoping it'll do well.
For your dessert course, we have a mixed berry tart with a balsamic reduction.
What do you reckon, Marissa? You like it?
And this reminds me of Nana's tea party. It's clearly pre-made fruit with a frozen pastry base and some commercial ice cream.
The idea is not bad, what they've done. I just sort of think it's a bit too gruely in its, the filling. You know, whereas I think if they hadn't tried to serve it like it was a fresh tart, you know, had they baked it, I'd be going, wacko, how brilliant is this?
They've got some huge advantages here in terms of the ingredients they had to play with.
Yeah.
So it'll be very interesting to see if the blue team can actually put up a better dessert.
I thought our dessert was pretty good, and I heard reports that Kate's dessert wasn't that good, so I didn't think Kate's dish was on the radar.
The dessert looks clumsy. The presentation's definitely not as good as it is on the other two dishes we've plated up. I know that the quinoas haven't set. They've run all over the tart. It is a chocolate and nut Ganache Tart with passion fruit syllabub.
Is there such a thing as too much chocolate?
Okay, well, let's just say that maybe this is for 4.
So we have to stop scoring at 10. We can't go higher?
My God.
It's a guilty pleasure on a plate. Fabulous.
It's not a hard dish to make, but it's a huge impact dish when you put it on the table. That mango and passion fruit cream does have some good acidity there, and it does manage to balance that very, very rich chocolate ganache. Do you like it?
I love it.
Say a lot.
You know, if a restaurant critic is quiet because they're busy eating, I think that's probably a pretty good thing. I love the base. Gee, haven't they done well?
I think the blue team's done splendidly. It's a marvellous little creation with everything that was at their disposal.
Guys, thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks, Matt. It's been a great experience.
Tomorrow, I'll reveal our decision to use both the teams.
Be interesting to see what they say.
Oh my, won't it?
Waking up to thunderstorms this morning, it's quite appropriate for the dramatic and harrowing day that's going to unfold. One of us is going to be going home today, and we're all very aware of that.
I didn't sleep very well. It was going over and over in my mind, things that judges might say, especially about my performance.
The red team is particularly nervous this morning as we served uncooked chicken, and we all know it.
I have woken up this morning and oh my God, I'm really, really scared. I've never been down that road before in the losing team.
We all agree, red and blue team, that it's going to be a hard one to pick.
If the red team lose and we're in the elimination process again, I'll be the only one who's been through all 3. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just trying not to think about it.
I'm not ready to go home yet. I don't want to go through another elimination. There are people on the blue team who haven't had a win yet. They need a win to lift their spirit.
Red team, blue team, welcome back. Yesterday's team challenge really tested your limits. Each team had 1 hour to prepare a 3-course meal for 3 of the best food critics in the country. George, you mentored the red team. How do you think they went?
Honestly, I think they did a brilliant job. Under the circumstances, they shopped really well.
Can you get some capsicum?
Yeah.
Peppercorns in vinegar.
Sorry, that looks all right.
But in terms of the dishes, the chicken was a bit of the letdown, I think.
Basically uncooked chicken, which is what would be one of the great 5 no-nos of restaurant food.
Chris, how do you think the team went?
I could have improved on timing. I presumed it was going to be restaurant service, you know, entree, main, then dessert. So that's what screwed me up on the timing of the chicken. Probably could have been more vocal though. But overall, I think everybody worked well.
Gary, you joined the blue team for the day. How do you think they performed?
The shopping was a bloody disaster as far as I was concerned. You got some odd ingredients here. Cottage cheese with sun-dried tomato, garlic butter. This is just rubbish. One of the things that you'd agreed on as a team when you left was that you were going to shop for basics, you were going to buy things that you could do something with. So, to you, Kate, how do you think you performed as the team captain?
We put in our best effort yesterday and we're fairly confident at this point. If I could do the shopping again, yes, there's a few things I wouldn't have picked up.
Blue team, red team, the pressure is really on. But the big moment has arrived. We're now ready to reveal the critics' verdict. Matt.
My guests and I have eaten around the world at restaurants reviewing them. We've never faced a decision like the one we had to make yesterday. In terms of the two teams, there was some really impressive stuff going on. Red, you took full advantage of the freezer cabinet. Blue, the first 2 dishes look weird, and I don't think I've seen anything like that in any restaurant in the world. In this envelope, I have the result.
10 seconds of your life is the time between Matt Preston reading what's on that envelope and announcing it to the group.
The winning team is the blue team.
I was absolutely ecstatic. It's a fantastic, fantastic feeling.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Gary, for your words of wisdom.
All three at once.
Sam, Lucas and I have been on the losing team for the last 2 weeks, so I think of everyone on blue. The 3 of us were relieved that we weren't going to have to go through the elimination process once again.
It was the dessert that was the standout dish, and a fantastic dish. And the only criticism that the 2 toughest critics in Australia could come up with was it was a little bit big.
Yeah, we knew.
So congratulations, that's the best dish we've seen for you, Kate.
Thank you.
Really good.
I was just so proud of everyone. I'm so happy we won. I think we really deserved it.
Well done, blue team. Red team, I'm afraid you lost, and one of you will have to pay the ultimate price by going home.
I'm surrounded by 6 people who I respect and who I like, and I'm going to have to vote for one of them.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
Should Chris go home because of the raw chicken? Yes and no.
It's chef against chef as another elimination looms.
Chris, who do you think could have done better?
Aaron and Josh.
Who has done enough to stay?
Staying in this competition is everything. I've put my life on hold for this.
And who will be heading home?
I expect to be the one that's eliminated.
Today you'll be ending one person's dream of becoming MasterChef. The person with the most votes will be going home today.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
This could possibly be your toughest challenge so far.
2 teams went head to head. as they cooked for the fiercest critics in the country.
Well, that's just unacceptable, isn't it?
Tonight, the losing team face off.
Staying in this competition is everything. I've put my life on hold for this.
It's chef against chef in a fight for survival.
I expect to be the one that's eliminated.
Who will pay the ultimate price for defeat?
Today you'll be ending one person's dream of becoming MasterChef. Yesterday's team challenge really tested your limits. Each team had 1 hour to prepare a 3-course meal.
Check that raviolis.
Come on, with the tart. They're still cooking over there, come on!
For 3 of the best food critics in the country.
Oh, that's impeccable.
So nicely done.
You had to buy all your ingredients from a supermarket. Each team had access to 3 aisles only, which severely limited the number of ingredients you could buy.
I don't think we've got fruit, we've only got vegetables.
The good news, the winning team is in for a treat. You'll be spending the rest of the afternoon honing your skills in several commercial kitchens, including Red Lantern Vietnamese and the Yai Thai restaurant. George, you mentored the red team. How do you think they went?
They shopped really well with the aisles that they had. You guys came back with some good stuff. The chicken was a bit of a letdown, I think.
Well, that's just unacceptable, isn't it?
Gary, you joined the blue team for the day. How do you think they performed?
The shopping was a bloody disaster as far as I was concerned. But in saying that, we set to work on 3 fairly clear ideas in terms of the entree, main, dessert. So well done on that. That was good.
Blue team, red team. But the big moment has arrived. We're now ready to reveal the critics' verdict.
The winning team is the blue team.
And knowing that we're going to be going to some restaurants and getting some fantastic advice and experience, it's a good feeling.
Yeah, it was a bit of an awkward moment. I mean, there was a big cheer from the blue team and here I am again.
Well done, blue team. You now get to enjoy your prize, an afternoon training in some of the top kitchens in town. We'll see you tomorrow. Red team, I'm afraid you lost yesterday's challenge, and one of you will have to pay the ultimate price by going home today.
Chris, team captain, in charge, you take full responsibility, yeah?
Absolutely, yeah, without a doubt.
Who do you think could have done better?
Aaron and Josh needed a bit more guidance as far as putting the beef carpaccio together, and I don't think they'd ever approached that dish before, so that's the only area that I could think of.
If he's got a problem as a leader being asked a lot of questions, I think that there's something wrong with that itself.
You will now have to go away and decide on the person you think let the team down the most. You will have 1 hour to make your decision. When you return, you will reveal your vote. The person with the most votes will be going home immediately. It's a really big responsibility because today you'll be ending one person's dream of becoming MasterChef.
Should Chris go home because of the raw chicken? Yes and no, really. He's made a rookie mistake being under a lot of pressure.
I don't feel any guilt or remorse because I expect to be the one that's eliminated, nobody else.
Firstly, I spoke to Josh and we mentioned a few things about picking apart people's performance. Chris's performance came up.
Chris had a major fail in the end and you try to pick apart why he lost, and there's only a few things that went wrong that could have probably pushed it the other way as well. Obviously we lost by a fair bit.
Basically uncooked chicken, which is what would be one of the great 5 no-nos of restaurant food.
That actually could have cost us the victory.
Reality is, his first slip-up could cost him when he's probably got a lot of potential to be here in the final week.
This is the worst point for me in the competition because I didn't expect to be in the position where I could get eliminated. And not only that, I'm in a position where I think I'm going to get eliminated.
His head's definitely on the chopping block. Yeah.
First of all, I sit with Jeannie, and I'm at this point completely at a loss to know what to do. I hear what Chris said about the guys doing the entrees, but the entree was our highest scoring dish, the chicken not being cooked. But Chris was our leader and in other areas absolutely shone.
It doesn't feel good at all because you know people want to be here because they want to have that final dream.
I live for food. I want to win this. I want to fulfill my dreams and pursue this with as much effort as I possibly can. Yeah, Josh is another interesting one that, whilst he has a very good skill set in seafood and his knife skills are good, he has no direction whatsoever, I don't think. I vote for Josh. He's a nice kid, but he's been one of the people that doesn't seem to take the competition as seriously as others. I think his strengths probably are in what he does for a living, which is prepping fish, not actually cooking it.
Staying in this competition is everything. I've put my life on hold for this. I've put it all aside for a dream that I've got.
Excellent.
If I've got to go today, it's not going to be a good feeling.
I'll be voting for Josh because he was the weakest link, one of the weakest links in the competition, let alone the red team.
Well, I think you and Aaron had the easiest task.
Perfect. Everything was perfect.
So we're cutting thin slices and then sort of placing them around like that?
Cutting across.
All I knew is that you guys didn't know how to do it. I have questioned your depth of knowledge a number of times.
I know that I don't have a great depth of knowledge, and that's why I'm here, to learn that whole thing. I don't think you need to send someone home because they don't know enough about food.
I've got a strong hunch that Josh will be going home today.
As winners of the team challenge, we get the opportunity to go and cook in a professional kitchen. There was Yai Restaurant and also the Red Lantern.
Hi, I'm Mark. Welcome to Red Lantern.
Thank you.
I hear you guys were victorious.
Yes. We are.
You've got a great prize for you. You're here and you're going to cook a traditional Vietnamese lunch. Come this way.
I think of all places we could have gone to work today, Red Lantern was one of the best for me. I've definitely struggled with Asian flavours in this competition so far.
Fingers nice and tight, so downward pressure as you roll forward. So if you watch my fingers, I start there and I'm applying pressure down.
Learning the dishes, making the dishes is the best possible gift we could get from this. That's what we want. We want to practice, we want to get better in our cooking, and to have that was just fantastic.
Went into Yai, a Thai place, and met Noi, the head chef. She was lovely. 17 years cooking in this kitchen, 20 years as a chef.
Yeah. I don't know what it's supposed to taste like, but it's good.
You got the understanding of, that balance of flavours and what professionals really look for in their cuisine that they're delivering to customers. And then we got lunch at the Red Lantern also, which, great prize.
After we're done cooking, the rest of the blue team arrives. We get to have a bit of a catch up and sit down and eat all the food that we've prepared.
Who do you think will go home today?
Who do you think's in the firing line? It's probably a better question.
Well, who cooked the chicken?
You think so?
But like they said,
Chris? Wasn't that Chris?
Chris cooked the chicken. My opinion is, I think Chris, okay, but Jenny and Josh also are up there.
Yeah.
I'm a veteran now of the elimination process, so coming down the stairs and seeing the spikes, it's a weekly occurrence for me. And I know that we're only moments away before we find out that someone's dreams are shattered.
It is extremely nerve-wracking. I've done it before and I felt really sick the first time and I felt even sicker this second time round.
I'm not feeling bad about this elimination process purely because I don't think it's going to be anybody but me.
We know when we come here that at some stage we're going to have to go through this process, but like everything, knowing that you're going to have to do it and actually doing it are two really different things. I feel sick about the idea of having to single somebody out.
For one of you, the dream of becoming Australia's first MasterChef is about to come to an end. Your team lost this week's challenge, so now you must vote out the person you believe let the side down. The person you believe is no longer worthy of being in this competition. One by one, you will reveal the name of the person you think should be eliminated. You will then place your vote on the spike in front of that person. The person with the most votes will be going home today. In the event of a tie, Chris, as team captain, you will have to decide who, out of those with the most votes, will be going home. It's time to reveal who you all voted for. Julie, please reveal your vote.
Jeannie. Jeannie, you've got a lot of knowledge and experience, and you're very generous with sharing that. And sometimes I think in a team huddle situation, your enthusiasm can overcome the team conversation, and that's why you got my vote.
Chris, it's time for you to tell us who you voted for today.
Josh. I think you're a good bloke, but you've displayed a real lack of food knowledge in the past to me, and unfortunately yesterday you reconfirmed that we lack a knowledge of a classic beef carpaccio.
Josh, you now have one vote, and Jenny, you also have one vote. Josh, it's now your turn to tell us who got your vote.
Aaron. You seem to always be panicking and leaving a trail of mess behind you. I know you've got a great sense of food knowledge, and once you get all that together, you'll make a fine cook.
Aaron, you've now got one vote. Josh, you've got one vote. And Jenny, you've also got one vote. Aaron, please now reveal who you'd like to send home.
Josh, my vote is for you. You have a great set of skills, but you just don't have the knowledge to back up those skills for this competition yet. And I also question your commitment to the competition and how far you'll take food in the future.
Josh, you now have 2 votes. And Aaron and Jenny, you've got a vote each. Andre, it's your turn to reveal who you're voting for.
Josh, I place my vote with you. I think your lack of culinary knowledge and theory manifested in yesterday's task. I'd rather go into the next group challenge with someone with a bit more depth to their cooking.
Josh, one more vote and you have a clear majority, which means your dream of becoming Australia's first MasterChef will be coming to an end.
Well, the tags keep building up. and the laid-back Perth boy might be on his way home.
Jenny, who do you think deserves to go?
It's very hard for me to do this, Josh. I came to really be fond of you. I know you love being here. But it's a bit more than that. I had to really look hard, and it's all about skills. I think you'll get there one day, and I hope you really do.
Poe, you will not be required to reveal your vote today because Josh already has the majority of votes. Josh, unfortunately, you already have 4 out of the 7 votes, which means you will not be Australia's first MasterChef.
Well, it's the end of something that I started, and I don't like walking out on things that I start, and that's what happens. Sometimes you're up and sometimes you're down. I can walk out with my head held high, and I was proud of what I've done.
Josh, what does cooking bring out in you?
It's not what cooking brings out of me, it's when you serve up a dish and you see people's smiles, the feeling you get inside is sometimes better than eating it and enjoying it yourself.
What are you going to take away with you? What's the best, I guess, memory?
Definitely the people I've met. Kate and Sam, they're probably going to be lifelong friends, and walking away from them knowing that they're still in the competition and I'll support them with everything I've got.
Yeah, look, I think you've got loads of potential, amazing knife skills, better than anybody here. You've obviously got a huge passion for seafood, and I know you'll pursue that, and I expect to hear a lot from you in the next few years, mate.
I'll trade you seafood for beer, mate.
Anytime.
Josh, please say your final goodbyes because it's now time to leave.
See you, mate.
Best in the future, mate. Thanks, mate.
Cook good food, mate. Cook good food.
Thanks,
You sit on this all again. See you guys. It's an amazing process from a fishmonger to nearly a chef, and some of the experiences that you get out of it, like working in commercial kitchens and dealing with professional chefs, it's something that I've never done before, so there's a million positives I can take out of this and only go forward with them.
As we come down the stairs, my heart's in my mouth. I'm really nervous about the reaction that is about to occur. I know it's going to be big.
Julie, Chris, Aaron, Jenny. Josh has gone.
Josh? Oh, shit. Josh wasn't there. I really don't think it was his time to go. I don't think he deserved what they did.
Josh left with dignity and took what we had to say to him and, you know, head held high.
Why? Why? What were your reasons?
My reason was that I felt that it always displayed a lack of depth and food knowledge, and he confirmed that yesterday with not really knowing anything about beef carpaccio and how to approach it. And I just felt that I'd like somebody in my team that had more, you know, depth than what he had. That was my criticism.
absolutely no collusion or alliance or anything to get rid of Josh. It's based purely on performance, nothing to do with personality, nothing to do with the Kitty Mafia or anything like that.
How many of you voted for Josh?
It was unanimous.
No.
It was unanimous.
He got the most, so majority.
He got the majority.
That's what I mean.
Who
didn't vote for him?
I didn't.
Thank you.
It is going to be a totally different competition for me now that my best mate is not here.
He was by far not the weakest link in that group of people, and I think they all know that.
It was a great feeling. I learned so much, and the whole experience for me has just been life-changing. Oh, it's good to be home. I'm going to take away great memories. I had a fantastic time. I met some fantastic people, and I've been judged by 3 of the best people in Australia. And I've just been on a massive whirlwind. I've had an amazing experience. I've learned so much, and I'm back home with the people I love. And cheers to that. This has redefined what I want out of life, and now I know what I want to go achieve, and I'm going to go get it.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef.
We've got a special treat, a simple and beautiful stir fry.
It's time for our amateurs to learn from the professionals in another masterclass.
Masterclass, it's the whole reason that people are here.
As Gary and George show what it takes to join the culinary elite.
So there we have it, chocolate souffle.
And become Australia's first ever MasterChef.
We'll never get a bad stir fry from you ever again.
That's a promise.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
I expect to be the one that's eliminated.
A shock elimination.
Josh, unfortunately, you will not be Australia's first MasterChef.
I really don't think it was his time to go. I don't think he deserved what they did.
Tonight, MasterClass.
Masterclass, it's the whole reason that people are here.
It's time for our amateurs to learn from the professionals.
We've got a special treat.
As the best in the business reveal their kitchen secrets.
We'll never get a bad stir fry from you ever again.
That's a promise.
Yeah.
Today's masterclass, and everyone's very excited because, it's a massive opportunity for us to learn.
Look, Masterclass is amazing. Apart from us cooking or me cooking, it's the whole reason that people are here.
So, where's Josh? He's gone. Bit of a surprise. I didn't expect Josh to disappear. What happened there?
Josh, unfortunately, you will not be Australia's first MasterChef.
It's a life-changing experience. Kate and Sam, they're probably going to be lifelong friends, and walking away from them knowing that they're still in the competition, I'm going to support them with everything I've got.
Kate, upset? You look sad today, yeah?
I think it's just a bit harder for us because I think I speak fairly for the blue team as well, that none of us saw this coming. It's definitely harder. I mean, obviously we are friends with him, but it's harder that we didn't see this coming. We didn't expect it. We don't necessarily think it was a fair choice, so it's working.
But you know that this is what this is about. Surely you know that. People are going to go.
At the end of the day, you know, you guys need to realise that, you know, it is a competition. It's MasterChef, yeah? And we want to find the MasterChef, all right? So you've got to refocus. Refocus. It's MasterClass today. Yeah, it's an exciting day. It's exciting for us because we get to put our jackets on and do what we do best, and that's cook food. And hopefully you guys can learn something from it, take it away, and move on to next week, okay? That's important.
Okay, so we're going to visit squid. This was in our pressure test. Sam and Kate, you got to cook the squid for the first time, something that you found difficult. A char-grilled and stuffed squid with breadcrumbs and garlic.
They all need to move their butts a little bit.
Don't you pop on me, you bastard.
I think she's undercooked the squid. So, Kate, you undercooked that slightly. How did you go?
I was expecting that the hardest part of it was actually going to be preparing the squid, but in actual fact, it wasn't that difficult. It was more the timing. I think I wasted a bit of time trying to figure out how I was actually going to do it, and timing was my issue through the whole thing.
Put it on a bit late.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to demonstrate how to clean the squid, and we're going to make a very, very simple dish from that. And then George is going to make a very, very complicated restaurant-style dish using a slightly different method.
A lot of people do get confused the difference between squid and calamari. Gary, if you could lift up the squid that we've got here. This is an arrow squid, hence, you know, it's like a bow and arrow. The wings start at the top and sort of end in the middle, and they're a lot smaller. On a calamari, they're a lot bigger. Yeah?
And go the length of the body.
And go the length of the body. Is one better than the other? They say calamari is a lot more tender than squid. Beg to differ. It's just the way you cook it, I think. So, yeah, they are two different things.
OK, so what we're going to do is I'm going to show you how to prepare this, and no, it's not hard. Nice and easy to use, and we scared you guys a bit in terms of not wanting to burst the ink sac, right? But sometimes that's inevitable. So if you can, you keep it intact. But basically what you're doing is you're separating the hood from the tentacles and the head. That's the first step. Now, second thing is there's a quill in there. See, that's the ink sac bursting. But you know what? It's OK. You can rinse it out. It's not a problem. Now, you divide the wing from the hood, OK? And with that will come all the skin and basically just peel off, right? And then what I do is I just run a knife or run my hand to remove basically the contents of the stomach and the little float, you know, swim sack or float sack that it's got in there, which is like a gelatinous material in there. With the tentacles, you have to separate the head and the tentacles just below the eyes, all right? And you can actually feel where the tentacles start because they're much stiffer, much firmer than the, you know, from the head where the eyes are. And then there's also the mouth parts of the squid. There's a little beak in there, okay, which has to be removed. So that gets taken out. We've removed the membrane from the outside of the hood and then divide the two wings, and there's a little cartilage or membrane that's quite tough that connects the hood to the wing. I take that away, and then I just scrape off a little membrane off the outside. OK, Sam, up you come. I'm going to show you guys how to do very, very quick pan-fried squid. Do you think you can remember?
I'll give it a crack.
OK, let's go.
All right.
So remember, first of all, you're separating the body. And don't worry too much, you'll feel it give, pull. Yeah. That's right. And then remove the quill. And again, you should be able to tease that, that will come out. Pinch the wings and try and pull away. That's it, perfect, look at that. Perfect. Now separate the head from the tentacles. Yep.
Oh.
That's all right. You cut into the eyes rather than, that's it. And then this one, what I do is there's that natural line where that quill comes from.
Right.
Okay? And I split that along the quill, or the line of the quill, and I make sure that any of that remaining gunk that's in there, or membrane that's on the top of that squid, and again, this may come down to just extra preparation, making sure that you know that you've moved all the little bits and pieces are gone.
Yep.
And then what we want to do is just do very, very lightly, is just to score it at 45-degree angle, like that.
Yeah.
The presentation will be better. So I'm just going to cut the squid hood in half and half again.
Yep.
All right. and you're going to do the same with this one here. So just...
Do you want me to do tentacles first?
Yeah, tentacles and squid.
Lucas, question.
Scoring the squid, inside or outside? I thought it was
Outside.
the inside. It's the outside, isn't it? OK, I thought it was inside.
And this is where the thing with calamari, squid and octopus is confusing. This, you have to cook very quickly and it's tender. If you cook it too long, it goes tough and then it will go tender again. Big octopus in a pot, olive oil, some aromats, lid on, boil or simmer for an hour and then it will be tender, all right? Squid like this, 30 seconds, is done. All right, good, thanks Sam. Good job. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to cook this squid quickly with a bit of olive oil and some butter and a touch of chilli and fennel seed and serve it with some lemon. And this cooking technique is essential in terms of understanding how you keep squid tender, all right? If you barbecue it, it's got to be quick. If you fry it, it's got to be quick. Or it goes completely the other way and it gets braised for a long period of time, OK? So very, very easy. Hot pan. You could use a barbecue. And then this goes in super quick, right? And it's got to cook quickly, otherwise it's going to spoil. And I want a little bit of colour on it. Bit of salt. Already it's curling. Bit of butter. A little bit of chilli. And it takes literally 30 seconds. A bit of fennel in there. I've let it colour on one side, and I'm going to flip it over and let it colour the other side.
Delicious.
Just a squeeze of lemon juice over the top, right? Justine, you want to come and taste it?
Yes.
Just going to put a little bit of salt on.
Looks so good.
Tender?
Not chewy at all.
Pretty much what you'd expect to taste, isn't it?
Yep.
Really
Clean
fresh,
flavours.
really tender.
Yep.
Not much done to it, but beautiful. Really beautiful. And at a very basic level, that's all you have to do to make something taste gorgeous.
Lovely.
Right, guys, the dish that I'm going to cook for you guys today is a calamari dish with 3 different types of cauliflower. To finish the dish, a simple vinaigrette of passion fruit and olive oil, okay? The calamari is shredded, very thin, and cooked in a little bit of butter and water for about 10 seconds. A little bit of salt in there. Okay, you can see that starting to come together. The butter solids and the water is combining and you're making this really sort of creamy emulsion. Then to that, pop our calamari in and we just, with a fork, we just agitate it. We literally give it a quick toss and then that is done. So simple, okay?
Don't forget that you know, people are scared of calamari and think that you have to cook it through. But if you think about it, you eat your salmon rare, it's the same thing. And the key is fresh, okay? Super fresh.
What we've done is we've taken the cauliflower and we're giving you 3 different textures with the cauliflower. Cauliflower number 1 is a cauliflower cream that we sweat down in butter and milk for about 5 minutes until tender, and then we blend to a puree. Okay, so this goes into the liquidizer here. Be really careful when you're making a puree in one of these, have the lid sort of a little bit up so it releases some of the air, because I've seen apprentices, they hold it down and it explodes into their face. Not a good look. And at that point, I just to enrichen it even more, pop a knob of butter in there. And there you go. Cauliflower cream made in like 5 minutes, okay?
Beautiful. I might pass this
around.
Might
taste it for seasoning, Gary.
Ooh.
Is that all right?
Lovely. Beautiful. So if you think about what George just did, he made the simplest cauliflower soup in a sense, didn't he? If you had a touch more milk, then amazing. And when you taste this, you need to understand that all it's got in there is cauliflower milk and a little bit of butter, all right? And you can do that with any vegetable. I remember, Aaron, I think you did a puree, didn't you? A carrot puree or?
Seafood challenge.
Yeah, on the
Carrot
seafood
puree.
challenge. And the fuss that you went around this. And essentially, you can do the same thing with carrot, pumpkin. You don't have to use milk, you can use a splash of water. And it's all in terms of how finely it's chopped, how quickly it's cooked, and preserving that one flavour.
That's about as good as it gets.
Cauliflower number 2 is very simple. It's shaved cauliflower, very thin, dressed with olive oil and sea salt. That's it, and that's that. Done. Cauliflower number 3.
You got enough of this?
Yeah. This is our cauliflower milk that we strained off from making the cauliflower, and we've just frozen that into a container. Sort of need 24 hours, or 12 hours at least. And then we scratch away at that and create this really fine powder that's frozen. So we've got our cauliflower flavour. We've also made a little passion fruit vinaigrette, and it's literally passion fruit and olive oil, fresh passion fruit, okay? Nothing else. We've also got some of this, which is really interesting. It's avgotarajo, or as the Italians call it, butara. And it's the mullet roe. They remove it, they salt it and hang it till it dries out. I think the Spanish use it as well. It's got a lovely saltiness to it, yeah? On its own, very interesting, but with something like cauliflower, it just brings out the flavour. It's really, really lovely. The French have their truffles. This is my truffle. It's expensive, and you just a little bit shaven over a simple pasta. It's beautiful. So we've got our calamari element, our cauliflower element, our passion fruit, and our fourth flavour is something really exciting, dehydrated ouzo. It's basically black olives. We cover them with ouzo and we dry them out in the oven until they crystallise. Once they crystallise, we blend them with almond meal. And a little bit of star anise just to boost the flavour. Do you want to come up, Trevor? Everyone can put their nose in that.
Pass that around.
And pass it. You can try some of that. Smell that if you can.
It's really nice.
You smell star anise for sure.
Trevor, tell me what you're smelling when you get that. Do you get that aniseed?
The real aniseed flavour comes right
Yep.
through straight at the start, and then I think sort of right in the back is the olive.
Yeah.
Just get it.
Yeah, and the butara, or the avotarajo, very interesting. Yeah, it's something that it's a saltiness, fishiness that really elevates food. Yeah. Right, to dress. This is the cauliflower cream. A little flurry on the plate. Our fresh cauliflower. Calombaris next. I'll just do a little mountain of that. Gary, if I can get you to pop the that into that little bunch of calamari, and what that's going to do is, something to that, and it's just going to elevate the calamari. You'll be able to see it, yeah? Right, our dehydrated ouzo powder, and this will just add a really nice spice to the plate, yeah? Okay. Our passion fruit vinaigrette. So the passion fruit vinaigrette, literally fresh passion fruit with olive oil, 50-50. All right, and this will just, that zing, that sort of zestiness with the creaminess of the cauliflower is an absolute gorgeous combination. All right, some of our little basil leaves just on the plate. And then last but not least, this little frozen powder.
Doesn't that look stunning? Just stunning, beautiful. I can see Aaron getting carried away again. Aaron, no.
Aaron, come and taste this, yeah? Right, talk me through it. What are you tasting?
You start off with the cold from the cauliflower. Get the cauliflower. You, the dehydrated ouzo with the squid, and then passion fruit comes through, and then it finishes off with the saltiness. But no, it's really beautiful. It's beautiful.
Why is it so good?
The taste just evolves in your mouth. So it has different notes and different textures through each bite, and you just want to take a bite again.
Fantastic, Aaron. Please sit down.
Cheers.
That's my lunch.
Right, one of you can come up and have another taste. Who wants to taste? Come on, Sandra. Tell me what you're feeling.
I love the flavors together, but I think what really hits me first is the powder. It's just so refreshing. And then you get the creaminess of the cauliflower and the acidity of the passion fruit. And just the softness of the calamari and the butterness. And I can feel the ouzo as well. It's delicious. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful dish. I'll be making that.
So top tips for cooking squid, calamari, octopus, they're all part of the same family. They have that little rule, which is tender, tough, tender. And what that means is how quickly you cook it, it will be tender, and that's really fast. You saw how quickly we cooked the squid, 30 seconds, all right? That's a young baby squid. And then it'll go tough if you keep cooking it. And if you keep cooking it for longer, and I'm talking 45 minutes to an hour, it'll braise and it'll become tender again. So try and remember that tender, tough, tender.
Like all seafood, it must be fresh, okay? It mustn't smell fishy, okay? It's got to smell salty and sweet, like the sea.
We've got a special treat. We've got a rising star in Chinese cuisine in Australia. His name is Frank Sheck from China Doll in Sydney.
Frank, how are you? Welcome.
How are you, Frank?
Thank you very much.
You well?
Yep, good, thank you.
So, I think you can guess we're revisiting the Chinese challenge.
You'll all be working with mushrooms as your core ingredient to create a Chinese-inspired meal.
Kate?
Yes, George.
You did a Chinese stir-fry. She cooked the noodles and then she tossed sesame oil through it and it just needs a couple of drops. She's actually used it like olive oil.
I'll tell you straight, I think it's crap.
So, Kate, you're going to come out and get a lesson on a simple and beautiful stir-fry. Tell us what you're cooking today.
All right, it's a really simple stir fry. Asian mushrooms, we have 6 varieties here.
Yep.
Mixing, we've got king browns,
enoki,
oyster mushrooms, shimijis, fresh shiitake, and black fungus. We're going to team that with some fresh snow peas and baby corn.
Baby corn.
We do a quick garnish with some julienne shallots and coriander at the end.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I mentioned one more.
You've got one more. Is this the secret ingredient?
This is like it's not widely used. This is fermented chili bean curd, and that's going to give a good body to our dish today.
Great. Right, Frank, let's get into it.
Okay. What I've done, just pre-hand, is I've just pressed a piece of tofu between a cloth and a weight on top, just to press out some of the excess water, and that will prevent the tofu from breaking up too easily in the stir-fry. So, Kate, I'm just going to cut that up into little batons. I'll just show you what I mean. So I'll just cut it in half for you first. Okay, it's just like cutting cheese. So just little strips like that, okay? And then the next step is we're going to coat that in tapioca flour, and we're going to fry that first for the dish. That will give almost like a crispy coating, and will help the sauce stick to the tofu as well. And we're gonna just briefly fry this tofu. It won't take long.
Specific oil?
Look, I use vegetable oils and in most of my cooking, but if you have peanut oil, that's a nice base flavor too, or groundnut oil. Any oil which can take a high heat. Great. So basically we're adding another texture almost, if you like. Okay, you just want to move those around gently. Just like that. Just turn them every now and again. Thank you. Okay, so after we fry the tofu, the next step is to briefly fry the vegetables, okay? And the reason we do this in stages is so we don't overcook each part. And then they're assembled quickly at the end once we make our sauce. It's just these are black fungus mushrooms. They grow on trays. They've got a lovely slippery, crunchy texture, so just break them up like that. Just tear them, that's fine. The idea of the stir fry is to have everything almost like uniform pieces, so things cook at the same time. Okay, next mushroom is fresh shiitake. This one gives a nice slippery texture when cooked and nutty flavor as well. Okay, so we're looking for a little bit of color on the tofu. Okay, I think they're good. Good? Yep. So out you come. So that's what you end up with. So it's got like a crispy coating on the outside. Now that crunch will dissipate somewhat once it's in the dish, but it will help to thicken the sauce, and that kind of floury coating will help the sauce to stick to it. Next, what we're going to do, we're going to do our vegetables. The black fungus and the gnocchi are thrown out there, and they don't need much cooking over. Right. These take a bit more cooking. But don't move them too much, because we want the mushrooms to brown. If you move the food too much at the beginning, it tends to sweat, and then the mushrooms give out water, and the whole thing just stews.
And you're putting a touch more oil in because the mushrooms soak it up, don't they?
They look a bit dry, yeah. That's okay. Tom?
In terms of that dish, are you able to add other things to it, like chilies or...?
Oh, absolutely.
So you're not limited?
If you like heat, yes, some fresh chilies you can throw in at the end, or you can chop some green chilies and we fry at the beginning, give a more rounded flavor. But if you like bites, I think at the end. So about another 20 seconds, and then we're going to get the baby corn and the snow peas in. Good. So we've added in the corn and snow peas a bit later because they take less time to cook. The mushrooms take a bit longer cooking. And now what we're going to do is add a little bit of water.
And what does that do, Frank?
So now what's happening is the vegetables are semi-stir-frying, semi-steaming.
So it's pushing them along, it's
that's right.
Injecting them with heat.
Exactly. Okay, so now they can come out now. So just into the big bowl. Yeah, we're just going to make a quick finishing sauce. Is you're going to just quickly chop some garlic and coriander root, and that's going to be one of the base flavors, okay? Okay, we'll do maybe three cloves altogether. The ginger, this is old ginger, so it's got a tougher skin on it, so best to peel it. So I'm just going to do some quick slices while Kate's doing that. And also, ginger, when it's been fried for a little bit in the wok, it develops a really sort of caramelly, sweet aroma, and that's going to permeate through the whole dish. So we're just going to grind up some white peppercorn, whole white peppercorns. So I reckon about that much, and then just like a circular motion, but not to a fine powder, so you leave some crunch. This is some coriander root. Most people use the leaves for garnish and for salads. A lot of Asian people use the roots because there's actually more flavor in the roots for the actual cooking of a dish. So we're just going to get Kate to just cut, just like that. Sure. Okay, beauty.
Jeannie?
Yes, coriander, I've sort of haven't used it in Chinese. I've used it a lot in Thai cuisine. Is that a modern fusion?
Oh, right. No, coriander is prevalent all throughout China. I mean, my Cantonese is background, and my grandma used to grow coriander in the backyard. I don't know how she managed it in Scotland, but she did. But no, we like the strong flavor of coriander very much. The Chinese use a lot of coriander. Hot wok back on the heat. Just a medium heat this time, because we're going to cook these aromats, and Kate's done a job of cutting them finely, so we don't want too hot, otherwise it will burn. About 1.5 tablespoons of that.
How does that smell, Kate?
Like garlic.
Like garlic, strong garlic. Yeah, and pepper, like really strong garlic and pepper. Like it totally
that's right.
Releases all the aromats.
Yeah. So we don't want to brown too much, so now we're going to go in with some chicken stock. Not very much, yep. And then our sauce ingredients, so we've got oyster sauce, soy, and sugar.
Smells nice.
Oh, it smells beautiful.
I can smell the pepper more now.
Okay, so now what we need is just a little nodule of the fermented bean curd. So you just push that through the sieve, and that will help it to melt into the sauce so you don't get unattractive lumpy bits in your sauce.
And that's a very strong flavour, you say?
That's correct. So the Chinese usually use this when they're eating things like congee, like a basic rice gruel. So that will flavour the whole bowl. So you want to stir that in. Thank you, Kate. Doesn't take much. Okay, so I don't want to produce too much more. I'm just going to add a little bit of stock, and then this is the final stage. We're just going to toss everything together. So in with the vegetables. In with the tofu. And shallot battens, cut earlier. All right, Kate, you're going to do this bit, sesame oil.
Are you sure you trust me with this?
Yeah, go on. Just like 1 or 2 splashes. 1, 2, 3. Oh, one more. Go on. Go on. One more. That's it. Okay, now toss together. Okay, so I've just put in the fresh gnocchis and the black fungus at the end. Now just fold that through. So we've got lots of different textures in this dish now. And now we're ready to come out onto the plate. Here's a finished dish. That's wok fried Asian mushrooms, baby corn, snow peas, and tofu.
Fantastic. Well done. So, Kate, you're gonna taste and tell
I certainly am.
tell us what you.
Gary, I'll be tasting as well. Fantastic.
And these are all really simple ingredients you can pick up anywhere. I mean, they sound like very plain ingredients, but when you do them like this, they all come to the forefront.
Tell us, Kate. What do you think? What are you tasting there?
Just the balance of flavours. It's perfect. All the flavours are quite subtle, but together they work. Yeah. Definitely.
Kate, we'll never get a bad stir fry from you ever again.
That's a promise.
Yeah.
Thank you for your help.
No worries. Good luck with the rest.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Really appreciate it, Frank. Thanks for coming. Okay, great. Thanks, Frank. Appreciate it.
In this week's mystery box, let's just recap. No! We had an orange, chocolate, coconut, sugar, eggs, and self-raising flour. Let's just remember those dishes that you all did. Pikelets, dumplings. What you could have done is a really elegant souffle, and Gary's going to demonstrate that for you.
Now, Justine, you're going to help me here, since you're our French guru. Now, first up, you've got some chocolate to melt. Just pop that onto the double boiler there. Just bring the water to the boil, put the bowl over the top, pull it off and put it on the side, and the heat in the bowl will be enough for the chocolate to melt. Now, whatever you do, don't get water in the chocolate. Ruins it, all right? Now, next up, butter the moulds. So soft butter, and you don't have to slather the thing, okay? You can lightly brush with butter, and the whole idea is to, first of all, get a good, even layer through the mould. Anybody know what will happen if I miss a bit? It'll stick. Next part is to do this. Go up like this. And those little lines, believe it or not, will help that souffle pop up. And what we're going to do is just sugar these. What the sugar does is the heat hits the outside of the container, the butter will melt, the sugar will melt, and it will slide upwards. So both the sugar and the butter help facilitate that little cork action that you're going to get on the souffle mixture. All right. The other nice thing it does is as it cooks for longer, so it's in the oven for about 8 to 10 minutes, you get this lovely little crusty, sugary coating around the outside of the souffle, which is delicious. Chris, you had a question?
We didn't have butter, so what do you suggest with the bowls?
You can use oil. You can use spray oil, and actually the spray oils work quite well because they put very, very fine, even coating that you can sugar. It'll do the same thing. So egg whites next. We've separated the eggs. Okay, so you've got 4 yolks, got your 4 whites. And we're going to put a little bit of sugar in first, just to get the egg, just to get the meringue started. All right, so a little bit of sugar. You just tip that straight off into there. Put more in. Yeah, be generous. Yeah.
So when you do savoury ones,
When you're doing savoury ones, you obviously don't use sugar.
You know, if you're doing a savoury one like a cheese one, you can use breadcrumbs or parmesan.
Okay.
Yep. So again,
you
it's
just don't ever use just butter?
No. I think what it is that it just it helps form like this little crispy crust on the souffle as it pops up. So what I'm looking for here is a soft peak, all right? I don't want to overdevelop the egg white. So you had orange, right? And some of you actually, I think Poe, you did like a Jaffa sauce. Somebody else did that sort of Jaffa concept as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a chocolate and Jaffa souffle. So I have to candy the oranges, all right? So it basically means smothering it in sugar, putting a good dash of water in there, and then popping it on the heat, bringing it up to the boil and letting it cool, and then bringing it up to the boil and letting it cool. So, warm chocolate. I want you to stir those in really well, and it'll stiffen up more. Now, what the egg yolk's going to do, it's going to act sort of like a custard in a sense. It's going to bind the chocolate with the egg white, okay? And it's going to give it a good old mix, yeah. Give it a good old mix. So it's going to create some bonding, some binding for the souffle. Otherwise, it would just like boil and bubble and spill out of the mould, right? Okay. Now, the way I do it is I mix in 1/3 of the egg white. It's just to form a batter, okay? So just mix that. Doesn't matter how it is. Yep. As long as it loosens the whole mixture and facilitates the rest of the egg white going in, that's what you want. It's the following addition of egg white that has to be gentle, and you have to turn and fold. Perfect. Right. So I'll show you how we do this now. Fold very gently, just to incorporate, until you get this nice light batter. All right? Okay? Now, this is the orange that's been confying down in that sugar. So you get that lovely sort of candied orange. And that's that, you know, the Jaffa flavour that you guys were after? That's what that is. Now, what we've got to do, I'll do one, and all I want to do is half full, and try not to splash the mixture onto the side. Because what we're going to do is going to put a little bit of that Jaffa orange into the mix. All right, off you go. Ooh, don't want to drip it on the sides. Because if you drip it on the sides, you've got to wipe it off. And once you've got to wipe it off, then you're getting into all sorts of trouble. So any little bits that you've got on there need to come off, all right? And hopefully it'll still be greasy enough. And they go into the oven at just on 200 degrees, okay? For about 8 to 10 minutes. All right, Justine? Once they're in the oven, you can sit back down. Thank you very much. Should we open the door on the oven? No. I don't think it matters. These days, the ovens will recover very, very quickly. They're convection ovens, and so the air's moving around inside, so they heat back up very, very quickly. Now, with this, you didn't have this, but I'm just going to serve it with a chocolate cream, grated chocolate, and whipped cream. That's it, all right? And what's really nice with a souffle is you've always got something. Like if you didn't have this, then make an orange sauce so that you can puncture the top of the souffle. It should always be slightly undercooked inside, so it's a little bit gooey. And then you pour the sauce in, hole in the middle, double cream with chocolate in it, which will melt as it goes in. It's just gorgeous. Okay, George, should we get the souffles out?
Yep, will do.
Why not? Can you see what's happened on this one?
Yeah.
See on that side? And look at the other one. It's gone up like a cork. This one's gone up like a cork. Now, that could be the temperature of the oven, but it's unlikely. More to do with the fact that it's caught on this little edge, OK? So there we have it, chocolate souffle. You could have done that out of your mystery box. Justine, let's go.
It's my lucky day.
Now, the best thing we can do is just open it up, and it should be gooey in the middle, and then you drop a bit of the cream in the middle.
Ah, that's nice.
So you can go on your bistro menu. Go, eat.
So it's supposed to be that good, is it?
Yeah. Well, I'll put the cream in, don't forget.
Yeah, I know
Okay, so let's hope you learned something from today. Let's bear in mind all of those little tips and tricks that you not only got from us, but also from Frank as well with the Chinese class. Really, really valuable lessons, okay? And if you'd have produced that souffle, you could have possibly won the mystery box challenge that we did. And who knows, maybe the person who eliminated wouldn't have been if they just had that one extra recipe in their repertoire. So this is how important it is, guys, okay? So,
right, guys, let's eat.
Let's grab some stuff and pour a glass of wine, yeah? Lucas is on the wine.
Always Lucas
Always
at the
on
bar.
the wine.
At the bar.
Well done.
Right, guys, another fantastic masterclass. Well done. Cheers.
Next time on MasterChef Australia.
Cook like you're going to save the world.
The mystery box throws up another surprise.
If you're ever going to take a massive risk, this is the challenge to do it in.
Before the chefs get creative in an invention challenge.
I feel excited. I feel that they've stepped up.
Who will stand out from the crowd?
You are really looking like a real chef, yeah?
And who will taste defeat?
That's almost like Vegemite on the plate.
I could give that dish a miss.
I'm very, very angry at myself. Why the hell didn't I just do steak and chips?
Last week on MasterChef Australia.
This competition is getting serious now.
Two teams cooked for the fiercest critics in the country.
If a restaurant critic is quiet, I think that's probably a pretty good thing.
And while two more cooks were eliminated, Julia beat a celebrity chef to be fast-tracked to the final week of the competition.
I was never expecting it, and I did it.
Tonight, the contenders face two challenges.
Push the envelope and show us what you can really do.
The mystery box throws up another surprise.
It's the challenge that dictates the rest of your week.
Before they get creative in the Invention Challenge.
I feel excited. I feel that they've stepped up.
Why the hell didn't I just do steak and chips?
There can only be one Master Chef, and they will get the chance to work in Australia's top restaurants, publish their own book, and win $100,000.
So here we are, start of a new week in MasterChef. I'm still in the competition. I'm surprised even myself.
You excited about today, Katie?
Yes. I like Mystery Box Challenge.
There's 13 people left in this competition, and if I don't pick up my slack, I don't have a hope in hell of winning this.
I think everyone's looking forward to a new start. First challenge of the week tends to be the mystery box, so that'll be really good.
Morning, Chris.
I love being faced with some random ingredients that have to really stretch your skills and do something. So it's a really good start to the week for me.
A mystery box is a magic box day because it could make or break the next section of the competition.
Today's a tough day in the MasterChef kitchen. There's two challenges in one day. It's the only day where we cook twice.
I would hate to be in the bottom three. It's not somewhere that I've been, and it's not somewhere where I want to go.
Hello everyone. 13 of you remain in the race to become Australia's first MasterChef, so the heat is really turning up. As you progress further and further in this competition, the standard of your cooking must improve dramatically. And today's Mystery Box Challenge is no exception. Using the ingredients in that box, you will now be required to make the best dish you can in just 30 minutes. Gary, George and Matt will be watching you as you cook, and they'll choose the most standout dishes to taste. From those dishes, they'll choose a winner.
The winner of the mystery box earns the right to pick the core ingredient for today's main challenge, the Invention Test.
The Invention Test is extremely important. It's the challenge that dictates the rest of your week.
It's time to reveal what's in the mystery box, so you can lift the lids now.
Every time that I go into the mystery box and I see the ingredients, my mind just goes blank.
You have a whole snapper.
Fantastic. I love cooking fish. I come from an island. We cook with fish all the time.
Eggs, a potato, chili, and beer.
My background is beer. I run a beer business, so that put a big smile on my face.
A really beautiful piece of snapper can be used in many ways: steamed, roasted whole, pan-fried, fillets taken off. It's really endless.
I've got a million, well, maybe not a million, but I've got a heap of recipes running through my head.
Remember that this challenge is all about winning. It's not about avoiding losing, so be inventive. Push the envelope and show us what you can really do.
I have to do something extraordinary.
We normally only taste 3 dishes. Today, we're prepared to taste 5. So please give us that opportunity of pulling out 5 of you as potential winners.
If you're ever going to take a massive risk, this is the challenge to do it in.
Okay, guys, you've got all your ingredients. You know what to do next. Good luck.
Your 30 minutes starts now. Hey, Chris.
Hello.
So, what's the dish?
I'm going to lightly rub the carcass with a bit of soy. Then I'm going to make a really nice seasoned flour. Fry those fillets off. Make a really nice little ginger chili dipping sauce.
I was convinced you were going to do fish and chips with that beer.
I'm just going to drink the beer.
I have actually been the top 3 twice, both times that I cook from the heart. So the decision is to bake snapper on a bed of lightly scented lemon potatoes.
Yeah, you want to draw it down the lateral line first, yeah. And do it both sides. Aaron, you look like you're really struggling there.
I've never filleted a whole fish before.
Sandra, that looks very interesting. What is it?
That's ceviche.
Ceviche?
Ceviche.
Finally, Sandra gets to cook something.
I have to make it, because I probably won't get
From
the
South
chance.
America?
No, Peru.
Oh, Peru.
Ceviche originally comes first from Peru and then from Chile.
Okay, beautiful. And what's the...
I'm going to serve it on the lemon.
Lemon ice?
Like lemon boats.
Oh,
Boats.
lemon boats.
Represents the sea.
Best of luck. OK, guys, you're halfway through. 15 minutes left.
15 minutes to go, and I am freaking out.
Andre?
Yes.
What are you cooking?
I'm making open lasagna.
Yep.
I'm baking the fish and serve it with a garlic pureed bechamel.
Have you done that dish before?
No.
Julie, what's cooking?
I'm going to do a fish broth with chilli, garlic, ginger, and poach the fish in the broth.
Interesting. What do you got in there?
I've got all the fish carcass, and I've got some chunks of ginger and garlic, a strip of lemon, and some chilli.
OK, guys, you've got 10 minutes. 10 minutes left.
I feel excited. I feel like they've stepped up.
Yeah, there's a mood in the room, and it's different from last week.
Hey, Sandra, that for me is exciting.
Yeah.
Why? Because she's grabbing her roots, looks fresh, looks healthy.
It smells nice.
Beautiful.
What have you done there? You've fried the whole thing.
Look, I think it's too beautiful a piece of fish to actually cut up.
What's the batter, or have you floured it?
Well, it's using the red lantern, where I did my kitchen thing the other day.
Yeah.
I'm using my experience from the red lantern, coating the fish with egg white and flour, frying that up, and then doing a lemon sauce.
Tom's done that big whole fish. He's thought about his work experience.
He's gone to Red Lantern, he's listening, and he's going to put up a beautiful dish, I hope.
Another one that I'm really keen about is Kate. She's just ignored the fish.
I make the risky decision not to use the snapper at all. I decided to do potato samosas. I know that doing a vegetarian dish today is going to be something that no one else is going to attempt.
OK, guys, you've got 3 minutes left.
I was feeling really relaxed. Yeah, I kind of wiped up, kicked back, had a beer and watched everybody run around like lunatics. It was great.
Who aren't we impressed with?
I think Aaron has absolutely hacked that fish.
Yeah.
He's taken a chainsaw through it.
Who else?
Julie's dish.
She's got that gorgeous snapper, and I don't like wishy-washy fish dishes. OK, guys, you've got 1 minute. Food needs to be going on the plates. OK, that's it, guys. Your time is up.
You've just had 30 minutes to make the best dish you could using the ingredients in your mystery box. The judges are now ready to taste the most appealing dishes that they saw. From there, they will declare the winner of today's challenge. Now, the winner gets an incredible advantage in the next challenge. They get to go into the pantry and choose the core ingredient for today's invention test.
The person that wins this can pick an ingredient that no one else knows how to use, so this can pretty much make or break the rest of the contestants.
Gary, George and Matt, can you please now reveal the dishes you'd like to taste?
You've all lifted today with the Snapper Challenge, and it's actually making our job of choosing which dishes to taste far harder. The first dish we want to try is Sandra's.
When they called me to go up, I thought, wow, you know, finally I'm getting something out there that they're interested in.
Sandra, what's the dish?
The dish is a ceviche of snapper, cooked in lemon juice, garlic and chili.
By cooked, it's not actually cooked with heat, is it?
No, it's not cooked with heat. What the lemon does is the acidity actually goes through the actual fish and it cooks it.
So was it a risk, do you think, making a ceviche?
Absolutely, yes, Gary, it was a risk. I was missing coriander and I was missing onions, but it was a risk I had to take.
It's really fresh, it's really acidic. The fish has got a lovely texture, nice hit of chili, and very healthy. What are you trying to do? I'm going to lose weight if I eat more of these dishes.
Sandra, that's an absolute cracker. I love this dish.
Thank you, George.
If you brought that to me in your cafe and served it to me, I'd be a very, very happy man. And I'd probably stay for dessert and then maybe come back and order that again. So congratulations.
Thank you, Matt.
I started to get tears in my eyes of joy. I thought, wow, this is going to prove to myself more than anything, really, that I can really do very good dishes.
The next dish we'd like to taste belongs to Julie.
Woohoo! I'm stoked. It means I'm going to get feedback. Whether it's good or bad, I'm going to get some feedback on this one.
Tell us what you've cooked.
I've poached some snapper in an Asian-style broth with crispy ginger.
We were actually worried, me and Gary, when we saw it bubbling away on the stove. You know, you definitely pulled it off at the end.
Thank you.
This dish really defines what we talk about when we say elegant simplicity. Slightly fishy, slightly ginger, slightly chili, leaves no residue around the mouth. So you really want to come back and have another spoonful, so congratulations.
Thank you. I feel 10 foot tall and bulletproof.
The third dish that we'd like to taste is Jenny's.
Great. The mothers are coming one by one.
Jenny, what have we got?
It's the whole baked fish roasted in the oven with a bed of potatoes.
Thank you for leaving the head on, because people freak out about the head.
Out of respect, I could not ruin that fish. I had to cook it as it is.
flavour's really delicious, but the potatoes are a little bit undercooked.
The next dish that we'd like to taste is Tom's.
Taking my plate up to the judges, the only thing I'm really concerned about is that the fish will actually fall over, so I'll end up with the flat fish on a plate.
Tom, what's the dish?
Lemon fish swimming in a chili and ginger sea.
It's definitely straight out of Jaws, isn't it? Dun-dun, 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 dun-dun. Tom, you're listening. Your time at Red Lantern, you're absorbing all these things, and that's great, mate, because you're actually putting that into your food. The fish is moist. It's really delicious and delicate.
No, impeccably cooked fish. It's a very clever dish. It's beautifully understated. It looks spectacular. Congratulations. It's probably your best work. Well done.
Thank you.
It's great having praise from people like Gary and Matt. It's a good feeling.
We've seen some good dishes, but there can only be one more. The last person that we'd like to taste, Andre.
I'm not a little bit disappointed. I'm pissed off.
I was confident in my dish, but I had a sneaking suspicion that there were a few bones in the fish.
What would you call this dish?
It's an open lasagna. The first bone came out of Gary's mouth. I knew that that wasn't a good thing.
To find a bone in there is a horrible thing.
I had so many processes. I do apologise.
Just remember, if I was choking in your restaurant right now, it doesn't matter what you say to me as a customer. On the way out in the ambulance, I might not be too happy.
Well, the judges are now ready to reveal who made the best dish today.
Well, we had 5 fabulous dishes, all technically quite different, which is a lovely surprise.
I think that I'm in there with a good chance.
But there can only be one winner.
Could be any one of the 5 that gets to the pantry.
The winner of today's Mystery Box Challenge is Tom.
I'm happy and flattered that they actually think I've cooked the best dish, because I still think that it wasn't as good as it could have been.
Congratulations, Tom. You've now earned yourself a massive advantage in today's main challenge. You now get to go into the pantry first, before everybody else, and choose the central ingredient that everyone else must use in today's Invention Test.
It's a really, really big advantage to have the power to choose the ingredients. I really wish I had the power.
The winner today has a massive prize in store, the opportunity at a free ticket through to the final week of this competition. The 3 worst performers will be left to fight for their lives in the pressure test, an elimination round.
If you win this, you've got the chance to go straight through to the last week of MasterChef. And we know that to be true because Julia proved that it can be done. She cooked off against a celebrity chef and won.
9 out of 10.
After seeing Julia win, everyone's got this, belief that it can really happen.
Now the theme for today's Invention Test is French.
Look at me.
There's a few smiles there. Justine, big grin from ear to ear. Well, do you think you might win this one?
I'd love to win this one.
I know you'd love to win this one.
Mum used to have a little French restaurant when she first came to Australia. I remember sitting as a little girl up on the bench, watching her do her sauces, her stocks, her stews. Even walking in the door, coming back from school, and you could smell it. It's French cooking's home for me.
French food is beautiful. It's got so much soul and so much technique, yeah? So bring us something beautiful.
Tom, it's time to head into the pantry.
I'm happy because I have an understanding of French food and French cuisine, but it all depends on what the 3 core components are.
Tom, what do you hope is under one of these 3 cloths?
Look, I'm hoping for either seafood, a meat or poultry.
Okay. And you think that would give you the advantage over the others?
I think so, because that's what I'm comfortable with cooking.
Let's reveal number 1. Gruyere cheese. What do you think's under this one?
I'm thinking something to do with the dessert.
Possibly. Sweet short crust pastry, so you were right. And number 3? Ribeye beef.
So, Tom, you have to make a decision. Which core ingredient are you going to pick?
Look, I think I'll go with the beef.
The beef?
Yeah.
You sure?
I'm positive.
You've got 5 minutes to choose 10 other ingredients from the pantry. Your time starts now.
The dish that I'm thinking of doing is making a stuffing for the ribeye. The other ingredients I choose are garlic, cream, butter, a blue cheese, duck fat, and some herbs, and I'm thinking tarragon.
OK, Tom, your time's up.
Let's go and reveal the core product to the rest of the group.
Okay.
Well, Tom, step forward, reveal your choice.
It is beef.
It was beef. You know, everyone in the building has probably cooked beef at one point in time, so yeah, it's not as if you had a massive advantage.
So, you'll all be using a rib-eye of beef to make a French-inspired dish. You'll be able to go into the pantry now and select no more than 10 more ingredients. You'll have 2 minutes to do this. The first group to go into the pantry is this 6 here. Are you ready? Your 2 minutes starts now.
If I'm in the bottom 3 again, I'll be so disappointed. I don't ever want to go through that elimination challenge again. It's horrible.
I'm here to win, so I'll do everything I can to stay out of the bottom 3.
You have less than 30 seconds, guys. Your time is up.
Final group, your 2 minutes starts now.
As the numbers get smaller, the more and more you really don't want to be in the bottom 3.
I've been working quite hard and you know, the judges are seeing that. So hopefully I'll stay there and pull out a good dish.
What happened to them?
You have 30 seconds to go. OK, your time's up, guys. Jenny, Andre, your time's up. Let's go. OK, guys, remember the rules. 1 core ingredient, 10 ingredients from the pantry. Let's cook the best French dish you've ever done. You have 1 hour, and your time starts now.
Gary announces that it's time to start, and as per usual, everyone's just manic right away.
bloody 5 pans, pots, bloody food processor. I'm walking back like Father Christmas with a bunch of toys on his chest.
My presumption was that everybody would just grill the piece of meat, simply pan fry it and make up a red wine sauce or a hollandaise or a béarnaise or something like that. That was going to be the typical approach, and I wanted to do something different to everybody else.
Chris, what are you doing? You've got some interesting ingredients. You've got brioche, eggs, gherkins, little cornichons, salt, shallots.
Steak tartare, classic French dish.
Steak tartare, of course, is a raw beef dish. It's minced or very, very finely diced.
Cheese?
That's to eat.
Are you kidding?
No.
Big bucket of milk boiling up there. What's going on?
I'm going to put the celeriac in that, and then I'm going to take it to a puree.
Yep.
And then I'm going to do a red wine reduction sauce with mushrooms.
Good. What can go wrong here?
Probably everything. But...
Put myself under a bit of pressure today. I can't be in the bottom 3 again, because being in the bottom 3 again would effectively, to me, mean that I don't deserve to be in the competition.
I wanted to double cook the steak, so I took the best piece out of it that I could to make it look quite nice and refined.
So, Trevor, Chef, what are you doing? You've got a red wine sauce bubbling away.
Coming down, I'm going to confit some carrots. I'm just going to parboil them and finish them off with a bit of butter, a little bit of chestnut honey to give them some sweetness, and then some caramelised shallots and a compound butter of thyme and garlic on top.
All right, so beef, carrots and onions, really, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's steak and veg.
Good, wholesome dish, isn't it?
Wicked.
Yes. What are you cooking for us?
Steak and fries, but instead of doing fries, I'm gonna just boil potatoes and smash them, thyme and oven them in butter.
All right.
And mushroom sauce.
Lovely.
Aaron?
Yes, George.
You look very stressed, yeah?
Yeah, just the burner.
What are you cooking?
I'm doing a beef tiviere.
Yeah.
So pastry, beef filling, bacon, onion, garlic filling.
So it's a classical French pie.
Yeah, pretty much.
Retrospect, yeah.
It's something different, and no one else here actually has the ability to make their own pastry in that sort of time. So I thought, well, I'll play to my strengths.
30 minutes to go. 30 minutes. Sandra?
Yes.
What's cooking?
I'm making a potato gratin with garlic, and then I'm searing the beef with mushroom sauce.
Delicious.
As a mum, I cook this mushroom sauce a lot and my kids love it, so I was hoping that the judges would love it too.
Tom, how are you going to combine all these ingredients?
I've actually stuffed this with a garlic batter with a bit of the rock root.
Right, so you're going to have basically a pan-fried or roasted rib
pan-fried.
with garlic butter.
Yep.
Are you pleased you picked the ingredients you did with your 5 minutes?
I am. Perfectly happy.
Tom, are you feeling confident?
I'm feeling okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm never confident until the very end.
Okay.
Okay, good luck. Okay, guys, you've got 15 minutes to go. Who's doing well?
Chris.
Chris?
Interesting
Steak tartare. His dream is beer and food.
Yeah.
And it's the sort of thing that I'd expect him to know how to make.
That's right.
Who are you concerned about?
Look, I think the world's concerned about Aaron. Yeah, honestly.
No, I just won't use it. I'll just reduce the veal glaze.
Frustrates me, you know.
You want him to succeed.
I want him to succeed because, you know, the Petivier, he's the only one out there really going out on a limb.
Yeah.
But can he pull it off?
And Tom, a mystery box winner, he was the first into the pantry. Is this going to be a good dish?
I don't know, Gary. You know, he's brushed the beef with the cheese, and for me, it's going to hit the pan and maybe go too salty.
Yeah. So overall, how do you think they're doing?
Yeah, overall, I think they're doing a great job. I think they're understanding that it's French flavours, and French flavours are things like red wine, they are things like thyme, tarragon, butter, cream. As long as they keep that all in proportion and they cook the steak beautifully.
We're going to be happy, aren't we?
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm going to make my glaze, and I put the veal stock into the hot pan, and there's an open flame next to it, and the fat catches fire.
That flame was massive. It was like he'd poured alcohol on it.
So I quickly take it off, and fortunately, I managed to actually blow it out.
son looked quite nervous. He looks, you know, not comfortable.
I'd done my celeriac puree and I opened up the liquidizer.
Sam.
And opened it from the wrong spot and it all fell out the bottom.
It wasn't the best thing. I'm giving myself too much to do today.
Right, guys, 5 minutes to go. Cook like you're going to save the world. Do you hear me?
I'm basically assembling my dish. I've got a lot of time to spare. I don't know if I was just being cocky or not, but I thought it'd be nice to have a bit of cheese while I was waiting around. I should have got a bottle of wine, actually. One ingredient down, I could have afforded it.
OK, guys, 30 seconds to go. So you need to be plating up now if you are not. OK, time's up, that's it. Tools down. Well done, good effort. It's all up to the dish now. There's nothing more we can do.
When I'm looking around trying to see what everyone else has done, it all looks pretty plain and simple. Mine actually looks quite fancy.
You've just completed today's Invention Test. You had 1 hour to make a French-inspired meal using a ribeye of beef as your core ingredient. Sandra, you're up first. Please bring your plate up to the judges.
I walk towards the judges and I'm just so nervous because I want this so much. I want to win this.
That's lovely, really nice. What makes it nice? It's just packed full of flavour.
Thank you, Gary.
That is just delightful. The flavour's great, the potatoes are beautiful. Well done.
Beautiful. Please take your plate and return to your station. Thank you.
Trevor, please come forward with your dish.
Funny little dish. There's some good flavours in there, Trevor. It's just not all gelling together for me.
That's almost like Vegemite on the plate.
I out-clevered myself. I tried to be something I'm not. Why the hell didn't I just do steak and chips?
Jenny, please bring your plate forward.
To be honest, I could give that dish a miss.
Lucas, you're up next.
Nice food. I think if you put that in front of most people, they'd eat it, they'd enjoy it, and they'd be perfectly happy with it. The sauce, which should kind of pull it all together, just doesn't quite do that.
This was the one chance I had to make the perfect dish to be in the top 3, and they didn't like it.
Aaron, please come forward with your dish.
I'm actually really proud of you, Aaron, because you actually went out on a limb here. We've criticised you a lot, yeah? You've given us some shit, yeah? But what I really like about it is this pastry. It's actually really crumbly and salty and it's weirdly nice.
Weird is good, nice is even better, so no, I was pretty chuffed with that.
Tom.
That Roquefort is really, really strong. And with the garlic.
Whoa! I think you've just taken it too far. There's just too many things happening there. It's Luna Park on a hot day, you know?
They can see what they say, and look, I'm open to criticism.
Chris, please bring your plate up to the judges.
Walking up towards the judges and I'm seeing steak after steak after steak, beautifully cooked, and I'm thinking, oh, shit, what have I done?
Classic steak tartare. So swipe the egg yolk, mix it in.
Yeah.
For those that don't eat steak tartare, what you've got to appreciate is this sort of lovely, soft, slippery raw beef. It's got to be absolutely fresh. You've achieved that.
I hate raw beef because it freaks me out, especially a raw egg yolk on it. But I'm going to give it a go. You know what, mate? You've pulled it off. Well done.
That's a great interpretation. And you should walk back feeling very proud of what you achieved, Chris.
Thank you. Matt doesn't readily say things like that, so I was feeling good about it.
Julie, the judges are ready to taste your dish.
The steak is delicious. The tarragon salt is exceptional. Well done, Julie.
Kate, you're up next.
There's so many big flavours going on in that dish, and it just becomes like too much.
Andre, please bring your plate up to the judges.
I love that crust, and I love the way you've presented it. You've taken it to another level.
Poe, the judges are ready to taste your dish.
That's fantastic.
They're fantastic. It's a great idea. It's a great dish. Congratulations. Really good stuff.
Matt gave me a knock on the table after he'd finished tasting my dish, which is a good indicator that I might be in the top 3.
And lucky last, Sam?
I'm confident I'm showing enough with my dish to show that I'm developing as a cook, and I hope that's enough.
The steak is very well caramelised, almost too much, I think. It's on the verge, for me, of being overcooked.
Really?
Feels like a bit of a pub meal.
Okay.
You think this is the bottom 3 dish?
I hope not. I tried really hard today, I really did, and it wasn't good enough. I was so pissed off at myself, I just threw my dish in the bin. I don't think I'd felt so emotional about this competition at any other point.
Not happy with that one, huh?
Oh, I was before I brought it to you guys.
Why are you so gutted? I mean, and angry? You chuck it in the bin, you know?
It's disappointing today. I thought it'd be okay.
Look, these are the ups and downs of the competition. We get to learn what's right and what's wrong. If you never get to learn what's right and wrong, and you just serve shit, you still want to be here? Is this what you want?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'll teach you a good red wine sauce, okay?
I feel like I have so much left to offer this competition, so much more to gain from it. Going home now would seem like I've cheated myself.
The judges have tasted all your dishes. They will now decide who made the best dish and who made the worst dishes. Now, the winner is about to be handed a shot at a free ride through to the final week of this competition. It's really a golden opportunity. The bottom 3 performers, however, will be back here in the kitchen tomorrow to face the pressure test. The worst performer in the pressure test will be leaving immediately. I will now call out some names. If you hear yours, please step forward. Aaron.
First up, Aaron. Oh, see, he's not in the top 3, surely.
Justine.
I know I'm not top 3, so I think I'm in the bottom 3, and I was absolutely gutted.
Jenny. Andre. Julie.
I'm not sure which way it's going. Oh, I think I might be in the top 3.
Lucas. Kate.
And then they called a 7th person. And if I was intelligent, I may have worked it out at that point, but I mustn't be, because I didn't. And I'm thinking, I don't understand.
Congratulations. The 7 of you performed well enough today to secure your spot in the competition. You can now head home and we'll see you back here in the morning.
Thanks, guys. Well done.
The 6 of you left represent those who presented the 3 best and 3 worst dishes of the day.
I look around and I think, unless there's some miracle, I'm actually in the bottom 3.
I call your name. Please step forward. Poe. Sandra. And Chris. Congratulations. You 3 have presented us with the 3 most delicious dishes that we ate today.
Finally, I'm amongst the winners.
3 amazing dishes, but only, sadly, 1 winner. And that winner is Chris.
Matt revealed that I'd won, which was fantastic. I'm glad I went out on a bit of a limb in cooking a raw dish. It was great.
You are really looking like a real chef, yeah? I hate raw meat, I hate tartare, but I ate that today and walked away and went, you know what? That's not bad at all. That is a real chef's dish. Well done, keep it going.
Thanks.
Chris, you'll be returning here in just a couple of days to cook off against one of Australia's most respected chefs. Congratulations.
It's exciting and it's really nerve-wracking all at the same time.
Well done, Poe and Sandra.
Thank you.
The 3 of you can now head home.
Well done. Good luck.
Bye, guys.
So this will be it, 2 weeks in a row, and yeah, having to cook for my life again.
Tom, Sam and Trevor, unfortunately, the judges decided your dishes were not up to scratch. You are the bottom 3.
I'm angry. I'm very, very angry at myself. I don't know what the hell went through my head today.
Trevor, I get the feeling that you don't honestly believe that you should be standing here. I get the sense that you disagree with us about your dish.
That's absolutely wrong, Chef. I agree that my dish was a total atrocity today. I could have filled one of my stinky boots with rancid cottage cheese and it would have been better than what I put on the plate today.
Sam, did you doubt that dish at all?
Yes.
There you go. The minute you doubt it from here, well then, and if it's not coming from there, well then it's pointless.
Tom, I can't believe that you had the opportunity to not only choose a core ingredient, have first pick in the pantry, and have that extra time to think about what you're going to do. How did you let that happen?
I don't know. I'm completely disappointed in myself, embarrassed. Embarrassed because I did choose the core component and here I am. So, look, I don't know.
Tom, Sam and Trevor, you have an anxious 24 hours ahead of you. You'll all be facing the pressure test.
Absolutely not ready to go home. No way. I'm going to go out kicking and screaming.
2 of you will scrape through. 1 of you, however, will be going home immediately.
I would need to perform extremely well tomorrow to beat these 2 guys.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
See you later.
Guys. See you later, guys.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
None of you should be standing here.
3 chefs go head-to-head in a pressure test.
Could not be a worse situation that I've put myself in.
But the judges have a shock in store.
It's going to be hard to decide who's going to go home.
This is going to be very close.
Later this week, Chris cooks off against celebrity chef Alex Herbert.
Good luck. You'll need it.
Plus, 2 teams take part in our biggest challenge yet.
50,000 people, guys, make us proud.
Who will have what it takes to please the masses and avoid elimination? Last night on MasterChef Australia.
Cook like you're going to save the world.
Tom, Sam and Trevor finished last in the Invention Challenge.
Very, very angry at myself. Why the hell didn't I just do steak and chips?
But for Chris, victory.
You are really looking like a real chef, yeah?
Tonight, the bottom 3 face off.
It could not be a worse situation that I've put myself in.
3 chefs head-to-head in the pressure test.
This is when it all counts. Make it look beautiful.
And for one of them, the prospect of elimination.
This is going to be very close.
There can only be one MasterChef, and they will get the chance to work in Australia's top restaurants, publish their own cookbook, and win $100,000.
I'm in the bottom 3 again, and to be perfectly honest, I have to question the fact that I've done it 2 weeks in a row. So I'm gonna have to cook my socks off to remain here.
I'm definitely feeling for Sam, Trevor and Tom today. All 3 of them are really strong players in the competition, and I'm really surprised that those 3 ended up all together in one pressure test.
The meat is overcooked. There's no doubt about it. It's medium well.
It's too small. There's too many elements going on. You've taken it just that little bit too far.
Whoa! How much garlic's in there?
Tom, Sam and Trevor, unfortunately, the judges decided your dishes were not up to scratch. You'll all be facing the pressure test.
Standing before us are 3 very, very good cooks. We don't want to lose any one of you. But to be quite frank, one of you is going home.
I think a lot more pressure is going to be on Sam today, given that he was in the bottom 3 last week. So, there is a chance that he could be sent home today, which, would be hard on me. I think I'd take that fairly difficult.
Being in the bottom 3 means that my journey could essentially be over. I would love to make cooking my entire life. I would love to open a small restaurant with my wife and be side by side all day, every day, cooking for people. I'm here to learn so that I can open my own restaurant and not fail in the first year. I'll be bitterly disappointed if I let my wife down.
Today's challenge is for me to actually stay in this competition. I've worked in law for about 9 years. I actually was at a fork in the road. And now that I've gotten this far, I'm getting excited about the potential of what could happen, and that being a career in cooking. I perform best under pressure, and so the pressure challenge I'm really looking forward to, because I know I can perform unless I do some complete stuff up.
It is different to last time. I'm up against, two cooks who've put up some of the best dishes so far in the competition. Boys, all the best, eh?
Good luck.
So I've just got to keep my head clear today, read the recipe very, very thoroughly, understand everything that's meant to be done, and make sure that, make sure that I'm still here by the end of today.
Walking in today was, it's quite horrific. I've enjoyed standing up on the mezzanine floor looking down and watching people go through this, but it's not a fun place to be.
They actually all looked quite nervous. Even Tom, I thought, looked a little bit nervous. Of all the elimination challenges I've seen, I think this is the closest it'll get.
I know if I cook my best, I can hold my own, but I think I'm the longest shot today.
Tom, Trevor and Sam, you failed to impress the judges in yesterday's Invention Test. So now you must battle it out to prove you're still worthy of a place in this competition. Now, need I remind you, the worst performer today will be going home immediately.
The pressure test is the MasterChef kitchen's toughest challenge. It represents what a real kitchen's like. It puts you under the sort of pressure, the sort of stress that you feel when you're cooking for real customers. What makes it hard for you three is that none of you should be standing here. You're all good cooks. You all have the potential to be great cooks.
I'm facing the pressure test with two of the strongest cooks in this competition. I mean, it could not be a worse situation that I've put myself in. It's going to be a hard day. God, I hope they don't want me to bake a cake.
So, the dish is...
What is that?
A warm, sticky date pudding with butterscotch sauce and almond praline. Now, Sam, what a reaction from you, mate. Your desserts aren't your favourite, are they?
No, it's not something I would normally cook. It's no secret, I don't do desserts. My mother told me before I came up here, you should practice desserts before you go, and I still didn't, so harsh lesson.
Have you ever cooked a toffee praline before?
No, Gary, I've not cooked a toffee praline before.
Trevor, have you?
I've never even eaten that stuff. The only dessert I eat is ice cream.
You've never eaten You've never eaten a sticky toffee pudding before? I'm shocked.
It's not something I would ever order. It's not something I would ever eat. Which is going to make it very difficult, because I don't know what it's supposed to taste like. I don't know when to pull it out of the oven. I don't know anything about it.
How do you get the praline into that shape?
Trevor and Sam are a little nervous.
Bake it in a triangle.
I'm nervous. I'm also excited, but I just need to actually start doing it to see how I perform.
OK, Tom, you can come and taste the dish. Think about the texture, how moist it is, the flavour of the butterscotch, the crunch of the praline. Time to taste. Tell us what you think, Trevor.
The butterscotch is really nice. The praline is, I don't eat a lot of toffee, so for me it's really super sweet. But in combination, it was really nice. Like all three elements. Very good.
Okay, Sam, your turn.
It's bloody good.
You've tasted the dish. You'll be given the recipe and 1 hour to duplicate that sticky date and toffee pudding. And of course, even though it does seem so easy, anything can go wrong.
Guys, the praline is really important. It's all about bringing the sugar up to a caramel. If you take it too far, you will burn the caramel. If you don't take it far enough, it will not turn into a praline. We need crunch and we need colour. We need it to be delicious.
Think about how you use those 3 different levels of sugar to deliver 3 very distinct flavours in the mouth. That's the secret of this dish. Miss that, and you may well be going home.
I am not safe by any means. I will have to cook better than I ever have in my life to have a chance of going much further.
After you've finished cooking, the judges will taste your dishes and they'll determine the worst performer of the day. If you made that dish, you'll be going home immediately. You have 1 hour. Good luck.
Tom, Sam and Trevor have to cook a sticky date pudding with a butterscotch sauce and an almond praline, and that's going to freak them right out because none of them are very confident with desserts. One of them's going home if they mess it up, so the pressure is enormous.
I read that recipe before we started and it stood out like a sore thumb to me. 40 minutes in the oven for those puddings. So I go ahead and start chopping up the dates. Once the dates are in the water, I get set up to get that batter ready.
All right, Sam, how are you going, mate?
Yeah, I've got the dates on.
Yeah.
In the bicarbonate soda. I think that they're breaking down.
Yeah. You look a little bit tense. Are you worried about it?
I am worried about it. This is not something you guys know. This is not my comfort zone at all. But I'll do my best. Okay. And if I can pull it off, I'll be happy.
So the sooner you get these in the oven, the better, I suppose. Because if they're 40 minutes...
Yep, absolutely.
10 minutes have gone already.
Absolutely.
Okay, mate. Best of luck.
Thanks, guys.
Straight away, Sammy is efficient. He works very clean, very neat, and also quite quick. Trev's just feeling his way. Tom's very meticulous. You know, he's a bit of the tortoise, as you would say. He's meticulous, he's correct, and he always gets over the line.
I'm following the recipe as close as I can. Being a lawyer, I think, does influence how I cook because my approach to cooking, I tend to be, and I'm trying to sort of loosen up, but I tend to be quite analytical.
Have you done a sticky toffee pudding before?
Pudding before, but quite a while ago, quite a long time.
The praline?
Not the praline. I've never made the praline.
So we might. What do you think you have to do with the praline?
Look, I think it's just a matter of making the toffee.
Yeah.
Putting it on a tray and with the nuts.
Okay.
I mean, I've got it in my head, but whether it visualisation
actually... All right then, best of luck.
Okay, thank you.
There's heaps of things that can go wrong. It's a dessert, so it's a more scientific approach. Creaming the butter, the creamier you make that, the lighter and fluffier the pudding's actually going to come out.
How you going, Sammy?
Mate, I'm on fire.
On fire, are you?
Oh.
Really light and fluffy, Sam. Sam?
Yep.
Do it a bit more before you add the next egg and scrape the sides so you're getting everything in.
Okay, no problem.
Sandra and I were both shouting down advice to Sam throughout the challenge, the two of us having made sticky date pudding before. I definitely don't want to see Sam go home today, so if I can offer any advice that's going to be helpful, I will. You're doing good, Sammy.
A pastry kitchen's all about precision, and I think that Tom and Sam stand out as being very precise and able to follow a recipe. I think Trevor, who constantly wings it, will struggle following the recipe.
I've I've probably used 4 recipes my entire life. This is all brand new territory to me. So I basically spent 5 or 6 minutes just weighing everything out, making sure that they were in a bowl, so that all I had to do was just read the next bit and continue on.
Trevor.
Chef?
You're so not a pastry chef, are you?
I am so not a pastry chef, no.
How you dealing with it?
I'm just cooking for my wife at the moment.
That's good. That's
so I'm just going to do it, you know, with a bit of love and hopefully put out something that she would like. I spoke to my wife last night and I told her about being in the bottom 3 and about how there's a possibility that I could be coming home. And she said, you know what, cook for me today. Cook for me. Don't cook for them, cook for me. So the whole time I was there, all I was thinking was, I'm making this for Marianne, I'm making this for Marianne.
And what are you doing there?
I'm creaming the butter and the sugar together.
And what are you looking for texture-wise? Obviously, that's got to be nice and fluffy, hasn't it?
Yes, it does.
And really important as part of the aeration to start off with.
Yep.
Good luck, Trev.
Thank you.
Sam's actually powering ahead. He actually has his puddings in the oven well before the other guys. They're still making up the batters and stuff.
Guys, I hope that they're in the oven. I really do, because time is running out and they should be in the oven by now.
I was very, very quick to get that batter ready, to get those in the oven.
Is yours in now?
Yeah, mine's in, mate. I wanted to get that advantage, and so I can get everything else prepared and approach the rest of the process in a more relaxed manner.
I'm about 6 to 8 minutes behind where I should be, so... Shit.
I have a sneaking suspicion that Tom and Trevor will struggle to have their cakes cooked, and having had an uncooked cake in a challenge previously, it's not the best thing to have.
Tom got his pudding in last, probably 2-3 minutes after the others, maybe even 5 minutes after Sammy. The problem with that is if it comes out and it's not cooked, he can't cook it a little bit more.
OK, guys, you've got 30 minutes to go. That means you're halfway through.
Sam, eye on the fried pan. Watch it, because it will turn.
At 30 minutes to go, I'd nearly finished my praline. Undercooking the caramel or burning the caramel, there's a very fine line between those two things.
The recipe in the almond praline actually called for 110 grams of caster sugar.
Trevor made a mistake. He put brown sugar and water together to make his caramel.
I am looking at it in the pan, going, how the hell did my caramel get so brown so fast? What have I done wrong? Oh, mate. I read 110 grams of sugar, and the brown sugar was on the bench, and I went, good, no worries, that's sugar, let's go. And it was so wrong. That's when it all sort of hit me as, like, there is no way you can do this. There is no way that you're going to get this train wreck back on the rails. It's just, you might as well just walk out now.
Sam, Trevor and Tom have 1 hour to follow their recipe and cook sticky date pudding with butterscotch sauce and almond praline. The person who cooks the worst dish today will be sent home.
So they've got the puddings in and the praline. This is the tricky bit for them, and I think it comes down to detail in this. They all seem to be doing some things really well, and other things they're really not sure about.
The recipe in the almond praline actually called for 110 grams of caster sugar. I read 110 grams of sugar, and the brown sugar was on the bench, and I went, good, no worries, that's sugar, let's go.
Trevor made a mistake. He put brown sugar and water together to make his caramel.
My world collapsed when I realised what I'd done, because I knew that there was every possibility now I wouldn't have enough time to finish the recipe off. I had to pretty much start all over again with, 30 minutes to go instead of an hour.
Sam, eye on the fried pan. Watch it, because it will turn. There's quite a few things that could go wrong in the almond praline, so they all have to be careful with their timing today.
Mehigan?
Yep, go.
Start. Don't
Happy?
do it anymore. Pour them, pour over the nuts, yeah.
I finished my praline, and I'm working on the butterscotch sauce over a low heat to get it to the right consistency.
The butterscotch sauce is incredibly easy to make. It was one of my favourite things. Chuck all the ingredients in a pot, turn on heat, wait 5 minutes, done. That's it. That is the whole sauce. Fantastic.
Trevor.
Chef.
A real critical point here with the making of the praline.
Yes.
What are you looking for here?
I'm just waiting for it to change colour to a deep golden.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to pour it over my almonds, which are a little bit clumpy. And hopefully we should be all right.
Look a bit sweaty. It's a bit stressful.
I read the recipe wrong, and I used brown sugar in the praline instead of caster sugar, so I had to start again. So I just sort of screwed myself over.
OK, we'll keep an eye on that caramel. Let's hope it goes OK for you.
Come on, Tom. I'm really worried for Tom right now. Just him keeping up with the other two and keeping up with the processes.
The main concern for me is because, I mean, I've cooked a sticky date pudding before, but that was years ago. I've never made a praline before, so I'm concerned that the praline, how I'd go with the praline.
Stop agitating it.
I'm definitely standing as close to Tom as I possibly can, and yeah, just watching his progress and just seeing if he's missed out on anything. Because I think sometimes, like in this challenge, especially when there's lots of people looking on, you do make sort of silly mistakes that you wouldn't if you were just on your own.
Don't think you did, you know. OK, Tom, it doesn't look like you got enough in there, though. Big pot, little bit of praline. Did you weigh it out correctly? I think you're going to have to make some more.
I didn't know what happened, but I looked down and he suddenly ran into the where all the utensils and stuff are.
Tom's done a runner.
And he had to start his sugar again with only like 15 minutes to go, which was really alarming.
How are you feeling? You feeling confident?
Yeah, I was.
You what?
Till just now.
Well, let's hope that works out OK.
Yep.
And I'll be reading that recipe to make sure you've got enough toffee. OK, Tom?
Yep. Thank you. The praline also, you need to actually layer the almonds and allow it to set before you can actually break it up. And so I'm a little worried that I may not have given myself enough time to allow the praline to set.
Right, guys, it's 15 minutes to go, yeah? 15 minutes to go. You should be pretty much on your way to dressing your sticky date pudding.
Sam, if you get the knife and run it along, like as if you were going to cut it, and then you snap it, it will snap off in that shape.
I think mine's a bit thick.
Oh, bugger.
And it doesn't really cut into the shapes that I wanted to cut. It starts shattering and that sort of stuff.
Sam.
Yes?
So your puddings are in the oven?
Yep.
Your praline's done, yeah?
Yep, praline's done.
Butterscotch sauce?
Butterscotch sauce will be done soon. Okay. Obviously, the issue is if the puddings come out all right.
Yep.
Beautiful colour.
At the end, I've succeeded in making the toffee. My only concern now is will it set in time?
I took one pudding out after about 33 minutes of cooking. 40 minutes seemed like a long time to me. I wanted to test where they were at.
They need longer, don't they, Kate?
Is it cooked?
No, they need a bit longer.
Okay, get him straight back in then.
I had 6, so I thought test 1. Wasn't quite right, so I stuck the rest back in the oven to cook for the remaining 7 or 8 minutes.
I see you've been taking advice from the
crew.
Well, only one in particular.
Why is that?
Well, because she knows what she's talking about.
You sure?
I hope so.
Thinking sabotage.
Sabotage?
Kate, you got any idea about sticky date pudding?
I've made a couple.
I'd be careful. Always be careful.
I'm being careful. I'm following this, though.
A few minutes left. I've still got my praline, which I've actually put on ice to make sure that it hardens in time. It was a good improvised decision on my part because all I needed was to actually get the toffee hard.
You got 5 minutes to go now, guys. So hopefully your puddings should be out of the oven, cooked, ready to go.
It looks like Tom's just about to get his puddings out of the oven. I think he's a bit under the pump at the moment.
Come on, guys.
Come on, Tom. Come on, mate.
There's a million different ways that you can fix something that you haven't done properly when you're cooking.
When you're baking, it's put it in the oven, pull it out, and it's pass or fail.
Right, guys, you've got 1 minute to go. This is when it all counts. Make it look beautiful.
Oh, talk about the pressure test. I put so much pressure on myself today just by screwing up that it was absolutely ridiculous.
I noticed that it's a little lopsided on the plate, but there's nothing I can do. I mean, it's already on the plate.
Look, I came into today, I know that this is absolutely my last chance to prove that I deserve to be here.
OK, that's it. Your time's up, guys. Pressure test is over. Step away from your plates.
Mate, looks great. Mate, looks great.
Yeah, I was ecstatic when it was finished. My dish looked really good. It was plated up well. There was heaps of sauce. It's that whole turnaround when you think you've totally stuffed something up and then it goes on the plate. I'm amazed. I can bake. Oh my God, I actually have a chance at winning this thing.
So I go and have a quick look at Trev's and Tom's, and bloody hell, they both pulled it off. I mean, from an appearance point of view, this is going to be very close.
Sam, Trevor and Tom, you've just made a sticky date pudding with a butterscotch sauce and an almond praline. In a moment, the judges will head to the restaurant and they will taste your dishes one by one. Now, they're not looking for a winner today, they're looking for the worst dish. If you made that dish, you'll be heading home immediately. The other two will remain in the competition, at least for now. Thank you, judges.
I noticed that it's a little lopsided on the plate, but there's nothing I can do. I mean, it's already on the plate. What's done is done.
It's my turn to take my dish to the judges. I'm proud of what I've done. I just hope that they see that I've really pushed myself today.
So, Sam, are you pleased with what you've produced?
Yes, for the most part. You may have seen that I took my puddings out of the oven about 7 or 8 minutes before 40 minutes. I did want to see how they were going. I took one out and it was a bit undercooked, so I had the rest in for the remaining 7 or 8 minutes. Okay. And I think, you know, the final product's decent.
Okay. And I noticed Kate was throwing down some advice to you. Yes. Did you need advice?
I do like to have the support of other people around me. It's just the sort of person that I am.
Did she give you good advice, do you think?
I hope so. I truly hope so. Yeah.
Nothing worse than taking the wrong advice, is
Certainly is not.
Only got yourself to blame if that happens.
Absolutely true.
OK, Sam, thanks very much. You can go now.
OK, enjoy. Thank you.
If I have to go home today on the back of that, at least I go home on a high.
So, the praline looks a bit thick to me, but the pudding looks a nice shape. And I think the butterscotch sauce could be a little bit darker, but other than that, I think he's done a good job. You know what, that's really nice. Sam's done a good job in terms of baking the pudding, I think. And he was probably right to put it back in the oven when he did.
This is one of those sticky dates, if you like moist fruitcake, you're going to love. You're just going to love that kind of when it's a bit gooey in the middle.
That's delicious. Butterscotch sauce is just like, wow, you just want to go back for more and sort of feel sick because you've had too much.
And the pralines may be marginally thick, but what he has managed to achieve, besides that beautiful colour, is a little bit of bitterness from taking that caramel just to the point where it's starting to turn. So it isn't just a big chunk of sugar, it's got a little bit of tang to it. You know, it's got to be said, the other guys are going to have to go it to surpass that, because that is a very fine example of a sticky date pudding with butterscotch sauce.
Sitting around waiting for the judges it's not fun. It gives you time to doubt yourself. It's all well and good to stay positive, but when you're looking down the barrel of an elimination, it's very tough.
Trevor, How do you think you went?
It tastes really nice. I think I did really well. I mean, there were a few teething problems. I screwed up when I used the brown sugar to make the praline. Luckily, I actually realised that it was way too brown in the pan. That cost me like 10 minutes, but I still managed to plate up, so happy.
Would your wife be happy with that?
I think she would. She would love it.
Did you have a little trouble taking the pudding out of the mould?
It's not something I've ever done before, so I did run a knife around it, but I don't think I did it, as precisely as I probably should have.
Okay.
Trevor, thank you.
Thank you. I know I cooked a good dish today. I know I can cook. I know I deserve to be here. So I just hope the judges can see that.
It looks good. I reckon he has had a little bit of trouble getting it out of the mould. You can just see where he's torn the pudding on the outside, certainly on one side, where he's popped the knife in and turned it round to turn the pudding out. Look, I can't pick between the two of them. So far, both of them are absolutely top-notch puddings.
Oh, it's wonderful. It's beautiful. The pudding's deep, it's rich. The caramel sauce has got this extra little bit of vibrance compared to the last one. Mate, they are delicious.
That butterscotch sauce is...
That's liquid gold.
It's amazing, isn't it? There's a very small difference, maybe 2 minutes in the pan that's got it a little bit darker, but it just lifts that sauce for me from being sweet to just having that kind of slightly, not quite caught, but almost caught, slightly kind of caramelly flavour, molassesy flavour. It's absolutely delicious. Wow, well, we've seen two quite amazing dishes.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous about what they'll say because, I find fault with my food, so they'll probably find something wrong with it, and I just have to wait and see.
Tom, you were worried about the praline. How did that work out?
I think it's a bit thick. I think if I had to do it again, I would have tried to make it thinner.
Do you think that's a good enough dish to carry you through?
I would hope so. I've seen the other two, and to be completely honest, I think it's going to be very close. I would like to think it's very close.
Tom, thanks a lot.
Thank you. I could be the one going home. I've accepted that, but I just have to wait and see.
The fact that he has tipped the pudding over and poured the sauce onto the bottom as such rather than the crusty top, it's soaked right the way through, so it's really soft and really gooey, nice and sweet, really nice and datey as well.
Beautiful pudding, really well made, caramel's delicious. If there's any criticism, it's just a tad paler than the last two.
Try that bit because that's got more nuts in. When you bite that, it fractures, it shatters in your mouth. There's none of that sense your teeth are going to break. It just goes like that. And again, it's got that caramelly, burny flavour, which is beautiful. That's fantastic.
Beautiful.
Wow, this is going to be so close, huh? I mean, this has to be the closest pressure test we've had. It's going to be hard to decide who's going to go home.
So I think it's time to get them back in and talk to them.
Wow, this is going to be so close, huh? It's going to be hard to decide who's going to go home.
So I think it's time to get them back in and talk to them.
The threat of elimination, the fact that you're cooking against two really, really good cooks in this competition, the fact that it's about you, impressing the judges and beating those other two guys. I mean, it is very hard.
Well, gentlemen, our first all-male pressure test. To make it more interesting, two of you don't cook desserts. And that's exactly what you've been asked to do. I think we're all surprised and also quite disappointed to find the three of you here, because we think you're amongst the best cooks in the competition.
We're going to have a chat to each of you and just find out where you're going and whether or not your ambitions and your dreams are still the same.
Sam, second time, mate.
No.
What's going on?
I'm not cooking the food that I like to eat, and it's let me down, and it's caused me to probably lose a little bit of soul in my cooking.
Today, you're standing there with these two guys looking like they're on death row.
Yep.
And you're larking around, and you're laughing, and you're waving to your mates in the gallery. You're not taking the competition seriously?
When I'm like that, I cook better. I know I do. When I'm more relaxed, more jovial, I do cook my best when I'm like that. Now, that might, you know, I've had comments before that might seem flippant. It's not. It's the right headspace for me to be in to cook my best.
Tom, you're a difficult one for us to get a handle on. It's really the time now to be quite vocal about what you want to achieve out of it and what you want to do, because I don't know.
I'm looking for a profession that gives me that passion where I can actually wake up, live, sleep, drink, eat my career. And in the last few months, that's crystallised in terms of food and my approach to food and thinking about food and talking about food and cooking.
What about your change of living from lawyer to lowly cook? I mean, cooks, you know, it comes from service industries.
Yeah.
You know, we're talking butlers and cooks in a big house, you know.
Yeah.
We're at the bottom end of town rather than top end of town. How does that make you feel?
Look, it doesn't worry me at all, because actually I've been into law because partly the status, the money, and the realisation is, look, actually, it's not all that you need in your profession or your career.
Trevor.
Chef.
You said you didn't want to go home today?
No, I don't.
Tell me why.
This competition for me is a massive learning experience. It has completely ignited my passion for food and for cooking. I thought that I loved it before, but this really has turned it on. There's probably only one other thing in my life that I consider as important, and that's my marriage.
You cooked the dish today for your wife, yeah?
Yes. I want to work with my wife in food. We both love to cook. We both love to serve people. We both love making people happy. It just seemed to be the natural progression to open a restaurant.
You know, it's a beautiful thing to serve people, but it's a really rotten thing when you get people saying, I came to your restaurant and I ate there and the food was terrible.
Yeah.
And you know, that's what happened to you yesterday, yeah?
Yeah, it was. I screwed up royally. I'm still beating myself up about that dish. It was a steak. How many times have I cooked and eaten a steak? I mean, it's absolute... I feel like suspending myself in the air with a series of uppercuts. I'm that upset with myself. Really pissed off. Sorry, I can't get it out of my head.
It was a shocker.
It was absolutely appalling. There was no excuse for it, and if it sends me home, it's going to kill me. I don't think the judges could be any more disappointed than I am in myself at putting myself in this position.
So, tough decisions, of course, have to be made. Sam?
Harry?
Your pudding? Very nice. Did a good job. Nice and fluffy. Nice little cubic pieces of date. Really nice and tasty and jammy.
Okay.
Good job on that.
Thank you.
Caramel was a bit light.
Was it?
Praline was a little bit thick.
Okay.
Trevor, again, nice pudding. Really good butterscotch sauce. All three of us agreed that it was the best of the three.
Thank you very much.
But the pudding, when you turned it out, it was a bit rough. Nearly fell apart, used a knife. It was not as good as it could have been.
Yeah.
Tom, the praline that you made was by far the best out of all of them. Really crunchy, like glass. It was just really fantastic. You did a good job there.
We sat there and we thought if those three puddings had been put down on one table, we'd be hard-pressed to work out they'd been made by three different people. The quality was so good. And the sort of differences we're talking about, the thickness of the praline, the colour of the pudding, they're not the sort of thing any of us would have sent a pudding back for. They were that good. It was really impressive what you did, guys. Really impressive.
Thank you.
So that makes the decision even harder, because you just proved to us that you should not be sitting here, having done the pressure test, with potentially your dream being over, and you're going home.
I am more nervous because maybe this is it. Maybe this is my time to die.
Tom, you're still in the competition. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you. I found out that I'm safe. I'm relieved. I'm happy because I'm actually staying in this competition. I don't feel that I'm ready to leave.
Trevor and Sam, it comes down to you two. It comes down to the dish that you cooked today. Tom, you're still in the competition. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Trevor and Sam, it comes down to you two. It comes down to the dish that you cooked today.
I'm very nervous. I pretty much think the next name they're going to call out is the person who's going home.
Trevor, you're still in the competition.
Oh, thank God. Sorry, man.
That's right.
Thank you, guys. I'm relieved. I think I buckled over in half and said, thank you, God. Yeah, no, I'm very, very happy. A little bit upset that Sam is the one who'll be going home, but yeah, ecstatic that I'm staying in the competition. Thank you. Thank you.
Sam?
Yep.
Your dream has got to end.
I understand that.
But not today.
Oh, you're kidding.
No way.
You're still in the competition.
You little beauty. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. That's a huge relief and a very, very proud moment. Oh,
So much.
oh, you beauty! Woo! Oh, man. Oh, my God.
What happened there?
We're in a situation where 3 great cooks. You put up 3 puddings that were so goddamn perfect. It was almost impossible to tell you apart, whether it's for the praline, the pudding, or that amazing butterscotch sauce. And we had the discussion that you're all allowed to make 1 mistake. In Sam's case, 2, obviously. And they want you to continue and have 1 more chance.
Thank you so much, guys.
Amazing.
Go back to the house. Let's see the look of surprise on some of their faces. Thank you very much. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you so much. All of you. Thank you. Cheers.
Appreciate it.
It justifies today. We knew today's challenge was going to be tough competition, all 3 of us. And the fact that we all pulled off the dish today and we gave those judges an impossible decision to make today is wonderful. That's what you want to do. I mean, I'm sure that's what the judges want, is that they want food coming up to them and they go, well, God, how do we split this? And that's what we did today. So we're all proud, and me especially.
We're all sitting around up in the lounge waiting for the 2 survivors to come back. There's a lot of speculation about who it might be.
I have to admit, I have no idea. I tried Trev's food, it was fantastic. So.
From today's performance, I have an inkling that Sam might be going, and that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing.
Well, what about visually? Just purely based on visuals, who do you think's won?
Tom.
Tom.
As long as Tom's tastes nice, he has to be the winner of that. His dish looked beautiful. Yeah.
It'd be hard if it came down to presentation.
Yeah.
Poor old Trev didn't quite nail it.
I guess I was trying to will for someone in particular to leave, and that was Sam.
Now, what I want to know is, are you going to break down like a sobbing lunatic again if Sam doesn't come down?
I'll probably have a cry if Sam doesn't come back, but at the same time, I've prepared myself for it this time. It's moving, the lift's moving. As soon as I saw that the lift was moving, I saw the lights light up and I started to get really nervous.
And the door opens and the first person I see is Tom. So I'm really happy. And then I see Trevor and then I think, oh my gosh, Sam's left.
Is Sam gone? Is Sam gone? Is it true? Of course I tear up when Sam doesn't come through the doors of that lift. I knew it all day.
Kate's visibly upset. She starts the usual waterworks on cue.
She can flick it on and it's like a tap.
Don't cry, kitty. It'll all be okay.
I agree. I'm just nervous along with you. It's tough because I'm so happy to see that these 2 people are still in this competition, and at the same time, one of my really close friends has just been eliminated.
It's all very weird. It's the elimination process is incredibly strange.
All of a sudden, the lift doors open, and there is Sam. I was really happy to see Sam, both because he's like a brother to me and also because I know he can do so much better in this competition.
I think People are happy to see their friends, but there's also a bit of bewilderment as to why nobody's gone home.
They could not split the dishes. They said the only things that they could find the difference in was the thickness of the praline, and that wasn't something to send someone home on.
I think all the people that did quite well in the challenge feel a little bit ripped off. The fact that, you know, they're not getting rewarded for doing well, and the 3 guys that screwed up actually get a lifeline.
You guys surprised?
Yeah.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia,
This is make or break time, okay?
Chris goes head-to-head with celebrity chef Alex Herbert.
Celebrity chefs to me are like footy players.
Good luck. You'll need it.
Will the amateur have what it takes to beat the pro at her own signature dish?
I've eaten this dish, and it's a cracker.
I'm so screwed here.
At stake, the chance to fast-track to the final week of the competition.
Very, very similar. Hard to tell the difference.
Matt, please reveal your score and the winner of today's challenge.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
Sam, your dream has got to end, but not today.
A surprise result as 3 chefs were spared from elimination.
Huge relief.
Tonight, Chris goes head-to-head in a celebrity cook-off.
I'm really excited about getting in there and getting on with it.
Will the amateur have what it takes to beat the pro at their own signature dish?
I've got a really good chance at winning this competition.
I've eaten this dish, and it's a cracker.
This is make or break time, okay?
I'm so screwed here.
At stake, the chance to fast-track to the final week of the competition.
Very, very similar. Hard to tell the difference.
It's a celebrity chef challenge today. It's Chris's time to shine in the spotlight, and we're really excited for him to cook off against the chef.
I definitely think Chris has what it takes to win this challenge.
Today is the reward for winning the French Invention Test.
Chris, what are you doing?
Steak tartare, classic French dish.
The winner is Chris.
You are really looking like a real chef, yeah?
Chris, you'll be returning here in just a couple of days to cook off against one of Australia's most respected chefs. Congratulations.
It's a little weird putting on my chef's whites this morning, purely from the point of view that I'm not a chef. Not yet, anyway. My dream is to open up a Beer Masons restaurant. If I tick all the boxes in the MasterChef competition, it will make the Beer Masons restaurant a reality. Today's a huge opportunity to go through the finals, plus learn something from a professional chef. I have absolutely no idea who it might be. It could be Tetsuya or some juggernaut chef like that that'll just squash me like a bug. I'm really excited about getting in there and getting on with it.
I think this is the first time I've actually seen Chris look a bit nervous. It's good to know the Iceman actually can melt a bit.
Chris, you're standing here because you delivered that great steak tartare in the Invention Test. You're standing here because we believe that you have the potential to win this challenge.
It's kind of weird when the judges say to me that they're confident in my abilities and I've got a really good chance at winning this competition. It does give me a real confidence boost.
You have the opportunity now to fast-track your way through to the final week of MasterChef Australia.
Chris, you must be thrilled standing here. What a fantastic opportunity. And Julia, of course, she proves that it can be done.
9 out of 10.
It makes you the winner.
If you're willing, I'd love to be a part of mentoring you.
Thank you so much.
You're going to get the best experience here that I can possibly give you.
It's my first day at the pantry today. I'm here because I won the Celebrity Chef Challenge and was fast-tracked through to the finals, and because Pete Evans offered me some work experience here.
So I'm going to show you how to cook the perfect piece of tuna. What I really want to teach Julia while she's here is passion of food. I'm pretty sure when we're finished with Julia, she will give the other contestants a real good run for their money.
So, Chris, you ready to find out who your competition is today?
I am.
I can reveal you'll be cooking off against one of Australia's most esteemed female chefs. She's a multi-award-winning chef who was mentored by Maggie Beer and Gay Bilson. Her Sydney restaurant, Bird Cow Fish, has been awarded a very coveted chef's hat. Please welcome Chef Alex Herbert.
As soon as I hear that it's Bird Cow Fish, I know it's Alex Herbert. Celebrity chefs to me are like footy players.
I'm Alex Herbert. I'm the head chef and co-owner of Bird Cow Fish. I've been involved in the food industry for well over 25 years. I cook because it just feels really right. You need to be extremely committed, passionate, and I think it needs to be one of your biggest priorities. It's about satisfying what drives you.
So the rules of engagement. Basically, you'll be cooking the same dish. To give Chris a fighting chance, you get the recipe, you get a 30-minute head start, and you get a chance to taste Alex's dish, which of course is one of her signatures.
Of course it is.
Okay, well, I've chosen to cook potato gnocchi. We're going to do it with a sautéed prawn and burnt butter sauce. It's intrinsically quite a simple dish, but it is going to challenge you in certain ways that I think will really show your true colours.
So tell me, Chris, have you cooked gnocchi before?
To be honest, last time I made gnocchi, it kind of turned out like potato soup, so that should be quite interesting.
Risotto, Caesar salad, gnocchi, the 3 most abused dishes in Australian kitchens. We know them as the death dish. It's the dish I'm always going to order when I walk into a restaurant, because it tells you where the chef sits. I've eaten this dish at Bird Cow Fish, and it's a cracker.
I'm so screwed here.
The way those prawns pop in your mouth, the pillows of gnocchi that are there when you bite into them and have a bit of spring, and then suddenly, magically, have gone.
Matt, myself and George will be leaving the room. So it's a blind taste test. We won't know who's cooked what dish.
Good luck. You'll need it.
Yes. Good.
It looks fantastic. There's prawns in it as well. It's something that I'd love to eat one day.
The gnocchi's so beautiful and light. It's incredible. I just thought this is going to be really difficult to achieve.
The dish is composed of 2 parts, essentially. First of all, you're actually making the gnocchi, and then the second crucial part is when you're cooking it and putting it together with the burnt butter verjus sauce and combining those 2 simultaneously. So the timing of putting the dish together is crucial.
Every element in the dish is tricky, from overcooking the prawns to the burnt noisette.
Where could Chris go critically wrong here? What could be the big thing he could stuff up?
Everything.
Good luck, Chris. Your time starts now.
I have an hour and 45 minutes to cook the dish. Alex has half an hour less than that.
For today's challenge, I chose potato gnocchi with sautéed prawns in burnt butter and veg juice.
It's going to be tricky for me. I'm really out of my comfort zone with gnocchi.
Potato gnocchi is a very hard dish to cook, but I reckon that man could pull it off.
First thing I do is put the potatoes on because they're the thing that's going to take 30 odd minutes at least to cook. And then I start prepping all the other bits and pieces.
So you're going to bear in mind that when we cook the prawns for that dish, you get a bit of shrinkage.
Yep.
So don't cut them to the size that it was when you tasted it.
Yeah.
You still want them to be lovely and juicy in the middle.
It's a real last-minute dish, so the more organised I am in the beginning, the easier it is going to be for me to throw it together at the last minute.
Okay, so now you're onto the sage.
Yep. So it's a matter of melting some butter and then frying the sage to get crispy sage to garnish it. So throw them in now. Is that hot enough? There's a lot of little stages there that can go completely wrong.
The butter's starting to talk to you.
Yep.
What's it saying?
It's saying put the sage in.
Chris, you've had 30 minutes of a head start. Alex, it's now your turn to start cooking. You've both got an hour and 15 minutes to finish your dishes.
All right. See you on the other side.
All right. Half an hour in, Alex races over and puts her potatoes on because that's her big concern as well, is getting those cooked.
Looking at how Alex is operating in that kitchen is pure experience. She knows what she has to do. She knows exactly how long it's going to take. She knows where everything's at, and she's in control.
I was really concerned about the potatoes. Because they had to cook for so long, they did blister an awful lot. I was getting quite concerned that they were going to get overcooked and waterlogged.
Chris, are your potatoes cooked yet?
Almost there.
Are they splitting?
Yep.
Have you tested them?
Yep.
Almost, huh?
You think they're done?
I think they're done. So this is make or break time.
Yeah, Alex is still giving me quite a bit of time. She was still waiting for the potatoes to cook. She'd prepped everything else.
Look at that. That's like sawdust.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
The hardest thing about making this dish is getting the balance between the potato and the flour correct so that your gnocchi stay together but they're still light and fluffy. If you put in too much flour, if you overwork the potatoes, this is all stuff that can go horribly, horribly wrong.
It feels very light.
Good.
Which is what you want. For somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, it felt kind of right. It felt light.
Guys, you've got 30 minutes left. 30 minutes.
I was really just waiting for these potatoes to cook. And I was resisting the temptation to, you know, hurry it along because I knew in my heart that if I did that, then I'd only end up paying for it later on.
Your potatoes done yet?
Nearly.
Chris is working, Alex is calmly watching him. I'm still thinking, what about your potatoes?
Chris and Alex, it's 15 minutes to go.
There was this sense that time was ticking, but there was actually nothing that I could do. Doing okay for time?
Yeah. I can do a few test runs now. I've decided to make 2 test dishes. So it's a matter of melting some butter, getting it to brown, cooking the prawns, adding the capers and the verjuice to get that sauce made. I put the prawns in a little bit quick so they overcook a bit too fast.
You have to make sure that you don't overcook the prawns. I mean, no one wants hard rubbery prawns.
All right, guys, 5 minutes left. 5 minutes.
Yes, time was running out, so I actually needed to finish this dish. But also, when you're under pressure like that, that's when you make silly mistakes.
The gnocchi comes up a bit quicker than I expected, so I need to get that timing right with the gnocchi and the sauce before I serve up the final one.
I look at Alex and I'm quite concerned because now she's making the gnocchi and again she only needs to plate 1 plate. But she's rolling and rolling.
What I'm worried about is the fact that my dough is not holding together as well as it should.
Chris is just doing some test runs to perfect it.
I like my beurre noisette pushed quite far. I don't know what the judges are going to think of that. They might want a bit more restraint, but I can only cook it the way I prefer.
She's taking her time rolling and I'm getting actually quite agitated and annoyed that I can't see this happening.
Basically, I wasn't happy with the first few rows that I did. So I'm starting to think, okay, well, what happens if I do cook really bad gnocchi today?
Yeah, as I look down and there's only a few minutes to go, I actually see Alex is still making her gnocchi, so I'm actually a little bit concerned as to whether she's going to play it on time.
Chris and Alex, 1 minute left.
So I start to prepare my dish.
Last few moments before Sarah calls time, Alex finally is in the process of actually completing a dish.
That was literally down to the last minute. The last 10 seconds, it was just literally on the plate.
Guys, time is up.
I'm happy with the way it looks, and I've actually got gnocchi on the plate for the very first time in my cooking life.
Chris, please bring your dish forward. And Alex, please bring your dish to the bench.
My dish is plate 1. Alex's dish is plate 2.
Our 3 judges will taste both your dishes, and they'll each give a score out of 10. The person with the highest combined total out of 30 will win.
Look, it's a really nice gnocchi. Whoever made this has made it before. I will say, though, that I think the prawns have cooked too long. In saying that, it's not unpleasant. It's really nice. It's nice and prawny. You get that lemon flavour.
The gnocchi's beautiful. It's nice and light. It's not rubbery. It's not like a bullet.
And the prawns need to be popping. See, when you bite into a prawn, a great prawn kind of resists the teeth, and suddenly you bite through it, and so you go pop like that.
OK, it's time to taste plate number 2. The gnocchi, very, very similar. Very, very similar. Hard to tell the difference.
From the verjuice. I love the flavour of this one a little bit more than the last one. It's a bit more zing in it, but I love the gnocchi in the last one. This is like, you know, we're going into a penalty shootout here, honestly. They're much of a muchness.
A sage on this one I pick up, which is... To me, it tastes much more alive, much more vibrant. The prawns ping and pop in your mouth. The sage is really kind of herbal. However, if you're sitting at home and you're wanting that kind of whole, you know, filling, mashed potato-y, dark butter, kind of rich, you know, salty intensity that the other dish had, then, you know, I can see in terms of you put the 2 down in front of different people. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, we scored the dishes. Let's go let them know our decision.
You've just cooked off against esteemed chef Alex Herbert. You both cooked a potato gnocchi with prawns, burnt butter and crispy sage. Now, our 3 judges have tasted both your dishes and given them a score out of 10 without knowing who cooked which dish. Now, Chris, if you win today, you'll be heading home to return in the final week of the MasterChef competition with a very clear shot at the title. Well, judges, I can now tell you that plate 1 belonged to Chris. Gary, your thoughts on plate 1?
Well, I gave plate 1 7 out of 10. The nut brown butter was a little bit, you know, intense, and the prawns were a wee bit overcooked. But you know what? I'd pay good money for that, and I think you did a fine job.
Thank you.
8 out of 10. Yeah, okay, and the prawns were a tad overcooked, but hey, you know what? It was beautiful.
Thank you.
Matt, over to you.
6 out of 10. Brown butter was a little bit overdone, and the prawns were a little bit too cooked. Having said that, as a first effort, very impressive.
Well, Chris, that's a score of 21 out of a possible 30. Well done. Of course, plate 2 was Alex's. Gary, what score did you give Alex's dish?
I gave it 8 out of 10. Thank you for a beautiful dish.
Oh, thank you very much.
9 out of 10. The flavour was just magical, and the prawn was cooked to perfection.
Well, Chris, Alex has scored 17 so far. You have a total score of 21, which means Alex needs to score 5 or more from Matt to win. Matt, please reveal your score and the winner of today's challenge.
Eight out of 10.
Congratulations, Alex. That gives you a total score of 25, which makes you the winner of today's Celebrity Chef Challenge.
Alex, on behalf of Matt, George and myself, and of course Chris and Sarah, we thank you for coming in today and imparting some of your knowledge, certainly showing Chris how to make a fantastic gnocchi. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much, and it was a pleasure being here. All the best.
Thank you so much.
I'm sure you'll do really well.
That's great.
Okay, see you. Bye, everyone.
Bye, Alex.
Chris, well done today. Treasure that recipe, and you never know, we might be in that beer bar eating gnocchi, maybe with braised lamb shanks through it or something. I can see that on the menu. Brilliant, well done, top job.
I rate today really, really highly. It's given me one more dish that I can actually develop into something that's going to suit where I'm heading with the beer business. So it's been invaluable. It's been one of the best experiences so far.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
Your job is to feed lunch to the masses.
2 teams take part in our biggest challenge yet.
You've got 4 hours to make as much money as you can.
Who will have what it takes to please the public?
50,000 people, guys, make us proud.
Come and get it, come and get it.
You get thrown into the deep end and you just cook for your life.
At stake for the losing team, the prospect of elimination.
For one of you, the MasterChef title is about to be put out of reach.
All's fair in love and war, isn't it?
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
I've eaten this dish and it's a cracker.
Celebrity chef Alex Herbert beat Chris as they went head to head.
You know what? I'd pay good money for that.
It's been one of the best experiences so far.
Tonight, 2 teams take part in our biggest challenge yet.
Your job is to feed lunch to the masses.
Who will have what it takes to please the public?
I really believe that we have a good chance of winning today.
50,000 people, guys, make us proud.
I'm not going to send 100 people there if there's no food.
I'm not dreaming this. We're doing pretty well, aren't we?
Woke up quite early this morning. It's actually a really nice day outside, and it's team picks today. I'm presuming that I'm team captain again because I won the Invention Test.
And that winner is Chris.
You are really looking like a real chef, yeah?
But, you know, they keep mixing things up, so maybe I'm not.
So, guys, team pick today. Who do you think Chris is going to pick as his other captain?
I hope it's me. I'd love to do it. I'd love to be captain again.
I think it's me.
Do you think it's you?
Yeah.
It'll be the same as last week, though. You can't do that.
Everybody's making breakfast together this morning. It's really nice because normally we don't do this.
Trevor got to making some really awesome hash browns. Andre was frying up bacon. Justine and I were making sure that we got about 500 pieces of bread toasted in time.
We're minutes away, guys. Breakfast is nearly ready.
Do you want crispy, medium, or... First times ever we actually had breakfast together, which was quite nice, but almost a little bit awkward.
All right. So we've got a team challenge today.
The team challenge this week will be super competitive. No one wants to lose. Pretty much everyone in the house has gone through a team elimination now. I think there's only Justine, Tom and Sandra that haven't. So, yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting and very, very tough.
Let's pick some teams.
Hey, guys, aprons!
Walking outside today, I find a note and the coloured aprons.
Contestants, it is time for your weekly team challenge. Chris, as the winner of this week's Invention Test, you get to be a team captain. This is the second week in a row you have led a team. Hopefully, you have better luck. You'll get to pick the other captain, then pick your colour, then pick your teams. Good luck.
I'm feeling really good about being captain again because I want to get Red team back into a winning position. The last challenge is a bit of a screw-up. I think we were distracted by a number of things.
Well, that's just unacceptable, isn't it?
So this time we're going to be really focused and get on and attack this thing the way we want. My choice for our team captain is Kate.
I'm definitely looking forward to a rematch. Chris expects a lot of the reason Blue Team won last week was that Gary guided us well. I'm looking forward to proving to him that Blue Team can do this with or without the guidance of the judges.
Kate's the first Blue Team captain to have a win, so it's great to have her back in charge. It's excellent.
My first choice is Justine. I've worked with her a couple of times and we've won. I really respect what she's about because I knew that Kate would probably choose Justine high up in the order, so I want to get her safe.
The first person I've chosen for Blue this week is Tom.
Tom, I think, was a very smart first pick because I think, that would have been where Chris went next.
I had a clear idea of who I want on my team, of who I was going to take if they were still there. I chose Tom because I felt that he was the key player in my team last week. Welcome back, Tom.
My next choice is Poe.
The next person I've chosen for Blue this week is Trucker Trev.
Andre.
Sam.
Kate's smart enough to know that I don't think there was any risk of me being picked on the red team.
Julie.
Lucas.
There's only 3 left, Sandra, Jeannie and Aaron. My next choice is Aaron. I chose Aaron. He's starting to prove that he can cook. You know, he made some monumental screw-ups previously, but he's a good team player.
My last pick today is Sandra.
Okay, and the last member of the red team is Jeannie.
No bravery this week at all from the team captains. Justine swapped sides. It's a total rematch of last week.
Come on, guys. I'm completely happy with the final team. There's lots of factors that went against this last team challenge, and I want to win.
Good luck.
It's not about luck.
I'm really happy with the choices I've made. This is the time to get pumped up and ready for the challenge.
We're very confident going into today that we still have the right team and confident we can win this challenge.
So we go in the vans to our mystery location, which turns out to be the Royal Easter Show. I'm incredibly nervous, wondering what we're going to do. This is a really important challenge. It's just vital that we win.
We're coming into this with a lot of confidence. We're definitely aiming for another win this week.
I'm really excited about leading Red Team in again. We messed up last time. I really want the chance for revenge.
Welcome to the Royal Easter Show, the site of this week's team challenge. More than 50,000 people will walk through the gates of this show, and your job is to feed lunch to the masses.
There's going to be 50,000 people at the show today. How the hell are we going to do this? We're a little bit worried, but at the same time, it's going to be quite exciting. We're going to have fun.
The team that makes the most profit today will be given an incredible advantage in this competition. They'll head to Sydney's Italian district in Leichhardt and spend their afternoon learning the trade in several authentic Italian restaurants. The team that loses will face the unenviable task of voting off one of their team members.
Look, this team challenge is extremely important. There's a great prize at the end of it for one team, and there's a day of pain for another.
Each team has $750. You have 20 minutes to plan your menu, decide who's doing what, and you have to buy all of your food from the fresh produce area. You have access to a tent area and everything you need to make this challenge happen. This is out catering here. We're going to be checking the quality, the safety, your organisation. It all counts.
The qualities of an exceptional chef is adaptability. Doesn't matter if I'm cooking in a fine dining restaurant, a cafe, or in a park, my standard is still the same, and yours should be. People know what good food is, so don't give rubbish.
Your time is up at 2 p.m, and it's simple. The team that makes the most profit wins.
Your challenge starts now.
I'm confident that we've got the abilities to do this, and I've got a point to prove.
Chris is feeling a little down about being beaten by a girl last week, so it's a rematch and I'm aiming for another win. We're going to be cooking at the Royal Easter Show today. We have $750 to source our ingredients in the Fresh Food Dome. We have to think up a menu of food that's going to appeal to the public today and sell as much of that as we possibly can to maximise profit.
There's a red tent and a blue tent, and that's where we're cooking and serving people. We have 20 minutes to sit down and discuss our menu options and figure out what we need.
We have a certain amount of staples available to us. We've got rice, sugar, flour, oil, salt and pepper.
Arancini is a really good idea because we've got so much rice to use up.
Seeing what we have to work with today, we've definitely got limited resources. We've got to think about what's going to appeal to the general public today. There's lots of children. We've got to think prices and how we're going to make the most profit.
Quick, guys, we need to move quicker than this.
Okay.
Arancini
we've got the rice, we need cheese.
I mean, we could start with some mincemeat balls on skewers with yogurt sauce to get it out straight away. Let's do that. In my experience with these kind of events, people are pushing prams around. They've got kids in one hand, they've got show bags. I think it's pretty important for a dish to be eaten with one hand if you can achieve that. Do we want an option where we do fruit skewers and chocolate as a dessert option? Okay. So we immediately thought, well, let's do some spicy meatballs with the yogurt sauce. We'll do some arancini balls and some fruit skewers, maybe with chocolate on.
Okay, guys, focus, concentrate. Everyone listen, please.
Tom, you had an idea before about some sort of koftas or something like that? Yep, so...
We're going to do beef or lamb or whatever we can find.
Whatever you say there. Meat on a stick is good.
So for dessert, I'm thinking, Sam, you want to do that caramelised banana thing. Get that down.
I think Gary and George came over and gave us a little bit of advice.
Who's doing what? Have you sorted
Justin
out?
and I shopping.
Yep.
These guys are going to make the meatballs with the yogurt thing straight up, and these guys are getting on the risotto.
And who's spruiking? Who's out on the street spruiking?
4 of us are going to rotate between that.
Right. And you need to be thinking about how you're going to cook something and how you're going to push a line out of stuff. So you go, another one, another 5, another 10, another 15. That's how you're going to make money.
We decided that the final menu is going to be lamb kofta with spiced yogurt relish, mushroom risotto, and caramelised bananas with cream and chocolate sauce.
I agree, guys.
When the judges came into our tent to ask how our menu was coming along...
What's happening? What are we cooking?
I was actually quite surprised that all the boys jumped in at once. And no one really gave me a chance as team leader to answer those questions.
Yeah, look, I'll quickly take you through it, guys.
Kate's doing okay at this stage, but she does need to step up here. She needs to speak a little bit louder, give a little bit more direction.
Arancini balls with a tomato sauce, ham or cheese arancini balls.
It's quite funny. The other team's doing arancini as well.
Oh, you're kidding. It's the rice.
Yeah, but can you only do one dish with rice?
It's something that I think people...
Risotto, pilaf.
Look, you know, the thing that you've got to bear in mind here, guys, is number one, the team that wins this is the team that makes the most profit, right? Now, you've got a choice. You either sell something for $5 and you sell 100 of them, or you sell something for $1 and you sell 500 of them.
Think about it. Good luck, yeah.
Exciting.
Yeah, lots of ideas.
Absolutely.
Good job.
OK, so shopping. Who's going to go?
OK, Tom and I are going to go shopping.
And Sam, you're going to
Spruik. And we're all going to prep together.
Red team's got an advantage in that they've got 7 players and we've got 6, but I really believe that we have a good chance of winning today.
OK, blue team, red team, you've got 4 hours to make as much money as you can. So, shoppers, let's go.
Go, guys.
Good luck. 50,000 people, guys. Make us proud.
Tom was a great shopper last week and Lucas seems to know every second person in Sydney, so we're thinking maybe this is going to be an advantage. He's definitely got the gift of the gab.
We just got 3 pots of rice on the go right away.
We just need to prep the stations basically, get everything organised. Everyone has an area to work in, so we're not running into each other, because as soon as they get back, we get going.
We get in there and we think, well, if we can get the fresh produce, get it back to them ASAP, they can start on some stock for the risotto.
We really needed to get some beef mince so I could get it back to the guys so they could start making some meatballs.
Where do you see mince? Oh no! Where can we go? Where can we go to find that?
No, if you go anywhere else, you're going to get an inferior product.
There was some really nice lamb there, so we thought we'll do lamb skewers. Everybody likes lamb. How much is the leg? That leg?
35.
How much for 3 legs?
3 legs.
Come on, guys.
We'll do your deal. 5 for $80.
That's brilliant.
Done. We'll take
Absolutely
it.
brilliant.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Just here, go here. So we head down to the vegetable area and we walk in, find out the guys from Orange. Nice. I grew up in Orange. Yeah, first 23 years, yeah. Asked him if he knew my brother, tried to drop a few names, smooth him over for later on. We had most things we needed.
Beautiful, thank you.
We didn't get any garlic.
Cucumber. Bananas. Bananas we've got.
Gave him a bit of a wink and said, how much do I owe you? And he winked back and he said, look, maybe another to fix me up next time.
We're off. Thanks very much. Thanks, guys. Let's go and barter for the meat then.
The Reds team shoppers came back and brought their meat back straight away. I thought very smart.
Oh, they've already brought it back, have they?
$80, yeah.
Somebody get cutting. We're going to go back.
Marinate, salt, pepper.
Olive oil, salt, pepper.
Because there was no mince, we decided just to do lamb kebabs instead. We just started to cut those into cubes right away.
That's interesting that they don't have any food back. I find that particularly stupid, really.
We're probably waiting 15 minutes to get our first wave of ingredient.
Oh, I see them. They're approaching.
Come on, boys, run.
They haven't brought back nearly as much as we asked for. They've only really bought the meat and the fruit and vegetable.
We haven't been able to get garlic. We've asked everywhere. We'll go back and have another look.
I was actually making risotto, and I was quite disappointed because I was supposed to have broth for the risotto, butter, thyme, parsley, garlic, and I just thought, what am I going to do?
Way too much stock.
No, it's not. It's not.
Is.
I've made a risotto before.
It's way too much stock, mate. You have to wait till it dries out before you put every bit in.
It's fine, it's fine. It'll turn out fine, believe me.
I personally think Sandra made a risotto the wrong way. Risotto is supposed to be made a ladle full at a time. You don't just tip the entire stock over the rice because that's bloody boiled rice and it doesn't taste the same.
Or like 2 ladles at a time is the most you should ever have in there. Otherwise it'll turn really gluggy.
We realised that we don't have cream and they haven't brought back chocolate. So we decided to scrap the dessert dish altogether.
Wasn't expecting to get lamb on the bone, to be perfectly honest. I start mincing meat like it's going out of fashion. You know, you got to work with what you have.
The meat in.
And laborious is the word I would use.
It's a lot of work.
It's all right, got it.
How fine do you want this mince?
When they came back from shopping, we noticed that we actually started quite a while before the blue team.
Where are those boys again? Red team's ahead of us already by this point, and we know we have to buckle down and focus if we're going to catch up.
I'm in charge of doing the cheesy balls, the arancini, and I went about making the mix, you know, grated parmesan, little cubes of cheese to stuff it in.
And you made arancini before?
No.
Bash it all up, smash it about, put a bit of egg in it.
No egg.
Oh, you don't have any egg? Well, don't put. Isn't there? There's eggs in there, I'm sure.
I don't think there's an egg stand, but they're not selling eggs.
Yeah.
There's no fresh herbs in the whole place.
I'm a little concerned. I can actually see the mincing of the lamb is taking a bit too long because it's actually difficult getting into a really fine mince. It may slow us down in terms of the amount of food that we can actually get ready by the time we start selling.
So, guys, are you on top of it?
Absolutely, Chef. Yes, we are.
Where's Kate? Where's Kate? Why are you chopping lamb by hand? What's
Because I
going
don't have
on?
any lamb mince in there, Chef.
Why didn't you change the dish if there wasn't lamb mince?
Well,
can anybody answer that?
Hello? It's fine to do the lamb mince by hand. It doesn't take that long.
I was frustrated with Kate. We needed direction. It was tough, it really was.
Can I ask you just a quick question? Who's running the show here?
Kate.
Okay. Because it seems like a lot of people are. That's how it feels.
What, 3 hours max to sell as much as we can. So I just hope that the public likes what we're trying to do.
Well, I would have loved to have been captain to start with. However, I'm not.
As much as I love Sam and get along with Sam, in the first hour of the challenge, I felt that he was giving me directions. Suddenly I get given the task to go off and chop cucumbers.
Cucumber?
And I'm thinking, okay, I'm supposed to be leader.
Katie, cucumber?
Here, Sam.
Is it done?
Some of it's done. I don't know how much you need. There's a little bowl of it there. Tom was in
Does
the middle
anyone
doing
need
some.
tomatoes for anything other than the sauce?
Right.
Because we just got to step up, get our shit together and start delivering.
As things were moving along, Aaron's having some big issues producing the toffee. I don't know what he's doing.
You're going to dip an apple in there. There's not enough in there. You're going to get about 3 toffee apples out of that.
Okay.
You know how many toffee apples you need to make?
Yeah. 50,
how many?
We need to do
50 apples?
Yeah,
60. A lot of toffee.
Yeah.
So you need to change your mindset.
The caramel was a bit of a disaster. I originally wanted to do a dry caramel, so like a thick, runny caramel. However, Gary suggested it's got to be fast and almost like toffee, so we changed it to a wet caramel and we had to start again.
I had a discussion with Julie about the pricing.
Can I just ask you to look at our menu board and tell me if you want me to change prices?
Kind of agreed on $4 and just $4. It's easy to sell. I knew there was profit in what we were doing because we priced it out fairly well.
Wow, have a look at that.
Luscious lamb, tender lamb skewer and mint yogurt, $4.
It's great that they've done their menu.
Sounds all right.
They're already trying to sell themselves.
At least they got something up there. Let's go and have a look at the other one.
That's right.
Blue team.
Where is it?
It's a bit of a worry, isn't it? Let's go and have a look.
Kate, how are you? How's your blackboard going?
Tom wants to write the things up on the blackboard. We haven't got the dishes up on it yet, so...
No, so pre-marketing, pre-sales...
As soon as the lamb koftas are done, Trevor are getting out there to spruik and round up our customers.
Okay, good luck.
All right, guys. think they're struggling with the fact that now they're cooking for numbers.
Yeah.
And I can understand why. They've been cooking singular dishes, they cook for their families, but now we're talking hundreds. Do we want to feed 500 or 600 people? That's what we're talking about, isn't it? And they're struggling. What do you think?
This is what it's all about.
Yeah.
If they want to become MasterChef, they need to go through all this.
Put myself in a position where I could have had a stronger team without Aaron. Unfortunately today, he just dropped the ball big time.
How much longer is that going to be?
I'm testing probably about 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, not long.
All right. Well, can you grate cheese in the meantime then?
Yeah,
There's
for
nothing
sure.
you
Just
can
start
do.
grating that pecorino and parmesan.
We've got to get a whole thing of apples ready. They've got stickers on them. To pull the top off them, get the stickers off. We've also got pineapple. We're going to need to cut the pineapple into nice long strips.
Can you plate up when people come?
I can do whatever people like me to.
Aaron, can you stick some more oil in there and put it on the heat? Like, get a substantial amount of oil going?
So you know what plate we're using, Aaron?
No, I have no idea. I got 50 people asking me 50 different things.
I think people were asking for a bit too much help. We didn't realise that I actually had a fair bit on my plate.
Aaron, your sugar's all right?
Yeah. I'll check in a sec.
Aaron, are you sure your sugar?
I'm checking at the end of each bite. It's fine. Just leave the steam on there, otherwise it'll crystallise.
Thank you.
We've got garlic.
You do?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
You can make a really nice risotto without garlic, without butter. Now I've got garlic. I'll make a new one, and then hopefully by the time the customers come, we'll be able to sell a product that's worth selling.
I'm gonna put some more mushrooms in there.
Kate, what are we doing?
We've only got the 2 dishes. And we think that people would probably pay $5 for the food we're serving. For the kofta, because the lamps cost us quite a bit to purchase, we decided to serve them for $6, which I think is a bit more than Red Team's serving for their food today.
Poe, the rice is there. Do you want to hook it up?
I'm in charge of doing the cheesy balls, the arancini.
Just work it through. The cheesier, the better.
It's just rice with a bit of cheese in them fried, and they're very Moorish.
I think they're going to sell pretty well. It will be about keeping up with the demand, I reckon.
OK, Kate, can I have you for a minute? And Chris, can I borrow you for a minute, please? How many portions of food do you think you've got?
Well, we've got 2 pots of risotto. The koftas, we're going to get about 100 on the barbecue at the moment.
How many portions of food do you think you've got?
We've got enough 300 lamb skewers with the yogurt mint sauce.
Yeah.
And we've got approximately 350 risotto balls.
When I find out they've got 300 portions of food ready to go and we've only got about 100 koftas ready to go, I realise how far behind we are and that we really need to pick up our pace if we have any chance of getting back in the game today.
You need to start selling.
Yep.
That's the only way you're going to make money, yeah?
Yeah, our chalkboard's up, price is sorted out. We just need to get...
Go. Good luck.
Really, I mean, this is how it's supposed to be, you know? You get thrown into the deep end and you just cook for your life.
I'm going to start selling in 15 minutes. We really need to get some risotto balls fried, though.
Okay, guys, we've got a problem. They're far ahead of us. They've already got 300 of their kebabs. They've got 300 serves of arancini.
Well, forget what they're doing. What do we need to do?
How many koftas are we aiming for?
Out of that, we're probably going to be able to get about 150.
And how much more meats have we got in the fridge?
I'm actually thinking the alternative is, do we stop doing this and just put lamb on skewers, if it makes it easier?
You could.
Sam, what do you think of that?
Fine.
Fine.
We changed our plan and we decided to just go with cubed lamb on skewers, and we've actually spent time having to mince lamb.
So this is all you've got skewered so far?
No, there's another 20, another lot like that in the container.
All right, because I'm going to start selling lamb skewers now.
Yeah, do it.
Do it.
So make sure those skewers are coming on.
We get our first lamb skewers off the grill and we start selling to customers.
How you going? Would you like to taste some MasterChef food? Yummy lamb skewers ready.
And it was an amazing feeling because we were ahead of the blue team.
Beautiful. Cool. There you go. You're our first customer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, we've just had our first sale. We're ahead of the Blues. All right.
Red Team start cheering all of a sudden and I realise that they've made their first sale for the day. We're really behind at this point. I'm definitely regretting that we picked a dish that was so time-consuming to prepare.
I was pretty much told that I would be spruiking. I'm pretty happy with that. I don't get embarrassed easily, so rounding up people to the stall will be pretty easy.
Service at front, please.
Where I sent people over to the tent, they stood there for 4 or 5 minutes and nobody served them. It was bad. A lot of people were waiting a long time for fast food and that is not a good thing.
Didn't you say you were serving?
The customers are here.
There's no food ready, mate. I'm not going to send 100 people there if there's no food.
Who's serving, guys?
So I'll just wait.
Just getting it together. Patience, thank you. There we are. Thank you very much.
Please enjoy.
Pleasure.
A bit disorganised, but we were the first hard.
I'm not making any excuses, but an extra pair of hands would actually be really good, because people coming up to our tent and not being served, which is really unfortunate because we need the money to come in.
What's happening? You realise customers are walking out because they're not getting served? A lady was standing here for 3 minutes. No one even looked around to walk.
Who's going to stay in front of the house?
I'll keep an eye on it, all right?
Cool. All right, cool. Just annoying.
Gary and George came over.
Give us 2 plates of your best.
We had plenty of risotto to serve.
Would you like some extra parmesan?
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely. Thanks very much. I mean, the lamb koftas have sort of stayed together. It's nice and fresh. Nice sort of yogurt sauce there. And they put a tomato sauce on as well. I'm not sure why.
It is not nice. I mean, give that a go, Gary. It's just really goggy.
As things were moving along, Aaron's having some big issues producing the toffee.
Let's have a look at this. That's a caramel, is it? What happened there? See, it's crystallised?
Yeah.
Completely crystallised. Who's been playing around with it?
They've been moving stoves from back to front.
Oh, that's not good.
I need more sugar. Well, the caramel was moved too much, so it's crystallised, so it's not fluid, so we just have to start it again.
Time on the toffee, do we know? Ho? It's going to be a while yet, I'm sorry, darling.
Just 1 lamb skewer, please.
And thank you for supporting the red team.
Yum. And the flavour is just fantastic. It's not dry at all. And this little yogurt dressing to go with it, really delicious.
Bread stand just over there. Please. Yes, thank you.
Our prices were $4 for each item. Their price was $6.50. We need to get almost double people to come to our store. If we see 3 people over there, we need 6. No questions, just get 6 people over to our side. Children, families, mums, grandmas, everyone.
You want to support Sydney, right? Yeah.
Red team, come on, come quick. Run, girls, run! As fast as you can! Ah!
I just got like 50 people to come over here and they just stood there and went, keep going. So I lost everyone, so it's pointless.
Keep going right there. Thank you.
And I'm not making customers for them.
Well, Justin and I took every opportunity to get customers, and we stole quite a few of their potential customers.
You have no, don't you even think about it.
It's a competition. I don't have any issues with that whatsoever.
The red team did a really good job.
Trev's out spruiking. I saw that the red team poached a couple of hours, and I just said, hey, I've got to go at the front. I've got to help Trev. I'm happy to do that.
Hey, guys, come on in.
For the people coming in, we had to make sure they came to the blue team.
We really need your support. Come on.
And it started to kick over.
How about coming and try some kofta lamb balls and lamb on a skewer?
How many would you like?
The red team was ahead, but we are actually starting to catch up, I think. They're not miles ahead of us like they might think they are. We're catching up. The team was becoming more and more focused, and we had the biggest comeback.
Would you like some extra grated cheese on top?
Yes, please.
$5, guys. That is the best server risotto that's come out all day.
Lamb koftas are doing really well.
Totally recommend it. Big thumbs up, 2 thumbs up.
Aaron was getting very frustrated with not getting the toffee right. So I dragged him off that because he was really losing the plot a little bit.
Aaron, don't touch it. Leave it.
I ended up doing the toffee apples. I really didn't want us to stuff up the 3rd batch.
Success.
Only half an hour to go. Support the red team. Toffee apples? Okay.
So we'll just try and roll out these toffee apples as fast as we can.
There you go, sweetheart. Sorry for the wait.
Yeah, I think we've definitely caught up. We were in a worse position before. We made the decision to switch to skewers instead of the kofta because they were time-consuming. But we sold out of all our kofta, so we made that money.
They've done the right thing. They've tried something new. They've sliced the lamb, they've marinated it, they've skewered it, and they've done what they should have done from the start, which is nice and simple, flavourful, and now they're moving.
Can I get a serve of lamb skewers with tomato sauce, please? Or yeah, 2 skewers.
You've eaten that yucky stuff, now come try really good.
Try some real
Come on,
good
guys.
food.
From what I've tasted today, I think the blue team have done better. Well, a little bit more expensive, but I prefer the flavour on the blue team.
$6, please.
Thank you. Are we going to get some pineapple up soon?
Yeah, here, I'm going for that now.
Okay, if you do the pineapple, can you write pineapple on the board?
Okay, guys, you got half an hour to go. Think about how you're going to get rid of the food.
Guys, maybe think about a fire sale, yeah? 2 for 1, half price.
Come on, support the red team. 2 for the price of 1 across the board.
All of a sudden I hear this massive screech. It's Julie screaming to the people from her stand. She's just telling everyone just to get over here, 2 for 1.
2 for the price of 1, they're delicious.
We need to pump out this food. Any money is good money at this stage.
$4 you get 2 toffee apples. $4 you get 2 lamb skewers. $4 you get 2 cheesy balls. Come on! Come on!
Do you want to start lowering it?
Yeah, 2 for 1 or what?
$3.
Ask Kate what she wants.
Katie, you happy for us to start lowering our prices?
Yes.
2 for the 1 beautiful cheesy risotto balls. 2 for the price of 1 lamb skewers with yogurt.
Come and get some lamb skewers. I'll give you a discount price. Mushroom risotto for $2.50 or lamb skewers for $2.50. How about that? Okay, I'm doing discounts, mate, on the lamb skewers for these 2 lovely ladies.
$3 lamb skewers?
We were behind and we do have a challenge to win. Lucas and Trev were out spruiking $2.50 lamb on a skewer. And when they came to be served, they just magically happened to be $5. I'm not evil, I promise, I'm not.
$5, please, ma'am. Thank you very much. Can we get lamb? You want yogurt or tomato? 1 lamb, $5.
Come on, toffee apples. Delicious. Delicious.
My mate Justine came in and poached some of my customers. I wasn't happy.
Oh, I can't get aggressive, can I? Hi guys, you don't want a risotto for $2.50, do you?
5 minutes to go. We're out of toffee apples. They're frantically putting a bit of last-minute lamb on skewers to try and get that out. Still a few arancini balls happening, but we're really just running it down. We've got a lot of people still there. We're just basically trying to get every last cent we can.
2 minutes to go.
$2, $1, whatever you want to pay.
Sandra, risotto.
Risotto, we're out of risotto, guys.
Okay, guys, you got 1 minute to go. You're down to the wire. Remember, any little bit of money helps.
I'll take $1. I'll take $1 for the pineapple. Let's go.
Okay, the till closes in 30 seconds.
I'm happy that we've caught up to red team, but at the same time I'm regretting that we didn't perform like this for the whole day.
Do we have 5 lime skewers, guys? I've got 5.
Okay, that's it. Time's up.
Okay.
Gary gives us the time up. We've got 3 customers waiting to be served who have all paid. Thank God they've paid.
We can still give them their food.
They paid for this.
We did everything we could in the challenge to claw back to a respectable position. Hopefully it's enough to have stolen a victory.
Okay, guys, that's our last customer. Well done.
I definitely like to see red team lose. They think they wipe the floor with us, so yeah, it would be an amazing feeling to actually beat them.
Well done, guys. Top job, yeah?
We'll find out what the results of today's challenge are tomorrow.
Head home and get some well-earned rest.
Thank you.
It's all over and done now. We've got to go home and wait overnight to see what happens. A judgment tomorrow. Unfortunately, somebody's going home. That's the reality of it. I just hope it's not a red member.
Walking into the MasterChef kitchen this morning, I'm pretty nervous. I'm not confident about the way that Bully team performed yesterday, and I'm scared that I'm going to have to send one of my team members home today.
We're still quietly confident, but look, it's going to come down to how much money is in the cash box, and it could be very tight. You know, could be a few dollars in it.
Blue team, red team, welcome. The 13 of you are the best amateur cooks in the country, but for one of you, the MasterChef title is about to be put out of reach. Yesterday, you faced a team challenge. Your challenge was to cook and serve lunch to thousands of visitors at Sydney's Royal Easter Show.
Come and taste the MasterChef food, guys!
On a budget of $750 per team, you had to buy ingredients, cook and serve high-quality food at whatever prices you set.
The winners of the team challenge get to spend the afternoon in 3 of Leichhardt's top Italian restaurants. Bit of work experience and get to see how the professionals do it.
I'm aware of how valuable today's prize is. The winning team is going to have a real advantage.
The losing team, of course, faces an elimination. That means you have to eliminate somebody from your team, the person you think performed the worst on the day. So let's take a look at how each team fared.
Chris, you're the captain of the red team.
Yep.
Remind us what menu you guys produced.
We did lamb skewers with a mint yoghurt sauce. We did arancini balls, toffee apples, and some caramelised pineapple skewers.
What could have you improved on?
I'm not sure about the pricing we chose. We thought we'd turn over more with a $4 price point on all our items. We could have got the toffee apples and things out a little bit quicker. There was a lot of issues with getting that toffee happening as fast as we needed it. That's where the wheels fell off a little bit, getting those out.
They did. I mean, the caramel got made about 40 times, I think, Aaron. Yeah. No excuse. You need to get it together in that department.
I mean, look, I take the hit for my batch of the toffee. However, during the challenge, I contributed a lot to the team.
What do you think you did best?
I think the arancini balls were the big hit, you know. Fried cheese, you know, everybody loves that. Break it open, it's all gooey on the inside. I think that was a big hit.
We were actually concerned how you guys were going to get them out in time, but you kept up with it. So that's what great kitchens are all about. People sticking to their job and not shuffling around too much, and the leaders leading, and that's important. The skewers were nice. I thought they were going to be tough, but I was really amazed how tender you made them.
I don't want to see any of these guys go home. They did a great service. I think everybody pretty much stepped up and you know, pulled it together.
Overall, great job. Really delicious food and great spruiking as well. Well done.
Knowing that this is going to lead to an elimination, I think that's made the red team more determined to reverse our misfortune last time. I don't want to vote anybody off in this team.
Still not confident about the way blue team performed, but at the same time, I'm not expecting to lose. We could still be surprised.
Kate, you were the captain of the blue team. Tell us what the menu was on the day.
Our original menu, Gary, was lamb kofta with a yoghurt relish, mushroom risotto, and caramelised bananas with cream butterscotch sauce and almond praline.
So what went well on the day?
We definitely made a good move having higher prices than red team. I don't know if that's enough to let us win, but we sold out all our food for a couple dollars more than they were making on each dish. So we didn't waste much of our produce, which was good for us.
And how about the risotto? How did that go?
The risotto was not the best. We didn't have garlic to start with, so we were missing a bit of flavour from it. But it sold out. We did sell it all.
How did you work as a team?
I think everyone could have worked a bit better. I don't think it was anyone's best performance so far in the competition. We picked a dish that we shouldn't have. The kofta was a mistake because it was very time-consuming. We didn't have mince, so we bought lamb, which we had to mince ourselves, which without a mincer is a time-consuming thing to do. And without an extra set of hands that the red team were lucky enough to have, it was very difficult to keep up.
An extra pair of hands in the blue team would have been disastrous, as they were so disorganised they couldn't figure out what to do with 6 people.
I think you set out well. You set out with a purpose. Your menu was good. You had the right idea. You had the spruikers in place. You delegated. You knew where you were going. You switched your thinking. You upped the ante on the risotto. You ditched the banana and you focused on those 2 dishes. That was a good thing. That was the right decision. And I think it got you focused. And that's why you sold all the food. Now, the fact that you switched on to skewering the lamb, it was a good call. It was possibly a bit too late.
Kate, how important is it to you that the blue team wins today?
I really don't want to have to vote off a team member. I'm not ready to see anybody in this group of people go home. So, yeah, it's fairly important to us all that we avoid being there today and hope that we've done enough to, avoid sending someone home again.
So, did you turn it around in time to make up for a slow start? That's the $1 million question.
Look, I am confident we've done enough to win. If you're not confident at this point, then you've already lost.
Time to reveal the results of the team challenge.
This challenge comes down to profit. It all comes down to how much money is in the till.
If blue team loses this week's team challenge, I might be a popular target for elimination.
Blue team, I can reveal that the money you had in your cash box at the end of the day totaled $926.50.
Bit of a shock. I didn't expect them to make anywhere near that amount of money. The whole red team just thought, oh no, we could be really screwed here, because it was a lot more than what we expected.
Kate, do you think it's enough to win?
I'm happy with that figure. I think it's more than we were all expecting to have made. I'm not disappointed with that.
So that last little push at the end may have been enough to clinch a victory?
That last push definitely helped us along.
And that you never know, you may win this challenge. So, Chris, $926.50 to beat.
Time goes very slowly the moment you're waiting to hear. It feels quite tense, actually, that waiting.
So, red team, I can reveal the money that was in the cash box at the end of the day totaled $1,251.50.
Yes!
Yes! Well done, guys. Well done. Well done. Well done.
They've pretty much smashed us out of the park, haven't they? So, credit to them.
It was a fantastic moment to know that we've won. It was just, you know, absolute happiness. It was really good. Good feeling. Yeah.
That's good.
$1,251.50. That's a sizable profit. So well done. Good job. Good choices. You deserve to win, and you need to revel in the glory of your success. Well done. Thank you.
You can all relax because you're safe in this competition, at least for a little bit longer. You've all still got a shot at the MasterChef title.
It's great saying goodbye to the blue team and walking out the door. I mean, I don't want to see them go home, but I think we just reasserted ourselves as a good team and have got a bit of revenge, which was nice from last week's stuff-up.
Great feeling walking out of the door, saying goodbye to blue team. It's going to be interesting to see what happens for them, but looking forward to a lunch and some experience in an Italian kitchen at Leichhardt.
They've done a great job. To be quite frank, they did do a better job than us, and they deserve to win.
You've got some hard decisions to make. Think carefully. We want the right people to stay in this competition. Best of luck.
I think of all the eliminations that I've been through, this one will be the hardest. It's going to be a really, really tough decision to make.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef.
If I was in Sandra's position, I would have taken more responsibility for the risotto.
Elimination looms for the blue team.
The person who receives the most votes will be going home today.
It's chef against chef, and for one person, the dream will end.
Cooking's been my dream since I was 8 years old, and it's not something that I'm about to let slip away.
It's time to reveal who will be eliminated.
It's extremely important that I win this.
I don't want to take someone else's dream away from them.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
50,000 people, guys, make us proud.
Two teams catered for the masses in an epic challenge.
Yum.
I think this might keep them out of elimination.
I think so.
Tonight, the blue team go head-to-head.
The person who receives the most votes will be going home today.
It's chef against chef, and for one person, the dream will end.
It's not something that I'm about to let slip away.
It's extremely important that I win this.
I don't want to take someone else's dream away from them.
Yesterday you faced a team challenge and we're now ready to announce the team that won and the team that lost. Now the winners will be rewarded, the losers will have to vote to send somebody home. Your challenge was to cook and serve lunch to thousands of visitors at Sydney's Royal Show.
$4, you get 2 cheesy balls. Come on!
Come and taste the MasterChef food, guys. Let's go!
On a budget of $750 per team, you had to buy ingredients for your menu. You then had to cook and serve high-quality food at whatever prices you set.
The winners of the team challenge will get to spend the afternoon in 3 of Leichhardt's top Italian restaurants. Bit of work experience and get to see how the professionals do it. The losing team, of course, faces an elimination. Time to reveal the results. Blue team, $926.50. Red team, $1,251.50.
Knowing that we've won is a wonderful feeling. I feel like the weight of the world's come off my shoulders. I can look forward to a terrific afternoon in a kitchen rather than a horrible afternoon in elimination.
I'm happy for them in one way, but you do want to be in that situation. I hate losing. Bloody hate it.
Well done, Captain. Now you're all about to head off and enjoy some training in some fine restaurants.
Have fun, guys.
Yeah, enjoy, huh?
Bring us some leftovers.
Blue team, you lost yesterday's challenge, and unfortunately, that means one of you will be leaving this competition for good.
Kate, who do you think performed the worst?
I wasn't a good leader in the first hour and a half. Sandra could have made the risotto taste better in the first couple batches.
I actually sat there and I thought, I just can't believe you're saying that. You know, there's no way you could have done better than that.
Sandra,
yes.
That risotto was not good.
When you don't have the right ingredients, there's no way that food can taste nice.
If I was in Sandra's position, I would have taken more responsibility for the risotto.
So, you've got a lot to think about. Big decisions.
Each of you must now decide who will be leaving the MasterChef competition. You'll have 1 hour to decide which of the teammates you believe let the team down the most in yesterday's challenge. This is not a decision to be taken lightly. I'll see you in 1 hour.
Kate had a lot of responsibility on her shoulders. She struggled in that manner of organisation, so she put us behind at the start.
I am expecting to cop at least a couple of votes. I know that people were disappointed with my performance as a team leader.
After the announcements, we go upstairs, have a little talk on how we got our butt kicked, basically.
Yeah, as a team, I really feel we lacked a bit of direction at the start. Kate, I know she knows that too.
We couldn't get mince for the kofta.
You haven't got a mince, have you?
No, we don't.
I know when I got back, I started to make them. And I mentioned to Kate 3 or 4 times, this is not working, we need to change it. It took her a while to change it, but she did. I don't believe we fixed our mistakes quick enough, and therefore, half an hour is going to cost us dearly.
There was one stage yesterday where I thought Kate was actually about to have a meltdown and this was early on, and that's when I was thinking, she can't do this.
Cooking's been my dream since I was 8 years old, and it's not something that I'm about to let slip away.
I've got shivers. That's fantastic.
I've just deferred my 4th year of law to be here, and this is what I love, and this is where I want to be. I know one of the biggest mistakes that we made was the fact that we wasted 2 whole pots of risotto.
Yep.
And it was because it wasn't cooked right. All the stock went in at once.
That is way too much stock.
No, it's not. It's not. I've been in risotto before.
It's way too much stock, but you have to wait till it dries out before you put every bit in.
It's fine, it's fine. It'll turn out fine.
I reckon 50 plates of risotto got thrown out.
I'm all about food. Food is my passion. It's been my whole life.
Sandra, I love this dish.
I'm doing this for me, but I'm doing it for my family, first of all. did the risotto all by myself, and I had to get so many pots out, and for me it was about volume.
I never tasted your risotto, so, I mean,
It was nice.
can I vote for you? I mean, the only thing I saw that I thought was wrong with your risotto was that you poured the stock in all at once instead of doing it one at a time. Now I'm tossing up between Kate and Sandra, and yeah, I still don't know who I'm going to vote for.
We went to the Italian Forum in Leichhardt. I love Italian food, but probably don't know how to cook it as well as others. So to have the experience to go and cook with Italian people and get that experience was fantastic. We all split up. We went to 3 different restaurants in the Forum.
Justine, Andre and I, we go to Sapore.
Good, how are you?
We're going to be working with Vil.
Congratulations on your winning team. Now we're going to get to work, guys.
Being exposed to a real-life situation, working in a restaurant, a real kitchen, and it's like another masterclass.
And then veal, no, we're just going to leave the veal as is, like that. Very simple, very rustic.
Aaron and I ended up going to Caesar's.
We're going to do some gnocchi with porcini mushroom and taleggio sauce.
He explained it into its real intricate details.
What you do is just roll it up, a single, get that fork, and just do like that.
So, you know, you get that nice little pattern rather than just like potato squares.
That's... Julie and I went to Mare Bleu.
So much for your time.
My pleasure.
We made some beautiful little crab and prawn raviolis with the lobster bisque sauce. That was great.
There's so much to learn. I mean, I'm a novice at the professional side of cooking.
That's gorgeous.
After the team comes back together, we all have lunch in Mare Bleu. They just bring out a whole kind of smorgasbord of all their dishes for us to try, a couple of bottles of wine, and say cheers, congratulate each other, and just relax.
I'm kind of convinced it's Kate going, but what do you think about the other guys' chances?
I heard about Trevor, like he was interfering.
I said Kate, Trevor.
I think Sandra's at risk.
Kate is the obvious screw-up from the challenge. I don't see how they could vote any other way.
This is survival of the fittest, and Kate and Sam will operate to ensure that. I think you're writing her off too easily.
Coming into the room today, I am expecting to cop at least a couple of votes. I'm ready to accept whatever outcome there is today. I'll accept whatever decisions people make.
I've got a very eerie feeling about how this is about to go, so not looking forward to this one at all.
Looking someone in the eye and saying, you know, you're not good enough to be here anymore is, it's not a good feeling. Something I'm really not looking forward to.
Makes me feel horrible. I feel gutted. It's not something nice, but someone has to go.
Each and every one of you is battling it out to become the best amateur chef in the country. That is, to win the title of being Australia's first ever MasterChef. Unfortunately though, your side lost this week's off-site challenge. As a result, one team member must be eliminated from this competition. Each of you must now vote for the person you believe let the side down the most at the challenge. One by one, you will tell us who you believe should leave, and you will place your vote on the spike in front of them. And the person who receives the most votes will be going home today. Now, in the event of a tie, Kate, as team captain, you must decide who out of the people with the most votes will have to go home. It's time to reveal who will be eliminated. Lucas, who are you voting for today?
Kate, my vote goes to you. We had a little period where we're a bit unorganised. Obviously, the captain's role, we needed a little bit of direction there. You struggle in that department, and that's why my vote goes for you.
Tom, please reveal your vote.
Unfortunately, Kate, my vote is also for you. Yesterday, we needed you to step in or step up as captain. When I got back from the shopping, I was unsure as to what was going on and what exactly my role was meant to be. I think the disorganisation and the lack of leadership there contributed to the loss.
Kate, you now have 2 votes. Sandra, this is your first elimination. Who have you given your vote to?
My vote goes to you, Kate. The reason why I voted for you today is because I feel like there was quite a bit of disorganisation in the team. I think if you would have carried out the role of being at the front of the house selling those dishes, that could have meant the difference between winning or losing.
Well, Kate, it's now time for you to cast your vote.
Sandra, the reason I voted for you is that the risotto wasn't good. It wasn't of a quality that we could serve to the customers, and perhaps if we had been able to sell that and make that profit, we wouldn't be in the position we are now. So, you know I love you, but you get my vote today.
That's all right, Kate.
Sandra, you have 1 vote, and Kate, you have 3 votes. There are 6 people voting here today. You only need 1 more vote, and you will be eliminated. Sam, it's now time for you to reveal who you think should be leaving this competition.
Sandra, I voted for you. We had issues with the risotto, and I felt that the fact that we basically couldn't serve 2 pots of it was one of the reasons that we failed in this challenge. So that's why you get my vote.
Sandra, what's going through your mind right now?
What Sam said is quite unfair because I had 2 pots of risotto that actually we did sell, so it's not like we couldn't sell it. Look, I'm here to win the challenge. Ideally, I would love to stay and continue my journey, but if my journey is to end today, then I've got something to look forward to, and that's my family.
Sandra, if you receive 1 more vote, that will be 3 votes for yourself and for Kate. It will be a tie. And Kate, as team captain, you will have to decide who out of the 2 of you will be going home. Trevor, everything is coming down to your vote. Who have you voted for and why?
Sandra, my vote is for you. At the start, we had about 20 minutes together where we were prepping the risotto. It's the only real time I spent in the kitchen. And when you were making the risotto, I saw you pour all the stock in at once. That's not how you make risotto. I feel that if you had made the risotto the right way, it would have looked a lot nicer, it would have looked a lot better. Maybe we could have sold a little bit more product and made a bit more money. So I am sorry, Sandra, but that's why I voted for you.
Sandra and Kate, you have 3 votes each. Kate, that now means that as team captain, you must decide between yourself and Sandra who will be going home.
I basically have another person's dreams in my hands right now. And this is a position I really did not ever want to be in. It should be easy. It should be an easy decision. If, you know, it's me versus someone else, it should be easy for me to say who stays and who goes, but it's not. You know, there's a person standing next to me and she loves cooking, she loves food, she really wants to be here.
It's a big responsibility.
Yeah. I don't want to take someone else's dream away from them.
Are you going home or is Sandra going home?
I'm going to go home, Sam.
It's all right, mate.
I didn't have to. I did have to.
Kate, it's a massive decision. Why have you sent yourself home?
I think I just stopped believing that I could win this, that I really deserve to be here, and I can't really sit back idly and watch someone who still does believe in themselves and who I believe in walk out those doors.
What's been your proudest move in this competition?
I've put out some dishes that I've been very happy with.
What were they?
Oh, the chocolate tart that I put out in the last team challenge. Matt was very impressed by the fact that I could impress 3 of Australia's toughest food critics.
Fantastic.
I'm happy to go out on that. I'm going away from this knowing that I've had an invaluable experience. It's been one of the greatest experiences of my life, and I wouldn't change that for a second.
Kate, I take my hat out to you.
Thank you.
Kate, it's time to say your final goodbyes.
I'm really proud of you, mate.
I'm good.
Katie!
I might be leaving this competition, but I'm not leaving my dreams behind. I've got the same dreams I've had since I was an 8-year-old child, so they're not going anywhere. Just because I've left this competition doesn't mean that I'm not going to be able to achieve them.
We enter the house. Lucas leads us in, followed by myself. Then Tom, followed by Trev and Sandra. And the house, I guess, expected that Kate would be gone. There was 3 votes each. It actually ended up that Sandra and Kate got the same amount of votes.
Really? Wow.
That means Kate voted herself out.
Kate voted herself out.
Kate chose that.
You're joking.
Kate said her commitment was not in it and she did not want to take someone else's dream away from them. So she said, Sandra, enjoy and make something of it.
She couldn't. She couldn't
send
Sandra home because of her commitment.
I think at the end of the day, the main feeling is that Kate's done the right thing, that she was the right person to leave, and that by eliminating herself, she's done something fair. And for that, I thank her. I thank her for not taking Sandra out when she saw Sandra's commitment as greater than her own. I think that's excellent.
I'm really sorry to see Kate go. She's young, she's got a huge amount of potential. But that being said, I know that she's at peace with her decision and I'm proud of the way she handled herself in that situation.
I don't regret my decision. I'll definitely miss the competition. I'll miss the challenges and the times I would have shared with my friends if I'd stayed, but I still think I made the right choice to come home. The stuff you learn and the friends you make and the overall experience you have, you can't top it. It's like the best thing I've ever done in my life. And I won't forget anything that I've learned anytime soon. I don't think I was ready to become an all-rounder chef, so I'm happy that I gave it up for someone else to have that chance.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef.
We're going to do something really amazing, chunky chips.
It's time for Gary and George to show how it's done.
If it doesn't taste good at this stage, it won't taste good at the end.
On the menu, how to make the perfect chip.
I'm not sure they're going to make it to the table.
And the ultimate steak with red wine sauce.
It's like a pair of velvet knickers.
And Sunday night, our chefs face their toughest Invention Test yet.
Please welcome John Turode.
MasterChef UK's toughest judge will be in the kitchen.
I'm freaking out.
Who will make the grade?
I want to applaud you on one part, and the other part, I want to cry for you.
Last night on MasterChef Australia,
I don't want to take someone else's dream away from them.
Kate was faced with a heartbreaking decision.
You must decide between yourself and Sandra.
And chose to make the ultimate sacrifice.
I'm going to go home, Sarah.
Tonight, it's a change of pace.
We're going to do something really amazing, chunky chips.
Also on the menu, the ultimate red wine sauce.
It's like a pair of velvet knickers.
And how to cook the perfect steak.
Fantastic.
Maybe it's not as easy as it looks.
Today is the end of the week, it's MasterClass, and it's important to go through all the challenges we've been through and have Gary and George show us what we did wrong and how we can improve on it.
It's fantastic to have the opportunity to stand in front of those guys and learn their tips and tricks and some of their very most secret recipes.
Well, you had an elimination yesterday, and Kate's missing.
Sandra and Kate, you have 3 votes each. Kate, as team captain, you must decide between yourself and Sandra who will be going home.
I'm going to go home, Sarah.
Why would she send herself home?
She felt like she couldn't take away the opportunity of Sandra, who probably wanted it more than her.
And Sandra, how do you feel about that?
I think Kate really wanted to go. I feel sorry for her in a way, but, you know, she's actually given me the opportunity at the same time to stay here when she's not really wanting to be here.
Well, look, it's sad that Kate's gone, but we're here to learn. We're here for MasterClass today. So it's your chance to sit back, relax. You're not facing any eliminations today.
So this week you had your mystery box challenge. So you had a half an hour to produce a dish from the items under this box. So you had a baby snapper, eggs, a Desiree potato, a beer, and some chilli. As well as that, you had some pantry items. Consisted of oil, plain flour, soya sauce, cream, butter, garlic, ginger, and lemon.
We were pleased that you guys did so well on this challenge. 3 dishes really stood out. Tom?
It's a very clever dish. It's beautifully understated. It looks spectacular.
Andre?
It's very fresh tasting. And again, the fish is the hero.
And Sandra?
That's an absolute cracker. So what we're going to do today is a really simple dish, but something really delicious and healthy, is snapper cooked in a bag. It's a very classical technique. I mean, it's called...
en papillote in French, which just means in paper.
So to serve with our steamed snapper in a bag, we're going to do something really amazing and probably the best in the world, chunky chips.
First thing we're going to do is we're going to fillet the snapper. Now, a few of you had enormous trouble filleting this fish. Hands up who had trouble. Aaron, up you come. We're going to do it together. Aaron, you look like you're really struggling there.
I've never filleted a whole fish before.
Just dry the fish so it's easy to work with. So, the first thing we're going to do is identify where the skull, if you like, finishes on the head, which is sort of at a 55-degree angle, and going in underneath that pectoral fin there. And you're going to come right the way through. Not too hard, just to score the line, basically. Then you're going to turn it over, and you're going to do exactly the same thing. Find the back of the head. So behind the skull, that's right. So now we've cut the flesh, we're just going to go through that bone just to remove the head. That's the central spine along there. And you basically draw a line, feeling where the spine goes. The secret with fish is very sharp knife and long, fluid slicing movements, not jaggedy sort of chopping, cutting movements, right? So what you're doing very gently is you're teasing until you find that spine. You finding where you're going?
Yeah.
Where you're at the tail, just slice to release that tail. And just above the spine, we just need to release, because there's some little bones that come up. And all you're doing is you're just popping through those little bones, right, until your fish fillet comes off. Now we need to remove these little sort of belly bones, okay? So knife under like that, and remove the bone. That's it. When you look at the fish, there's going to be that little line of ribs, so I'm feeling where the bone is. You find the first one and then pull it out, feel where the next bone is. But see what I'm doing is I'm supporting the flesh of the fish as I'm pulling the bone out. Because as you can see, they're really nasty little things, you know? Imagine swallowing that. Andre? To find a bone in there is a horrible thing. Oh, and the last thing is just to make sure that there's no scales.
Is it easier to fillet with the scales on?
Look, snapper's a bit different because they've got such strong sort of central bones that they'll poke through the flesh. But if you're doing a salmon, for example, you'd scale the fish while it was whole and then you'd fillet it. Otherwise, you end up with scales everywhere. Look, that's not a bad job, mate.
Cheers,
sit back down, Mr. Fish Filleter. It's not that hard. It's just you've got to use those very clean sweeps of the knife. So next thing we're going to do is the snapper en papillote, all right? Two things, foil, and put the shiny side in, because it reflects the heat in, and then paper, pretty much the same length as the foil. So we fold that in half, and I'm just going to round the edges off. Touch of olive oil, a little bit of salt, just add that bit of seasoning, and then the first snapper fillet, and we're going to put a touch of ginger, and a little bit of chilli, and then the second fillet over the top, a bit more ginger. And then I'm going to put some really, really fine slices of garlic, so it's packing a big punch. And the olive oil and the soy, it's just going to create like a vinaigrette as such inside the bag. So as it steams, it'll cook it very, very gently. So what we do is we fold over, and what we're doing is we're making a fold at 45 degrees. The advantage of cooking it in a bag is the fact that it's steaming it gently, okay? So it's a very gentle, soft method of cookery. But the advantage is that it keeps all the juices and all the flavours in and around that fish. So all we do now is pop that on a tray. I'm just going to throw a bit of heat under that tray just to start off that cooking process. And it'll puff the bag up a wee bit, and it's going to go in the oven for about 6 minutes.
What temperature?
About 180. All right, so nice and gentle. And then a rest, and it should be cooked perfectly.
Every week when we're not at the MasterChef kitchen, we're going out into real commercial kitchens. We get to do work experience and learn from chefs out in the real world. This week I went to Rosebud, which is at Roselle in Sydney. It's a really busy cafe sort of restaurant.
A couple
couple of months ago, I was working for my children, my neighbours and my husband, of course. And now I'm actually working for paying customers, so it is completely different. One multigrain, please.
I was working on the egg section. I can cook eggs, but having to do it to order at speed is a whole different ballgame to serving it up on Sunday breakfast.
I'd love to have my own restaurant one day, and this is just going to actually give me a buzz of, you know, what it's actually like. We're just on the go the whole time. I really like working under that pressure. So bacon first. Yep.
Julie and Sandra have done really well. We've probably done about 300 breakfasts. With experience, definitely, Sandra and Julie could be great chefs.
Okay, to serve with our snapper, we're going to do something simple. I think it's the most eaten dish in the world, a simple chip. Yeah, it does sound simple, but there's a couple of things that you really need to understand about producing the best chip. Okay, so I'm just blocking the potatoes first. So that literally means, you know, taking sides off and producing a rectangle. So we're just cutting up our chips here, our chunky chips. And they all do need to be the same size. So they all cook evenly. Okay, so our potatoes are in our cold water in a pot. We've got some salt in there and they go on the heat, on high. And basically we bring the potatoes up to the boil. Rule of thumb, any vegetable that grows in the ground needs to be started in cold water, okay? Not hot water.
Anything that grows above the ground, it's got chlorophyll in it, particularly like, say, broccoli, beans, snow peas, goes into boiling salted water.
Okay, so once the potatoes are cooked, they need to go on a tray and into your fridge. So these are our cooked potatoes. It's really important if you can try and keep them in the fridge for more than half a day. The reason why is what we want to effectively get is a really dry crust around the potato. Okay, and once they hit hot fat, okay, they crisp up, and hence we get that really sexy, delicious effect in our mouth. Now, next step, it's quite simple. Peanut oil, okay, is probably the best oil to cook chips in. Why? It's quite healthy. And, you know, this myth about chips being fatty, they're fatty if they're sitting in the oil at a low temperature where they're really soaking up the oil. The key is to keep them crispy and cook them quick. Okay, so we sit in a temperature around 130 degrees. Okay, that's probably the best temperature for a chip. Is there any questions, guys, while we're cooking these chips?
Say you're doing calamari or other things like that take, like calamari takes a minute. Do you change the oil, or is it 130 at all?
Calamari I'd do in a canola oil. I wouldn't bother doing it in a peanut oil. I just find peanut oils it holds its heat really well.
The actual temperature of the oil, though, does it change?
It should be hotter, around 180, 170, 180. Because remember, you want to cook it quick, boom, in and out. Right, so these chips are sort of standing up and telling me they're ready because they're nice and golden and crispy. I can feel they're crispy by just slowly, gently moving my slotted spoon through there. As soon as they come out of the fryer, onto absorbent paper and season them with salt. So, Gary, if you could do the honours. And
they look really, really good, George. I'm not sure they're going to make it to the table. Right, so I'll get the fish out, George.
Yep.
Right. So we're going to plate our fish up. So I actually enjoy serving this in the paper bag.
So can I do the honours?
What, you want to...
and sniff away?
I'm just getting a bit of a foothold. Oh, it smells good, doesn't it?
That's delicious.
So what's happened is that fish has just cooked and it's released some of the juices from the fish. And I'm just going to put some spring onions and a little bit of coriander, just because we eat with our eyes. And it looks pretty good. It smells absolutely lovely.
And our chips can go into a little...
So there we have it. That's our snapper en papillote, which means, you know, in paper, with these lovely best chips in the world from George. Lovely, crispy, crunchy chips. My top tip in terms of using a fish for en papillote would be buy fresh fish, Fill it carefully, no bones. And remember, you need that resting time as well. So it's not 6 minutes in the oven and straight to the guest. It's 6 minutes in the oven, a couple of minutes, and then to the table.
So my top tips for making the perfect chips are bring your potatoes up to the boil. Once they're cooked, drain them, place them on a tray, and dry them out in your fridge. And then cooking them in a peanut oil at a temperature of between sort of 130 and 140 degrees.
Okay, Andre, let's get up here and see if you can find a bone in that fish. Dig in, mate.
You idiot.
That's beautiful.
Okay, Sandra, up you come.
Do I make the best chips in the world?
You do, George. You are the best.
Stop it. Next in Masterclass, we're going to recap your off-site challenge at the Royal Easter Show. So you had $750 to basically shop in the Fresh Food Pavilion for everything that you needed to produce a menu. Out catering was a hell of a challenge. And let's face it, it came down to the choice of your menu.
Risotto is a fantastic choice, especially in an out cater, because you can start pots and get them going while some are getting served. And let's face it, rice is a really cheap commodity and you can add some really lovely flavours to it if it's made beautifully. I'm going to show you how to make a really simple risotto with pumpkin and goat's cheese. Now, there's a couple of key points that need to be addressed here. Key number one, never buy your rice cryovac. So that means they take the air out of the bag so they can condense shelf space. It basically crushes your grains. And what you want with a beautiful risotto is to be able to see every single grain. Key number two is, with our risotto, we don't stir it, okay? We agitate it. Our belief is when you stir the rice, you break up the grains, okay, and you make it really starchy. I want a creamy risotto, something that's really luscious and silky, and when you pop it in your mouth, it pops and explodes, okay? So, Sandra, you're going to come and join us to cook this beautiful risotto.
And how about the risotto? How did that go?
The risotto was not the best. We were missing a bit of flavour from it.
There was a few issues with your risotto, but we're going to make a real sexy one right now, okay? So we put our pan on, some butter. So we put a quarter of an onion in, half a clove of garlic, and just be careful, you don't want the onions to caramelise too much. You just want them to go nice and translucent, yeah? And a good handful, probably a cup worth of rice. And basically, at this point, we want to coat the rice in the butter, okay? We've also got a stick of rosemary. I don't want to dice the rosemary in it, so when you eat it, you get bits of rosemary. I just want to flavour it, so that goes in.
Yes.
Deglaze with some wine. And just make sure when you're pouring it in, you're pouring it around, not in the centre, just so we push down all that flavour. Just agitate it gently, okay? We've got some hot chicken stock here. You can use veg stock if you like. And we're going to gently add some to it, gradually, okay? So pop some in now. So at every point, you want to pretty much just have enough stock in there just to cover the rice. So the rice can absorb the stock. Every sort of couple of minutes, agitate it.
Yes.
And then leave it alone.
Sure.
And you can see it's just bubbling away really gently. And each rice grain, you can see, like little babies. We'll do that for about 20 to 25 minutes.
Okay.
So I'm going to make a pumpkin puree to go with the risotto. The whole idea with this puree is that we're going to make a basic risotto and then fold this puree through at the last minute. So the first thing I'm doing is grating the pumpkin. If you're going to cook a puree, you need to make sure that things are chopped according to how long they're going to cook for. Now, the quicker you cook the vegetable, the more fresh flavour you're going to retain. And that's going to go into a small pot with a lid on, and it's going to cook for about 15 minutes. So it's nice and soft, like baby food, all right? So a little bit of butter, and then in goes the grated pumpkin. This is a good way of cooking soup, right? In this case, it's going to be a puree, and that means that I'm not adding any stock or anything that's going to loosen it down. It's just going to be pure pumpkin puree. But if you cooked this and added a splash of milk or a splash of water or stock, when you blitz it up, you have the most perfect pumpkin soup. Simple as that. 5 minutes on the gas, cook it until it's soft, the occasional stir, and I'll puree it. Back to you, George.
Beautiful. Let's have a look at what stage it's at. You tell me how it tastes.
getting soft now.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
you know, I can really bite into it. And
Yeah, there's still a
It's chewy.
little bit chewy. So it probably needs, you know, another 3 to 4 minutes.
Sure.
And that will be beautiful, nice and al dente. We got any questions?
How long would that last in the fridge? About 3-4 days?
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. You know, two to 3 days maximum. Yeah, you don't want to be using rice after sort of, you know, the second or third day.
Okay.
Rice is hugely risky in terms of food poisoning. One of the highest cases of food poisoning come from rice and the reheating of rice. So we'll have a quick look at the puree.
Yep.
Now, this has only been on for what, about 2-3 minutes? 3 minutes at the most? Using a lid can really help. Keeps all the steam, all right? And it's washing down the side of the pot, keeping all the moisture in there. And it's cooking from both sides, not only from the bottom, but steaming from the top as well. And you can see how it's softened down. Looking for that point where when I squeeze it between my finger and my thumb, that's just going to disintegrate, okay? Okay, this puree's ready now. What I'm looking for is that when I push my finger through it, there's no resistance to those little grated strands of pumpkin. So that's going to go into the blender. So basically, what I'm looking for is just a really smooth, you know, almost baby food-like puree.
Exactly, thank you.
For you.
Right, let's finish the risotto. Now, I want you to add a good tablespoon of butter in there, and that will just add a good shine. You can turn the temperature off now. We've got enough heat in there to finish it off, okay? Then add a couple of tablespoons of this pumpkin puree. Go, 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 go. Couple more. Why not? One more. Okay. A good handful of Parmesan. One more for love. Just gently stir that through, okay? Really gently. The most important thing, let's taste it.
Beautiful.
Right, let's plate it up. When I go into a restaurant, I don't expect a mountain of it, because this should whack you with loads of flavour. I've got some goat's cheese here, some crumbled bits over the top, baby basil leaves, and just a little bit of olive oil just to freshen it up. And there you go, a really simple pumpkin risotto made with lots of love with goat's cheese and fresh baby basil. Some tips for making a fantastic risotto: buy rice that is not crushed, so not Kryvac, so all the grains are crushed. You want whole grains. Use the agitating process, so it means you don't break the grains up as you're cooking your rice. And it's really important that the rice on the plate is not gluggy. Yeah, it's nice and light, and you're able to eat it all with a fork. Why don't you go and give some of your contestants some love and let them have some risotto.
I will.
And me and Gary can have the pot.
Ah, the pot, George, with a bigger spoon. At the off-site challenge at the Royal Easter Show, I would have done hotcakes with caramelised apples with George's risotto. I think what you needed to do is you pick something that you know is going to be popular and easy to sell. There were a lot of kids there, it was school day, and you know that something like hotcakes or pancakes is going to move. Look, first up, what we need to do is caramelise the apples. So I think George is going to do that. We've peeled some apples. We've actually turned them into nice little turn shapes. We'll make a dry caramel. So we've got sugar, okay, which is in the pan. It's going to caramelise with the apples. Very, very easy. Now, the hotcakes, in terms of making pancakes, 1 egg to about 120, 150 grams of flour. If you can try and sort of stick that in your head, it'll help you creating basic batter recipes, cake recipes. So I've got 125 grams of plain flour, and I'm going to put in about a teaspoon of baking powder, and I'm going to sieve that, okay? And I'm just going to sieve it because I want to take out any lumps that are going to be in there, because I want my batter to be nice and smooth, right? So what you should do is start off with dry ingredients and then pour the wet ingredients into it, beating it until it's smooth and stiff, and then loosening it up with the remaining liquid. And then the egg is going to be cracked into a bowl. So just going to aerate this a little bit. So I put a well in the centre of the flour, just going to pop my egg in and a little bit of the buttermilk. I've got about 250 of buttermilk. And the idea is that I'm just incorporating the flour into a smooth batter in the middle, and then starting to draw the flour from the outside into the centre. Now, I've got just enough sugar just to sweeten, so I'm going to put in about 2 tablespoons, right? And then I've also got about 80 grams of melted butter. So it's about adding a layer of luxury or richness to the dish.
We've popped the apples into the dry sugar, into a hot pan, and the sugar's dissolved and it's starting to caramelise around the apples. And I've just popped a knob of butter in there, so that will give that a really nice glaze and a really nice shine. You can tell that the apples are starting to caramelise. They're getting that really beautiful sort of toffee apple colour. If your sugar is starting to go past caramelise, where it's going a little bit dark, just add a little splash of water, and that will just cool the caramel down so you don't burn it. And you end up with this beautiful glazed apple, which I hope will go really deliciously with your hotcakes.
Now, I've got some drained ricotta, and I'm just going to put in 2 tablespoons of ricotta. And the ricotta really is just to layer a bit of flavour, add a bit of richness, and also as it cooks, you get that nice batter with little chunks of sort of warm ricotta in the pancake, which is nice. Now, the reason I've popped this into a jug, remember that the baking powder is the active ingredient here that's going to aerate, so it needs a rest, best to rest it for half an hour, but then also as it hits the heat, then it starts to aerate the pancakes, OK? And by putting it in a jug, it just saves the mess. So what I'm looking for is a certain consistency that as I pour it in, it's just going to hold it in shape for long enough for that little pancake just to start setting. I don't want the pan to be too hot. It needs time for that baking powder to activate. And the way you can tell is you'll get little bubbles start to appear on the centre of the pancakes, and that's when you flip it over.
If you don't have baking powder, can you get away with using self-raising flour?
Absolutely. I mean, essentially, self-raising flour is flour with raising agent in, so it's exactly the same. The beauty about being able to use baking powder is baking powder can have quite a sort of a drying effect on your mouth. And with a standard self-raising flour, you lose that opportunity of adjusting a recipe until you nail it. So back to the pancakes quickly. Can you see that we've turned those over and they're perfectly sort of golden brown? Not bad, are they? They look all right. And all I'm going to do is just put a little bit of butter, finish it off beautifully. How are those apples, George?
I've actually just popped a pinch of salt in there, yeah? Caramel, salt. It's like basil and tomato. Okay, the salt just elevates it and takes it to another level.
So we're ready to serve up the hotcakes. Nice little stack.
Here you go.
Apples. Oh, George, they look nice. Bit of that caramel. And then last little, the coup de grace. The cream. And there you have it. Nice little ricotta hotcakes, caramelised apples and cream. Give me more. $4, I'll sell you 500 of them. No problem at all. OK, buttermilk and ricotta pancakes, or hotcakes, with caramelised apples. Poe, would you like to come and have a taste?
Yes, please.
Tell us what you think. Hopefully they're up to scratch, as good as your chocolate ones.
They're really nice and squishy.
Jesus me, that's huge, Poe.
It's all right. She's got a big mouth. Ooh.
Beautiful. They're really soft and moist.
Nice, aren't they? Hotcakes, pancakes, try and bank these basic recipes, yeah? You should use them over and over again, and they should be recipes that work 100% of the time, whether you're making 5 or 500. And the simplest dishes, believe it or not, that not only you can bank as a recipe, but you can bank in dollars. You can keep bringing these things up again. They're old favourites, and they'll sell.
I'm doing work experience at Dank Street Depot with Jared and Gissel. Yeah, we've just been doing work experience every week so that we know what it's like to be under the pump in a real kitchen.
Oh, your breakfast is getting cold. I just need the toast on there now, please.
It's quite intimidating. Getting everything hot on the plate with all the different ingredients that are required for each dish is a lot more difficult than I thought. It's not just bacon and eggs.
So, Poe, this still needs about another 30 seconds of cooking. This needs to go now. So 2 plates on the pass. Do you remember what I sort of threw in the deep end? I gave it our most popular dish, which is really simple, but it's one thing saying simple when you've got a restaurant full of people, so it can get a bit confusing.
Well, these are tricky.
It's a really simple dish.
Yeah.
But you still want to make sure that it doesn't look like shit.
Okay. Because in the other restaurants that I've been in, like, I've only really been doing prep or plating. But with this, I'm actually cooking stuff and keeping an eye on everything. But it's good. It's good to know, like, everyone just has to keep an eye on lots of things circulating with all the different dishes. So, yeah, it's good. Like, handful?
No, that's in that one.
Sorry.
This is your bacon.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot.
I think she got quite a shock getting thrown into service, so she'll probably go home and sleep well tonight.
So that was that one, wasn't it?
Yep. Ring the bell.
I really hope that doing work experience is going to give me that, extra edge and give me the skills and knowledge that will take me further on in the competition.
We're going to recap the invention test that you guys did this week. Now, Tom, you won the mystery box, so you won the right to choose the core ingredient. Which core ingredient are you going to pick?
I think I'll go for beef.
So given the choice of ingredients, I think George and I decided that we would have kept it really simple. I think that's what we're going to demonstrate today. How to colour and cook a really nice steak, how to truss it, how to tie it, how to make a great red wine sauce, and a simple spinach, just tossed in butter with garlic on the side. The reason we want to do this is because, like Sam, you overcooked the steak. The steak is on the verge of being overcooked.
Really?
Poe, you had trouble. Was it cooked, was it not cooked?
I'm not very good at cooking meat, so that could be a bit of a disaster.
We need to demonstrate how to cook the steak from start to finish, including the resting and how important that is. So first up, we're going to show you how to do the red wine sauce, okay? A couple of you took the rib bone off the meat and you could have chopped that up and used it as a basis for your red wine sauce. A good stock is important, and something that will caramelise and sweeten the sauce, which in this case is going to be a small dice of vegetables. But things like shallots, things like onions, carrots have got a lot of natural sweetness that you need to colour and caramelise so that that drops into the sauce, into the stock, to give you that finished flavour. The other thing is that we're going to put some aromats or some aromatics in it. We've got some bay leaves. You can use fresh bay leaves or dry, some thyme, and some peppercorns, which will crack at the last minute so they're nice and fresh. Gives it a nice little bite. And the other two things, I've got 2 alcohols. I've got a ruby port and a red wine. Now, the secret when we're using alcohol is a wine you need to reduce and essentially burn off the astringent sort of flavour that you get from raw wine. In this case, I'm reducing both because I want a really strong, sweet, red wine flavour, OK? So step 1, the bones. A little bit of oil. Doesn't have to be much because you're going to get oil off the bones, OK? And what we want to do here is we just want to get the caramelisation. Chop it small if you're going to cook the sauce quickly, and bigger if it's going to cook for a longer period of time. Sauce like this, which is like a finished sauce, everything has to be cut into tiny little pieces, so you get the maximum surface area for caramelisation, and you get the maximum opportunity to grab as much flavour off the surface in a short period of time. So a few carrots, not too many, because I don't want this to taste of vegetables, I want it to taste of beef. And the shallots. Now, the reason that sauciers or sauce cooks use a lot of shallots in their cooking is that they've got a very neutral flavour, whereas when you think about celery or celeriac or carrot, they've got very specific and strong flavours. Some aromats, right, bay leaves, and a good amount of thyme. And I'm not putting all of the thyme in, OK? Pinch of salt. If you don't salt until the end of it, you're making a mistake because you're not tasting as it should taste through each process. You're not maximising the flavour. You're seasoning at the end and assuming that it will stay that flavour all the way through. But if the salt doesn't dissolve, it actually is going to get saltier. So a few peppercorns. And I'm just going to crack them. So just a little bit to start it off. And if you want, you can add more towards the end. The aromats are starting to release their flavour. So if I was to pick a little bit of that meat out, even though it'd be very chewy, it would taste good, right? And if it doesn't taste good at this stage, it won't taste good at the end. So if you burn it, throw it away, start again. Now we're going to deglaze, which basically means washing off that caramelisation that's happened around the vegetables into the first part of the stock. And the wine and the port form part of that stock. So I put port in to start off with, and the port gives me a nice depth of flavour and a sweetness that is going to improve the sauce. And I can smell that. It smells absolutely beautiful. And then I'll put in the red wine.
Is there any particular style of wine that makes a better sauce?
All I would say is that even at home, I would never use a cheap, horrible wine to try and make a great sauce. I would use a textured, heavy-bodied wine like a Shiraz or a Cab Sav, something that's got some body to it, that's going to give me the body to the red wine sauce. There's nothing wrong with putting an absolute tiny splash of the wine you're drinking into the sauce at the last possible second, and you'll be amazed at what that will do in terms of aroma to finish the sauce. But it's got to be a seriously good wine. Next stage, a good stock, a good veal stock, a good beef stock. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to transfer that into a little pot. And the reason I want that in a little pot is because I want that to simmer gently for a period of time to get the right flavours. And I need to be able to access the top of the sauce to be able to skim any impurities that come to the surface. And obviously, the wider the pot, the bigger the surface area, and the more I'm going to waste. If it's in a nice shallow pot, all those impurities come up to the top on a very small surface area. So I can skim those impurities off without wasting the sauce, OK? So up to the boil, I'll give it 10 minutes to cook. I might put in a little bit of extra seasoning. And this is where you've got to understand what's going on, what you can smell, what you can sense, what you can taste to get a really good sauce. So is it 15 minutes of cooking or is it 45 minutes? Only the pot will tell you that.
This is approximately, you know, a 350, 360 gram ribeye steak, okay? Really important. Room temperature, not straight out of the fridge. We're going to leave the bone on and we're just going to clean up the bone. We want it to present well.
All this trimming can be used in your sauce.
Totally. And then what we want to do is we want to get the shape of the beef, yeah, of the ribeye. Butcher string. And then basically what we want, see how we've got that equal pressure around the steak? And not only will that help it keep its shape and present beautifully, but it's going to help us cook this steak to perfection everywhere. And just the last thing is we just want to wrap this bone in a bit of foil just to protect it so it doesn't burn and it presents beautifully. So we take a little bit of salt and we season it well. Yeah. Frying pan, oil, not too much oil, just enough to sort of shimmer the bottom of the pan. 3 minutes on the timer. I'm going to press start as soon as it hits the pan.
How hot was the frying pan before you actually put the meat in?
Put the steak in the pan at the point where you can see the pan starts to shimmer with the oil. Don't put it into a cold pan because usually the steak sticks, okay? Timer's gone off, 3 minutes, okay? I flip it over and look at that crust. 3 minutes on the other side. Right, 3 minutes is up and I just want to caramelise all these edges off, yeah? Because I want consistency. I want that to look visually caramelised. Right, that goes into your oven. Right, our beef's been in for 4 minutes. Comes out of the oven. And as you can see, all that caramelisation's occurred and turned that beautiful crust on there. Now, to rest the meat, stand the meat up because you've got less surface area, so you've got less possibility of it leaching out all those beautiful juices. You should rest all meat half the amount of cooking time so the muscle is allowed to relax, which also allows it to be tender. While the meat is resting, I'm going to do a side of spinach. It mustn't taste gritty, must be washed and picked. Right, get your butter sort of foaming. We pop our spinach in. And what I've got here is a garlic clove. And I don't want to put crushed garlic in it because I don't want that bits of garlic in it, so I'm chewing on it. So I just get a fork, I whack my garlic on the end of a fork, okay? A little bit of salt, squeeze of lemon, and we just pop our garlic in so it releases that flavour into the spinach, yeah? Okay? That hasn't even been 30 seconds, okay? Literally 20 seconds in the pan, and we just push out any excess liquid because we don't want that liquid on the plate. And then to finish the steak, take the steak, we remove the foil and just snip the string off. And it's really important you don't leave that on the steak, yeah?
What we've been looking for in this red wine sauce is this smooth and slightly sweet red wine flavour. And I'm putting it through a muslin or a cheesecloth. And essentially that's just to take out any little impurities that are in there. So we just give that a little bit of a squeeze. Last little process is we're going to add a couple of little knobs of butter. This is called to monte a butter into a sauce. What it does, it gives it that lovely little smooth flavour, and the reason that is because there's fat in it, so it's holding it on your tongue.
It's got a fantastic balance, not in a way that it's like drinking red wine. It's silky smooth. It's like a pair of velvet knickers. We're going to do a technique called beurnoisette. So it's nut brown butter, and we're just going to coat and gloss the steak. And of course, that's going to actually warm the steak back up to be presented. So, goes into the pan, butter, some slithers of garlic, some thyme, and there's nothing better than that feeling of basting a steak. Then that goes on the plate. Quite simple, steak and spinach, but sexy steak and spinach.
Excellent. So ready for the sauce? That is the perfect red wine sauce with the perfect steak, beautiful spinach, and that's something that you could have done in the Invention Test. It's just a beautiful little bistro dish that you'd be more than happy to pay good money for. Who's tasting first? Sam, come on. You cooked a dodgy red wine sauce. Get up here and have a taste.
Looks slightly better than my piece of steak, doesn't it?
You know what? You should taste this first, Sam, because you did make.
Wow. You don't get a huge whack of red wine like what was with my sauce. It's just you can taste the meatiness through it. You can taste the wine through it, and the vegetables. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sam. I got to join you.
It's fantastic.
Right, guys. Let's come and grab some food and some wine, and let's enjoy.
I'm not ready.
So, guys, we've seen some big changes. The numbers have dwindled, and the people that are here, we're willing you to succeed. So here's to a new week at MasterChef Kitchen.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers, guys.
Next time on MasterChef Australia.
There's only 12 of us now. I think we can start getting serious about this competition.
The mystery box holds an added twist.
Oh, yeah.
Damn it, why do they keep doing this to me?
Then John Turode from MasterChef UK will judge a special invention test.
That is a very, very difficult thing to cook in the amount of time they've got.
And he will expect nothing but the best.
I want to see the Australians show how good a cook they can really be. It's not my favourite thing, I've got to say.
I've blown this so bad.
Last week on MasterChef Australia.
50,000 people, guys, make us proud.
The teams catered to the masses in our biggest challenge yet.
Come on!
And Kate said goodbye in an emotional elimination. Tonight, the chefs face a surprise.
Please welcome John Turode.
Will the amateurs have what it takes to impress MasterChef UK's toughest judge, John Turode?
That is a very, very difficult thing to cook in the amount of time they've got.
I'm freaking out.
I want to applaud you on one part, and the other part, I want to cry for you.
There can only be one MasterChef, and they will get the chance to work in Australia's top restaurants, publish their own cookbook, and win $100,000.
Big Trev. Start of a new week, mate. You pumped?
Yeah, you know not to talk to me in the morning.
Oh, darling. Start of a new week today. Mystery box and invention test today. I've got to cook two very, very good dishes today to to set myself back up in this competition. And if I can do that, then I'll be pleased. If I can't, I'll probably be going home.
It is so important for me to be able to keep proving myself, having won 2 challenges last week. Last week I had 2 dishes that were in the top 3, and really I hope that I can keep up the standard. So I'm under a lot of pressure this week.
Today is Mystery Box Challenge Day, which is my favourite challenge of the week. I like it because we don't have to go into that pantry and race around like fools.
It's one of the challenges that's actually most enjoyable because you know you're not going to go home for trying something that's out there and, you know, really pushing the boundary. So I think people should start pushing it a bit more. Stop doing safe stuff.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to getting on with this week. There's only 12 of us now. Kate's gone. I think we can start getting serious about this competition.
I haven't won a mystery box yet, so I'm really hungry for it, I guess. I've just got to do the best I can, and fingers crossed it's not dessert again. I hate dessert cooking.
When we walk in, somebody says, "Oh, look at that big thing on the right," and I thought they were talking about Matt, but I didn't even notice it. I get that sinking feeling. They're going to have a twist. What are they doing to my mystery box challenge? It was a bit scary.
Hello to you all. The final 12 in the running to be Australia's first MasterChef. As the number of contestants in this competition dwindles, the pressure increases on you to prove you have what it takes to become a competent chef. In front of you is a box, the contents of which are yet to be revealed. You will have 45 minutes to make the best dish you can using whatever you find in that box. Your judges, Gary, George and Matt, will be deciding on a winner, and that person will be given the upper hand in today's major challenge, the Invention Test.
The nice thing about the Mystery Box Challenge is if you do actually win it, you get to choose the core ingredient for the Invention Test. It actually can set you up to do really well for the whole week.
Don't underestimate how important that could be. There's 12 of you left. We were once looking at a sea of faces, and the numbers are dwindling.
And I should add, today's mystery box has a bit of a difference.
We're told that there's a slight twist to today's mystery box challenge. There is a big bench with a black cloth over it near the judges. I thought it might be a grand piano.
So, as Sarah mentioned, today's challenge is a little bit different. And for the serious cooks amongst you, this is about as serious as it gets. It's time to reveal the ingredients in the mystery box. You can lift your lids.
Yes. Gary says, lift the box, and they give us dessert items. I'm like, damn it, why do they keep doing this to me?
You have butter, eggs, caster sugar, self-raising flour, milk, vanilla extract, and you have a baking tin.
That's just a basic cake recipe. When I saw those ingredients, I felt just flat. Flat. Like my cake's gonna be.
Yes, I love it.
A lot of people don't like dessert. A well-rounded chef should be able to jump on the pastry section in any kitchen. For me, I want the master chef, if it isn't myself, to be someone who can do everything better than me.
Well, I wonder what we are going to ask you to cook. The answer is cupcakes.
So we find out we're cooking cupcakes. I don't eat them. I've never made one, and it's going to be another thing that I've never cooked before that I'm going to cook for the first time on MasterChef.
Cupcakes have taken Australia by storm in the last couple of years. And today, you need to create your own signature cupcake and name it. To make the best cupcake you can, you'll have a little bit of a hand with some flavours and decorations.
see so many things. I mean, I see raspberries, I see limes, I see lollies. I mean, there's so many things, and I think, oh my gosh, how am I going to decorate my cupcake?
So you've got loads of flavourings and toppings and decorations, all of which can be used to flavour both your cupcakes and your frosting.
And I should add, today's mystery box has a bit of a difference.
You're going to be provided with a recipe for a simple butter cake and an iced frosting.
Thank you, Lord. It made it much easier to know that we could follow a recipe and also put our flavours into it.
The judges will only taste 3 of the most enticing looking cupcakes, and from those, they will declare a winner.
If I win, I get to choose the core ingredient for the Invention Challenge, so it's extremely important that I win.
You will now come up in 3 groups of 4 to choose your decorations and flavourings. We'll start with the front of the room. Poe, Justine, Aaron and Julie, you're up first.
I picked limes and hazelnut meal because I was pretty sure that no one would do that combination.
Tom, Chris, Sam and Sandra, you're up next to choose your flavours and decorations.
I was really over the moon when I saw that there was beer up there because I use beer in cooking a lot.
Jenny, Trevor, Lucas and Andre, you're up next.
I love making cakes, like for friends, family, everyone's birthday cake. So this is sort of my theme, something I love doing.
OK, you've got 45 minutes to cook the most beautiful cupcake you can, and your time starts now.
Basically, we have to cream the butter and sugar together first and then add eggs and whisk it all together. I also fold in the zest of 3 lemons, which is a heck of a lot in only that much batter, but it's not a delicate lemon cake, it's a gutsy lemon cake.
Julie, what type of cupcake are you cooking?
My signature cupcake is going to be called Lemon Diva.
Lemon Diva?
Yes, because it's going to look beautiful and be a star, but the flavour will pack the punch.
And what are these for?
I'm going to take the yellow and actually carve out a little lemon so you get the visual cue of what's in the cake.
OK, excellent, that's great. You have half an hour to go, guys. If you don't have your cupcakes in the oven, you really need to get them in now because you're going to run out of time. OK, Jenny, you're in the oven already. You've got your cupcakes in. You might be almost the first. How many cupcakes have you made in your life, do you think?
Oh, yeah, last one was 180 for my twins' birthday cakes then.
180 cupcakes. Sounds good, doesn't it?
Lucky kids, aren't they?
Yes.
Well, we're excited. We'll see how these compare maybe with the 180. All right, Chris, you've got beer. You've got porter, which is a nice sweet beer.
Yeah, well, porter and chocolate is just a match made in heaven. Beer works really well in baking. It's carbonated, so it adds a lot of air to the batter, so it comes up a lot lighter.
So it sounds like you've made it before.
Look, I bake and cook with beer all the time, so I'm familiar with how it works.
All right. Brilliant. OK, mate.
All right.
Good
Cheers.
luck.
Winning MasterChef is so important to me because it will realise my dream of having a Beer Masons restaurant where we match food and beer in the most shit-hot place that anybody can go to have a good time.
Right, guys, you got 15 minutes to go.
Once my cakes are in the oven, I make my icing. I think that even though you've got a recipe in front of you, there are still things that you need to know about making cakes that aren't necessarily in the recipe. Simple things like your cake has to be really stone cold before you ice it.
I have iced up a couple of my cupcakes and my icing's starting to melt over the top of them. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried at this point because I've actually made 6 and 4 of them are already buggered.
OK, guys, you've got 5 minutes to go. So all those little finishing touches, apply them now.
The judges said it has to look beautiful, so I decided to make my own little garnish.
OK, guys, your time is up. Make sure, of course, that your top cupcake has a name.
What I've decided to call the cupcake is Lucky Choco Dream.
A hazelnut and lime punch cupcake.
Tahitian Dream because they're Tahitian limes.
I really want them to choose mine, but I look around and gee, there's some lovely looking cakes there.
The judges have looked at your work and they will decide on just 3 cupcakes to taste. From those, they will choose one winner.
The first cupcake that we would like to taste belongs to Poe.
Even though it's very exciting to be in the top 3, it is always so nerve-wracking because they're only judging on what it looks like, so when they actually go to taste it, it could be a totally different situation altogether.
The next cupcake that we'd like to taste is Julie.
Yes. I've had a few sort of shaky moments earlier on, and just having a few good dishes in a row is really starting to shore me up, and yeah, it's just giving me that determination that I need to see me through.
The final cupcake we'd like to taste is Chris's.
When I heard my name, I was really happy, considering I've never made a cupcake or icing in my life. But, you know, they're yet to taste it.
Chris? It's really nice. The very fine crumb, really chocolatey. You wouldn't know it's got beer in it, would you, unless you were told. Fantastic job, really good.
Tastes like Christmas.
But that there's cracker. The beer's just taken that to another level. I can't wait till you open up your place. Your food's smart and intelligent. I'm really excited. Well done. Thanks.
OK, Poe, so it looks very pretty, very delicate. Yeah, I could keep eating that. That's beautiful. Well done.
The great thing about this cupcake is you've maintained the moisture and the flavour of the hazelnut balanced against the lime flavour very nicely. So congratulations, 2 fantastic cupcakes.
OK, Julie. Oh, that's lovely. Packs a punch, doesn't it?
I really haven't got much to say. That's smashing. Well done. Top job. Beautiful.
Thank you.
How does those kind of comments make you feel compared to how your kids would react to something like that?
Oh, look, I love cooking for my kids because I get such love and gratitude from them. But to have guys of this calibre speak about my food like that is just, it's incredibly uplifting. They're not just saying those things to be polite, and they're not saying those things because I'm their mum, and they're not saying those things because they're my friends. They're saying it because I've produced good food. It makes me feel like I'm a worthy contestant, that I'm worthy to be here.
We're faced with 3 very, very good cupcakes. So well done to you all, but there's only one winner. And the winner is Julie.
I'm over the moon. I'm really over the moon. I can't wait to phone home and tell Mick and the boys that I won this one. They'll be stoked.
Congratulations, Julie. As winner of the Cupcake Challenge, you get to go into the pantry first, where you choose the core ingredient everyone must use in today's main challenge, the Invention Test.
As with all our Invention tests, there's always a kicker. And that kicker is the theme. And today, that theme is British food.
People think of British food as the stodgy classics, steak and kidney pie, bangers and mash with onion gravy. So, no, I think it'll give everybody a good opportunity to do something inventive and get creative.
Now today, George, Gary and Matt will be joined by a 4th judge. He's a man many of you will recognise. He's a world-renowned chef, and he's been the judge on the UK MasterChef for an extraordinary 9 series.
Wow.
Please welcome John Turreau.
Yeah.
John. How you going?
G'day. How are you? I'm John Torode. I'm a chef, restaurateur and a judge on MasterChef UK. MasterChef is a competition that takes the amateur and gets them ready to become a professional. That means you have to be able to taste food, you have to be able to cook food, you've got to have bravado, you've got to have energy, you've got to have tenacity, you've got to have all those things about you, at the same time care about great, great food. You guys today have a massive task, I think, because what you've got to do is try and embrace what is quintessentially British. You have to somehow or another take that culinary brain of yours away from the sunshine and the warmth of Australia and transport yourself to a cold climate. The idea of the quintessentially great British dish is food that makes people smile when, of course, they are freezing cold.
Right, guys, the Invention Test works like this. Julie, from the 3 core ingredients, you get to pick one that everyone else must cook with. From there, you get 5 minutes to pick 10 ingredients. Everyone else gets 2 minutes. Once everyone's got their ingredients, you get 1 hour to produce a beautiful dish. So if you win this, you get the opportunity to go straight through to the final week of MasterChef. So cook like your life depends on it.
Well, Julie, it's time to head into the pantry. Gary, George and John will be joining you in there.
I feel a little bit starstruck, to be honest, and really, really nervous. I can't believe I'm in a little tiny room with John Torode.
Julie, welcome to the pantry. You look a little nervous.
I am a little
You need
nervous.
to let it go, push it away. In the end, Julie, you have to go with your heart. You have to pick something that you love to cook with, and I think then you'll give yourself the best advantage in terms of cooking a dish that we'll all love to.
Right, Julie, let's have a look what's under. Blue-eyed trevella. Strawberries. And finally, a lamb leg.
You've got 3 really extraordinary, beautiful ingredients here. What's your initial thoughts?
Well, lamb is something I cook a lot of, but I've never done a whole leg in an hour, so I would need to bone it out. Every time I've had to bone something or fillet something in this competition, it's screwed me up. The strawberries smell amazing, but despite the whole mum thing, desserts aren't my forte. And the fish, which is a blue-eyed trevella, is not something I'm familiar with. So I'm actually a little bit scared about the 3 choices that I have.
So, Julie, which one is it going to be?
If I'm going to cook from my heart with what I love, it has to be lamb.
Because you've picked the lamb, we're going to allocate 90 minutes for the Invention Test so that everybody, if they choose to keep it whole, will have time for the lamb to cook perfectly.
Okay.
You get 5 minutes to pick your ingredients. Your time starts now.
I decide that I'm going to do my lamb with a stuffing. So I choose baby spinach and butter, garlic and onions, and bread for the stuffing.
You've got 1 minute, Julie.
I choose some parsnips to roast, and I get a bottle of white wine.
White wine and lamb.
Julie, please reveal what core ingredient you've chosen for today's Invention Challenge.
The ingredient I chose is lamb.
When Julie pulls off the cloth and we see it's a leg of lamb, my heart actually saying, I'm like, oh God.
I love working with lamb. It's a lovely meat. The trouble is, it's a leg of lamb, so trying to roast a leg of lamb in 90 minutes is really, really tough.
You'll be going into the pantry in 2 separate groups. The first group to go in is the 6 closest to the door. Your 2 minutes in the pantry starts now.
For me, it's about the bits and pieces that go with it to make the lamb shine.
You have 1 minute to go, guys.
So I automatically thought spinach, mint, mustard, hot English mustard. The Poms love hot English mustard.
Second group, your 2 minutes starts now.
I decided on shepherd's pie, which is a classic British dish, so I'm like, okay, what do I need? I mean, there's a few things that can go wrong, potentially, but I've got everything out on my tray and I am feeling a bit confident.
Your time's up, guys. Last thing's on the tray.
Right, guys, we've got John Turode here as a guest today, so do us proud so he can go back to the UK and tell everyone how great our amateur cooks are here in Australia. You've got 90 minutes and your time starts now.
The theme for today's Invention Test is British. We have 90 minutes to cook a dish of our own creation after having 2 minutes in the pantry to select our core ingredients.
The first thing I need to do is get that leg of lamb deboned so I can get the stuffing made and get it rolled up and in the oven.
Hey, Julie, did you make the right choice?
Well, I think it might be too early to tell.
Too early to tell?
Yeah.
Tell us what your dish is. Tell us what you're going to cook.
Rolled stuffed leg of lamb.
Yep.
With spinach puree, roasted parsnips and au jus.
Okay.
Just one small question. You picked the lamb, you knew the ingredients you were going to do. Why are you so nervous?
I don't know. It's me. I'm always nervous.
Sandra, what are you up to?
I'm cooking potato cakes stuffed with lamb. It's actually got a twist. I'm trying to sort of like do a little bit of a shepherd's pie in, you know, sort of like rolled in potato and then frying it, taking it to another dimension, I suppose.
My bald little friend in the UK always says the only twist you should be doing in a kitchen is with chubby checker. Things with a twist?
Don't know.
Chris, you look pretty confident with the meat. You got a fair idea of what you're doing. What's the dish?
I'm going to take the leanest part of the lamb I can, roll it into the skin and pan fry it off, fish in the oven, slice it into medallions, stuff it with a bit of blanched spinach, and I'm going to make a green sauce that's kind of mint-driven.
OK, Chris.
All right.
Best of luck.
Thanks.
What a tough challenge, you know, whole lamb leg.
You know, that is a very, very difficult thing to cook in the amount of time they've got.
I'm interested to see how Chris is going to go, taking all of the little lobes of meat from inside the lamb and stripping the skin back and then putting it all back in with the stuffing. I've never done that. I've never, ever done that.
I'm going to do a shepherd's pie today.
Shepherd's pie, a classic, yeah?
Yeah, just going to take the lamb, I've taken it off the bone. I'm going to cut it into small chunks, braise it down into a puff pastry crust and some potato on the top.
So, sorry, the puff pastry crust is...
be under the bottom.
So hopefully the pastry's going to be cooked, because that's going to take... How long do you think the pastry's going to be in the oven?
Yeah, it'll be in a minimum 20 minutes, so I'm going to bake it blind just beforehand while this is going down, just to sort of make sure it's cooked, because I'd hate to get soggy pastry.
Good luck, Aaron.
Cheers, thanks, guys.
Is your lamb not in yet?
No.
Your stuffed lamb's not in yet? And your stuffing's made?
I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Frick.
I know. I just need to get my act together. I chose this ingredient. It's lamb, for God's sake. I know how to cook it. I just need to calm down. I really need to do that.
Talking about Julie right now, I think she's really struggling. Yeah. She hasn't got the stuffing made. She hasn't got the thing rolled up yet. She's just started the sauce. I'd be surprised if the girl even gets the dish up.
Yeah. Tell us what the dish is before you go any further.
A lamb roll with a mushroom duxelle inside.
Tell me how this becomes British.
British hot English mustard.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know the rhyme in England?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, mustard and wine is fine. Mustard and mutton, you're a glutton.
Just a touch. You won't even notice.
OK, guys, you've got just over 30 minutes to go. And if that lamb is not in the oven, then it needs to be going in now.
Look, I'm doing a rolled piece of lamb and a spinach pie. Meat should be in the oven, but I'm pretty happy with where I'm at the moment because I'd like to think it won't take that long to actually get mine done.
It's blindingly obvious that I'm not going to get a rolled leg of lamb cooked.
Julie, what are you doing there? It looks like you've completely changed
I have
what
changed
you're
my
doing.
plan.
Okay.
I'm worried if I roll it up that it's not going to cook in time, so I've decided to turn my stuffing into a crust.
Towards the end, I'm tasting my dish and I notice it's getting a bit salty. And if I had a tablespoon of salt, it'll be inedible. So I'm trying to fix it with water, adding water, rosemary and pepper.
I think it's got a bit too much salt to it, so I'm trying to pull it down with some water. Hopefully I'll get it actually.
OK, guys, you've only got 1 minute to go. This is it. You're down to the wire. It has to start going on the plates. Otherwise, you'll never be ready in time.
I'm really stressing now because still hadn't cut off the twine off my meat. It was still resting. My potatoes still crisping up, and I think I only put the puree on the plate at this stage. So I was really worried.
I'm trying to get my food on the plate, my meat that didn't have a chance to rest, my sauce that I didn't get the fat off the top of, are all going onto the plate, and I'm thinking to myself, I've blown this so bad.
OK, that's it. Your time's up. Plates down, tools down. Step away from your plates.
Right now, I'm feeling very disappointed. It's just been an unmitigated disaster, actually.
In today's Invention Test, you had 90 minutes to make a British-inspired meal using lamb and your choice of 10 other ingredients. Your judges today and our special guest from MasterChef UK, John Torode, will now taste each of your dishes. The bottom three will come face to face with elimination. Chris, you're up first.
I'm really looking forward to hearing John's criticism, comments on my dish, because he's tasted God knows how many dishes, really bad and really good. So I'd love to just see where I kind of fit in. Rolled leg of lamb with an anchovy and mint green sauce.
Some good technique here in terms of stuffing and rolling that lamb. The only thing I'm not keen on is that I think the skin that you've used is a bit sinewy and it's a little bit chewy. But otherwise, a fine example of Chris's organisation right from start to finish.
That combination of the flavour of anchovy and mint gives it a true British nature. So on that basis, you've certainly nailed the brief.
It's vibrant, it's gutsy, it's powerful. Your potatoes are lovely. It's a really lovely dish, mate.
When I see amateurs cook like this, I get really, really excited. Because what this really shows about you, Chris, is you care about the way your food looks. If you can start to understand a few basic principles, your food will elevate itself from being good to being extraordinary. But good on you. Really, really good on you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom, you're up next.
Having been in the bottom three last week, I've got a lot to prove, especially to Gary, George and Matt, that I am a contender in this competition. I want them to actually think that I can cook. It's a rolled leg of lamb with a herbed anchovy stuffing and a spinach and onion pie.
Oh, huge amount of flavour in that lamb, huge. Amazing, like really impressed. That lamb sauce is absolutely fantastic. You've learned something from MasterClass, haven't you?
That lamb's the best thing you've cooked so far in this competition by quite some way. Well done.
Sweet lamb, lovely rich spices, punch of fresh lemon. It's a good curry. It's a really good curry.
It's a lamb sausage roll with a pea puree.
The lamb is dry, it's grainy, and it's like chalk in your mouth.
lamb is overcooked. Other than that, all the components are a good idea, and your presentation is spot on.
Thank you.
Aaron.
What have you cooked for us?
I've cooked today a traditional shepherd's pie.
Excuse the spoon, it's a bit soupy.
That's okay.
Really rich, quite overpowering. The pastry underneath has gone soggy because it's taken that gravy into the actual pastry itself. I don't really want to go back for a second spoonful because I'm quite frightened of what I might get next.
Okay, that's fair enough.
It's really powerful and rich. Salty. You really pushed it. I'm not sure you've pulled it off.
Yeah.
Sandra, you're up next with your dish.
I've made a potato cake stuffed with lamb on a bit of spinach, bacon, and cream.
I applaud your process and your technical ability. The bacon, spinach, I'm fine with. The cream sauce with that potato and that lamb, which is soft and delicious, it doesn't quite work.
For me, this tastes more like an English patty because you haven't got that essential element for a croquette, which is the crunchy outside. It's certainly not my favourite dish I've tasted today.
Wow, that is a mighty powerful tomato sauce. Tons of garlic, loads of tomato, really concentrated. But I don't think it's very English.
That's exactly how cabbage should be. Crunchy, nice salt hit from the bacon. And beer, of course, is the classic element for English cooking, so congratulations. I think you've nailed the brief. Well done.
Love, love, love your cabbage. Sitting on top of that, a raw lump of lamb. I don't know what to think. I want to applaud you on one part, and the other part, I want to cry for you.
Justine, please bring your lamb dish up to the bench.
What have you cooked for us?
Lamb roulade with a mushroom duxelle with a spinach and mint rough puree.
For me, the balance of that iron-rich spinach with a touch of fresh mint, the woodiness that goes with those mushrooms, the sweetness of that lamb, and the crispiness of those potatoes with a little bit of time on them, it's perfect. Love it. Love the flavours, love the precision, love the presentation, and as far as the brief is concerned, being quintessentially English, you've got it right there on a plate.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thanks.
Justine, that's probably the best dish you've cooked so far this competition.
I think my heart rate just slowed down a little bit and was just seep up the moment, just seep it up, because I was very, very happy.
And finally, Julie.
I really, really don't want to cry, but I think I'm going to, because I'm just so devastated. And I am 100% confident that I will be in the bottom three.
I think you've analysed the issue with the dish. It's just not enough time. And not enough time means undercooked meat, means a sauce that has that slightly unpleasant, claggy flavour of lamb fat. But, you know, the spinach, the one thing you probably did have time to finish off, succeeds. That's not a great dish. But you know that already, Julie. Thank you.
From a cook's perspective, watching you today, you just got yourself in an absolute tiz. If there's anything to learn from this, is that when that starts to happen, you need to step back, clear your mind, wipe down, and have another shot.
Yep.
I actually think you're a good cook. Look, bad hair day, made a few mistakes, learn from the mistakes, put a smile back on your face, pick yourself up and go for it.
Well, the judges are now ready to reveal who made the finest British-inspired dish using lamb as a core ingredient. The three of you who performed the worst today will return tomorrow to face a pressure test. And one of those three will be leaving this competition. I'm about to call out some names. If I call out yours, please step forward. Sandra. Tom. Aaron. Chris. Julie. And Justine. The rest of you, well done. You've made it through to the next round. Congratulations, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
When Sarah gives us the words that we're safe this week, I think I nearly jumped out of my skin. It's a massive relief.
The six of you represent the three best and the three worst dishes that we saw today. If I call your name, please take one step forward. Tom. Justine. Chris. Congratulations. You're this week's top three.
I feel fantastic. I feel great. I mean, it's great to actually go from the bottom three to the top three. I think it's a great confidence boost.
You three really are shaping up to be contenders for this MasterChef title. I'm really proud of you guys, yeah? You showed what we're all about.
MasterChef is a competition to take an amateur into the professional world. You put yourself forward, you've decided to take the risk, and today the risk has really paid off. Good job, guys. Really, really good. Impressive.
Justine, Chris and Tom, congratulations. You've all cooked impeccable dishes, but there can only be one winner. That person will cook off against a guest celebrity chef for a chance for a free ride through to the final week of the competition.
The winner of today's Invention Test is Justine.
Well done.
Yay! I can't believe I won. This is like a dream come true. It's fantastic.
Thank you, Justine. Thank you. At last you've shown what we saw in that first audition. And I think we've all watched you cook in Mystery Box and Invention Test challenges, and it hasn't quite come together as a unit. And today you've done it. Well done, Justine.
Well, top three, you can now go and celebrate. We'll see you tomorrow.
I've really proven to myself that I'm here for a reason, and it just makes me more and more hungry for that end prize and making me want to stay here as long as I possibly can.
So I'm in the bottom three again. I'm angry with myself. I'm bitterly disappointed.
Guys, what can I say? You're only as good as your last dish. And Sandra, first elimination, how does that make you feel? You going to step up?
I'm going to give it everything I've got tomorrow, and I'm going to nail it.
Aaron, I'll tell you what scared me most about your dish. It was salty, yeah? Okay, we get over it. But you took it back and you ate it. Is your palate there? Is it all right?
Yeah, when I took it back and ate it, I just tried to find my mistakes where I went wrong, and I wanted to taste so I could reaffirm your feedback and learn from my mistakes.
Julie, you shouldn't be here, should you? You get the advantage of choosing the core ingredient. You get the chance of choosing possibly the perfect ingredient for you. You must be kicking yourself now.
I'm really furious with myself. I really appreciate all the encouraging comments that I got, and I'm going to use those, and I'm going to use my anger to put some steel in my spine. I'm going to put my little chef outfit of doom on tomorrow, and I'm going to come in here and I'm going to cook my ass off. If I'm sent home for stuffing up a lamb dish, I'm never cooking lamb again.
John, thank you for joining us today. Have you got some final words for our bottom three?
The piece of advice I have for you is that emotion is going to be your enemy, but talent will be your guardian. You've got to dust yourself off after today. You've got to go into this next challenge as if nothing has happened before, draw on all the skills, all the knowledge, all that passion you have inside you, and you try your damnedest to stay in this competition. It's been a real privilege. Thank you very much indeed, and good luck.
I've got my fingers crossed for all of you. I don't think any of you should be going tomorrow, but the sad reality is somebody will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've done a pressure test previously. I'm not ready to go home. Tomorrow I know what I'm walking into, and I'm going to win that pressure test. I'm not going to be stopped, and you know, it's unfortunate that I'm going to see off one of the other two.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
This is it. I really don't want to go home today.
Julie, Sandra and Aaron go head-to-head in a pressure test.
Of all the pressure tests I've seen, this is definitely the most riveting.
And for one of them, the dream will end.
My whole future in this competition relies on a dish I've never cooked before.
Plus, later this week, Justine faces celebrity chef Guy Grossi.
We have faith that you can do it.
Our chefs head to the high sea as they fish for their
I think
dish.
the biggest challenge out here is going to be nobody getting seasick.
I want people on my team who are going to help me to win and who are going to keep me out of elimination.